Prologue. My dearest children, if you are reading this, you know the end has finally come for me. I hope that our final moments together were peaceful and that I had a chance to tell each of you how much I love you. If not, I hope that you know how much you have enriched my life. I am so very proud of each of you and the individual paths you have trekked in this world. I am blessed to have been witness to your triumphs and challenges, your heartaches and your successes. Guiding you from infancy to adulthood allowed me to live life over and over again. And in this way I feel that I have stepped into so many worlds in the course of my brief stay in this universe. There are matters to be discussed, of course, involving the will and my estate, but these will come later. I trust that the lawyers will discuss the inheritance and the division of property and assets with you after the other formalities are taken care of. If you would like to be informed ahead of time, please see the attached. Please take care of yourselves and each other. Make time, not just on special occasions, to come together and enrich your bond as a family. I have learned that the most important thing in life is that we show appreciation to our loved ones. Remember that nothing matters more than this. This was the letter that Sita Kaur Shergill overheard the old woman in the next bed dictating over the phone. A few times her voice quavered and she had to pause to sigh and sniffle. Sita had turned down the volume on her television to listen to the part about the lawyers. She was most interested in what this woman was leaving to her children, but the attached was not available on this side of the partition. She had seen the children on their visits, two middle-aged sons who were possibly twins with vastly different diets, and a handsome blonde woman who always repeated the same soothing words. "We are here, Mum, we are here." They often arrived separately, but left together, squeezing each other's shoulders and making light conversation about parking spaces or the declining quality of the hospital canteen's coffee. Sita pressed the buzzer on her remote control, and when the nurse arrived, she requested a pen and piece of paper. These were the earliest hours of the morning, before visitors were allowed. It was the best time to think about dying. The pain encompassed her entire body, radiating from her toes to her temples and vibrating in her bones. Despite the morphine, the pain was always visible. She saw it edging in the shadows of her vision on the best days and wringing her frail body like a towel on the worst. Today she was feeling strong enough to sit up. The letter from the woman in the next bed had motivated her, and by some miracle, the nurses attended to her request within the minute. "My dearest daughters," she began. She stopped and frowned. When had she even addressed her children as dears? She crossed out the line and began again. "To Rajni, Jasmine, and Shirina." There, a command for their attention. She used to stand at the foot of the stairs and shout all three names, even if she only wanted one of them to come down. She could always find something for the other two to do once they arrived. It only worked for a while. Then Jasmine started calling back. "Which one of us specifically?" "To Rajni, Jasmine, and Shirina. By now I'm dead. It is just as well, because I've had enough of this ghastly life. All this working and suffering and trying to take care of myself for no bloody reason. Please enjoy your health while you have it, because once your body betrays you, no comforts in the world will make up for your loss. No, she couldn't leave them with that. It was too honest. If these were her last words, they'd never forgive her. She folded the sheet and set it on her side table, weighing it down with the pen, and then she closed her eyes. How did she want to be remembered? She had been a wife, a mother, a widow, and a grandmother. Sikh funerals didn't include eulogies, so her daughters would be spared the task of scraping together a list of her meager achievements. On some days, she thought she knew which of her daughters would remember her least kindly, and on better days, she assured herself that all of them would at least agree that she had tried her very best. Sita pressed the button to call for the nurse again. It took a while this time, but eventually the rail-thin girl with the tattoos and half her head shaved arrived. She was not as friendly as the Jamaican nurse who sometimes squeezed Sita's hand and said, "You rest now." But she smiled when Sita asked her question. "How old are you?" "I'm 27, she replied. There were zigzag patterns shaved into the sides of the girl's scalp. Sita wondered what man found this sort of thing attractive. "Have you ever been to India?" she asked. "No," the nurse said, a bit regretfully, which pleased Sita. "If your mother asked you to do something for her, no matter what it was, would you do it?" she asked. The nurse tugged at the edge of the blanket, which was bunched up at the foot of the bed. Her fingers grazed the knuckles of Sita's toes. "Of course I would," she said. "Now, is there something you need? Because—" "What's your religion?" Sita asked. Her question was met with narrowed eyes. "I do believe that's a very personal question to ask." Sita frowned. There was a reason she liked the Jamaican nurse better. She wore a thin gold cross that hung just beneath the V-neck of her scrubs. "Oh, Lord," she wheezed quietly, stretching her back at the end of a long shift. "Can you hand me my pen and paper, please?" Sita asked. As the girl reached into the drawer next to the bed, Sita's heart leaped into her throat. "Not there!" "It's right there on the table," Sita snapped. Although the nurse was unlikely to pluck Sita's jewelry pouch from where it was nestled between a prayer book and her mobile phone charger, Sita had lived long enough to know that you could never be too careful. The girl handed her the paper and pen and then left, probably to grumble and tell the other nurses that they were right. Old Mrs. Shergill needed to cark it already. Last week, Rajni had stormed into the nurses' station and told them off for leaving Sita shivering during a particularly agonizing episode. "I don't care if she's already got a blanket. Get her another one," Rajni nearly shouted, making Sita want to weep with gratitude and also chastise her daughter for making a scene. The pain was inching into her body now, and she could sense that it was going to be a bad day. Her daughters would visit this afternoon, hopefully all three of them, since Rajni had called Shirina and informed her to fly over at once when it appeared that Sita's remaining days were down to single digits. She had to write this letter before the strength leached out of her. To Rajni, Jasmine, and Shirina. If you remember correctly, when I was first diagnosed with cancer, I wanted to go to India to do a pilgrimage to honor the principles of our great gurus. You and the doctors convinced me that this was a bad idea because my health was already so fragile. But I think it would have enriched my spirit, if not my physical condition. I'm attaching a list of the places that I would like you to visit on my behalf after I'm gone. They are in Delhi, Amritsar and beyond. The whole journey will take a week. You should go together and do all the tasks as instructed. Seva, to serve others and preserve your humility. A ritual Sarovar bath, for cleansing and protecting your soul from ailments. And a trek to the high peaks of spirituality, to feel appreciation for that body which carries you in this life. I would also like my ashes to be scattered in India. There are also some places I'd like you to visit, because I won't have the chance to do so. Simple pleasures, like watching the sunrise at India Gate, and sharing a humble dinner together. I will outline the itinerary in more detail on the next page. Please do this for me. It will be a way of completing my journey in this world and continuing yours. Love, your mother, Sita Kaur Shergill. Sita's vision began to blur as she read out the letter. There it was, the searing sensation in her bones. She squeezed her eyes shut and clutched the sides of her mattress. There was only so much morphine the nurses could administer in a day, and no legal dose seemed to be enough to wash it all away. "We are here, Mom, we are here," she imagined her daughters saying, just like the blonde woman, as she presented the letter to them. Their faces would be awash with tears, and they would take each other's hands, united for once. As the wave of pain subsided, Sita picked up her pen again and turned over the sheet to work on the itinerary. Agony was quickly replaced by nostalgia. Sita's memories of India were stronger than ever. An end-of-life counselor named Ruth, who visited last week, said that it was common to remember the past vividly as death approached. "Think of it as a transition," Ruth had said. "You are finishing one stage and entering another." Recalling those words, Sita considered her daughter's journey to India. She would insist that they do this. No excuses, no backing out. It was a comfort to know that while they returned to her origins, she would be busy entering the afterlife. Who knew how long it would take to adjust to her new surroundings there, make friends, find out how the coffee machine worked? What if Devinder had also ended up in this new place? She had decades of catching up to do with her late husband, after she'd finished telling him off for leaving so suddenly. Thoughts and memories of those early years of marriage and having children flooded Sita's mind, reducing all remaining traces of pain to a dull ache that settled in her chest. Those were chaotic days, learning to be a wife and a mother, running a household, and adjusting to life in a new country. When she finally got the hang of it all, her husband died. There was only a small fraction of Sita's lifespan when her family was whole. She scribbled more items onto the itinerary. Her last trip to India had been nearly 30 years ago. In his explanation of the stages of grief, Ruth had said that some people experienced an intense desire to turn back time. Although Sita prided herself on being too pragmatic for such wishes, she also hoped that her daughters found India just as she had left it. There was something else Sita wanted to tell her daughters. It was a confession of sorts, for something she made up her mind to do after Ruth left her bedside. She would have to find a suitable moment to tell them. It was not appropriate to write it down. She'd have to lower her voice and prompt her daughters to gather closer. They'd dismiss it at first, of course. "Mom, don't be silly," Rajni or Shrina would say. "You're kidding, right?" Jasmine would retort. Because to Jasmine, nothing was real, not even on a woman's deathbed. Then they'd begin to protest, telling her she didn't know what she was saying. That was by far the most frustrating thing about being terminally ill. Everybody thought she was thinking through a haze of fear, a desperate need to cling to life. But death was the most certain thing in the world. To prove to her daughters that she was indeed being serious, she'd tell them to open the drawer and take out the jewelry pouch. Have a look inside. You see? Now, please don't argue with your mother.
Chapter 1.
I would prefer that you take this journey during a cooler time of the year. But since Rajni can only travel during school holidays, you will need to go to India in July-August. Book your tickets and hotels quickly. I know my last trip to India was over 20 years ago, but the last-minute bookings were very expensive.
Rajni was not built for fainting spells. Moments after Anil told her about the girlfriend, she considered pretending to faint, but she knew she'd throw her arms out at the last minute to break the fall. Nobody took a woman seriously if she staged her own collapses. A feigned faint. Ha ha. So she stared at Anil as simple mathematical sums populated her mind. 36 minus 18 equals 18. The girlfriend was 18 years older than Anil. 36 divided by 18 equals 2. The girlfriend was exactly twice Anil's age. 43 minus 36 equals 7. The girlfriend was only 7 years younger than Rajni herself. This last fact made her lightheaded. The overpowering smell of half-eaten fish wasn't helping. For dinner, she had baked 3 pieces of salmon because omega-3s were supposed to make everybody live to 100. This girlfriend of Anil's, did she know about the nutritional benefits of omega-3s? Probably not. "Mum, come on," said Anil. All Rajni could do was shake her head. No. Tonight was supposed to be special, their last dinner together before she went off to India. If Anil had chosen this occasion to tell them about his girlfriend, then she was supposed to be, well, a girl. Somebody who called her Mrs. Chada, and whose parents regarded Anil with a reasonable amount of suspicion until he won them over with good manners and clean fingernails. Anil turned to Kabir. "Dad," he said, in a slightly desperate way that made it clear to Rajni that they had already discussed this matter without her. Guilt rippled across Kabir's expression. He stole a glance at Rajni. "You knew about this?" Rajni asked Kabir. "For how long?" Kabir had thin lips, which almost vanished when he was unhappy. "He came to me this morning," he said. "You were packing for your trip, and I didn't want to disturb you." Dinner time minus morning equals a whole day. Rajni fixed Kabir with the kind of stare usually reserved for naughty students called into her office. "And how do you feel about this? Care to share your opinion?" "Obviously I'm concerned, but Anil is old enough now to make his own decisions." "Concerned? Concerned is how you feel about old Mrs. Willis next door when she's struggling to put her bins out. This is our son, Kabir. He finished 6th form mere weeks ago, and now he tells us he wants to move in with a woman twice his age? Where did Anil even meet a 36-year-old? A horrifying thought struck her. "She wasn't a teacher of yours, was she?" "God, no," Anil said. Rajni let out a sigh. Thank goodness. She had always worried about Cass Finchley. a music teacher who swayed too suggestively on the edge of the dance floor while chaperoning school formals. Kabir cleared his throat. Anil, your mother and I just know you have a bright future ahead of you. We don't want you squandering it on some fling. It's not a fling, Anil said. We're serious about each other. I'm sure you feel that way now, but there will be problems, son. Rajni used to find it touching when Kabir called Anil son. It was old-fashioned and charming, and it brought a rush of warmth to her heart. Now he said the word like he was losing grip on its meaning. There's nothing we can't work out, innit? Anil said. Nothing? Rajni echoed. Anil shrugged. We've got the same cultural background. We get each other. People are always saying that's the main thing. You're from completely different generations. She's a grown woman. You're a boy. You might as well be from different planets. Nothing, Anil repeated tersely. With his jaw clenched like this, he looked so much like Kabir that Rajni wanted to suspend the argument and run for her camera. They say photos of the firstborn child always outnumber those of subsequent children. As Anil was their first and only born, Rajni documented him thoroughly, with no fears of sibling inequality. Their home was a shrine to Anil's childhood, portraits and finger paintings, pencil marks on the wall charting his growth over the years. Crises about Anil's future were becoming an annual milestone. Last summer's fight had been about Anil's declaration that he wasn't going to apply to university. He wanted to be done with education after completing sixth form. They don't teach you nothing you can't learn on the internet these days, don't they? Anil said. Rajni, head spinning from all the double negatives she had spent a lifetime correcting in her son, had left the room. When she returned, Kabir said he would talk some sense into Anil. It took months, but they finally arrived at a compromise. Anil would apply to university, but he could defer for a gap year. He was supposed to get a job during that time, his parents' hope being that the gap year would help him to recognize the limitations of being without a degree. But then his grandmother had died and left him a small inheritance, turning the gap year into a paid holiday. Think about this for a moment then, Anil, Kabir said. She's surely at an age where she wants to settle down. That's why we're planning on moving in together. But do you realize what this entails? For her? Anil clutched the back of the dining chair in front of him. His news had brought them to their feet, standing before their unfinished meals. A scaly whiff from the salmon hit Rajni in the nostrils again. She picked up the plates and brought them to the kitchen. I understand exactly what Davina wants, Anil was saying. As Rajni tipped the scraps into the bin, she had an uninvited image of her son tumbling around in bed with an experienced woman. Stop it, she ordered her mind. She looked around the kitchen for something, anything to focus on. There was a leaflet on the counter from the Jehovah's Witnesses who came by yesterday evening. They were such a bother, but she found it impossible to shut the door on their faces. Those pallid cheeks and impressively starched shirt collars. I'm busy at the moment, but perhaps you can leave behind some literature, she had offered, as a consolation for not wanting to be saved, even though the leaflet would find its way to the bin within a day or two. All suffering is soon to end, declared the header over a painting of a sunny green meadow. How nice to be so certain. The words brought Rajni only a brief shot of relief before she returned to reality. A woman at that stage in her life, is looking for a long-term partner, Kabir was saying to Anil. This isn't some kind of phrase, Dad. He meant phase. Rajni was too upset to correct him, but she kept a mental note to educate him on the difference later. Son, listen for a moment. I'm saying that Davina probably has bigger, more permanent plans. Rajni rushed back into the living room. Tick-tock, she cried, startling her family. That's what everyone says to a woman in her mid-30s, whether she wants children or not. Have one before it's too late. In her case, have another one. You're not just having one, are you? Finish what you started. Give the poor boy a sibling. As if she and Kabir didn't try and try until sex became another routine household task, like doing the laundry or paying the water bill. Yes, Kabir said. Societal pressures. They're bigger than you think, Anil, especially for adults. Look, the only person pressuring me is you. Davina and me are just fine. So, if she wanted a baby tomorrow, it would be okay? You'd give up all that traveling, your nights out with mates? Kabir asked. That ought to give him a fright, Rajni thought, noting the swell of unease on Anil's face. He'd been plotting his European holiday, skiing in Bulgaria, island hopping in Greece, God knows what in Amsterdam. I would. I am going to give it all up, Anil said quietly. He gripped the chair. The room became still. Anil bit his lower lip and looked at his knuckles, which had turned white. Kabir stared at him. What are you saying? I am going to give it all up for her, Anil repeated. Son? Mum? Dad? It's not a big deal, all right? You have to promise not to overreact. The edges of the room began to blur, and the floor tilted slightly. Rajni heard Kabir gently saying, Okay, we promise. Now, what is it? Davina's pregnant, Anil said. And then Rajni fainted. The customer had seen a video online about how bronze highlighter could be used to take 10 pounds off her face. The girl just sweeps this brush across her face, and suddenly she has cheekbones, she gushed. Those videos are very helpful, Jasmine agreed. Lots of useful tips. Especially useful for a person like her, who had no experience doing makeup professionally. After being suspended from her job as a host on Disaster Tube, one of the studio makeup artists had given Jasmine the lead on this job. It was temporary, Jasmine kept reminding herself. Everything would blow over, and she'd find another role soon. The last time Jasmine checked online, the number of views on her video had hit 788, which was hardly viral, but her agent, Cameron, still believed they had to be cautious. Lay low. Wait for the dust to settle, he had urged her. There was no end to his supply of banal encouragements whenever they spoke. Take some time for yourself, was another favorite, which roughly translated to, take the least humiliating job offer thrown your way, and we'll just have to wait for the anonymous masses on the internet to decide your fate. Are you going to use highlighter on me then? Stella asked. I've got other plans for you, Jasmine said warmly. Starting with matching a more appropriate foundation to Stella's skin tone, at the moment she was less youthful summer glow and more fell asleep in the tanning bed. As Jasmine rubbed a wipe across Stella's cheeks, she had a distinct sense of déjà vu. In another time in her life, Rajni used to apply makeup on her while she struggled to sit still and not turn to the mirror to see her reflection. Jasmine remembered doing the same for Mum on the morning of Sharina's wedding. The bridal makeup artist had chosen a deep purple eyeshadow and insisted on a crayon-thick line for Mum's eyelids. Mum was horrified. "I can't go to the temple like this," she'd gasped. "People will say—" She didn't finish that sentence. She rarely did. It was bad enough that people would say anything. "Jasmine, get me some tissues," Mum had commanded. Helping to clean the makeup off Mum's skin, Jasmine had noticed the looseness of her cheeks and the way her eyelids folded, and she vowed never to let herself grow old. Jasmine's phone buzzed on the counter. "Excuse me, Stella," Jasmine said, leaning over to see the screen. Message from Rajni. She ignored it. Rajni was likely panicking about the trip and asking everyone if they had taken their tetanus shots or something similarly hysterical. "I'm going to use this primer on you," Jasmine said. She showed Stella the bottle. "It's a great base, which keeps your makeup on for much longer during the day." Her phone buzzed again. "I'm so sorry," Jasmine said. She shot a glare at her phone. "No worries, love. Your boyfriend must be anxious about you," Stella said. "Ha! If only there were an anxious boyfriend, or a boyfriend at all. Her last relationship had ended more disastrously than Stella could probably imagine." "Oh no, that's my sister," Jasmine said. "We're going on a trip to India on Thursday, and she's probably just reminding me to pack sunscreen or something." "A holiday? Just the two of you?" "The three of us. Our youngest sister's flying there from Australia." "That's lovely," Stella said. People always said this when Jasmine mentioned having two sisters. Lovely. Cozy teas and long chats. Some sort of unbreakable bond. Stella's smile was so bright that Jasmine didn't want to tell her how much she was dreading this trip with uppity Rajni and irritatingly perfect Sharina. "We're going there for our mum," Jasmine explained. "She passed away earlier this year, and we're doing a pilgrimage in her memory and scattering her ashes there." "Oh, that's beautiful. What a tribute," Stella breathed. She reached out and clasped Jasmine's hand. Now Stella probably had an image of three dutiful daughters in matching loose white robes, solemnly making their way up a misty mountain as they took turns carrying an urn filled with ashes. Again, inaccurate. Pilgrimages weren't even a requirement of their religion. She had done some quick Googling on Sikhism and sent all the links to Rajni as part of her continuing campaign to oppose everything her older sister wanted them to do. But after the cancer treatment stopped working, Mum had turned to all kinds of holy remedies. There were rituals she had been too weak to do, places she had been unable to visit for the last time, so her daughters were tasked with completing the journey. Jasmine noticed that Mum had sneaked in a few itinerary items that involved the sisters simply spending time together, probably because she knew they wouldn't bother to make the time otherwise. As far as Jasmine saw it, this trip was less about spirituality and more about Mum forcing them to travel together. This time, Jasmine's phone rang. "For fuck's sakes," she muttered. "Just answer it, darling. It could be important." "Thank you, Stella." Jasmine picked up the phone. "Rajni, I'm in the middle of work. Did you see my messages? You'll have to find your own way to the airport. Something came up at home last night, and I just have some things to deal with. Kabir's driving me there directly." "All right. Is that it?" "Yes." Rajni hesitated. "What time do you plan on leaving?" "I'll be at Heathrow 2 hours before we fly, Rajni. Don't you worry about it." You're still at work? Yes, and I have to get back to work. Bye now. Rajni had started saying something when Jasmine hung up. She put the phone on silent and turned back to Stella. Now, I'll be using 2 different concealers because we're really working with 2 different shades of irregularities here. Do I mix these? Stella asked. No. We're using this one for under your eyes and this one for those blemishes on your chin. Jasmine held up each bottle. While Stella inspected them, Jasmine glanced at her phone. She had a funny feeling. Why did it matter to Rajni that she was still at work now if she was only flying out on Thursday? I might need to write these down, Stella said, rummaging through her purse. Otherwise, I'll forget which one goes where. Here you go, Jasmine said, handing her a pencil and a card with a face drawn on it. Just draw an arrow to the eye area and write, Nude Secret 19. Stella had careful penmanship. Darling, you have such a lovely manner. Has anyone ever told you that? Jasmine smiled, surprised. Thank you. I must take your name card. Do you do private sessions as well? My daughter's looking for a good makeup artist for her wedding. It's only next spring, but good services get booked up so quickly. Jasmine's smile faltered. Next spring. Her stomach contracted at the thought of still working at a makeup counter. No, it wasn't possible. She was lying low and taking time for herself while the dust settled. People would move on. But Cameron said it wasn't necessarily about her. There's a lack of roles for Indian actresses to begin with, he'd explained, and directors can't really afford any bad PR if they're taking a chance on somebody new, so there's just a lot working against you at the moment. What he avoided saying was that there was one Polly Mishra already. He knew that Jasmine balked at the frequent comparisons between herself and that actress, who had overshadowed Jasmine's career as soon as she arrived on the scene. While Stella labeled her card, Jasmine stole a look at her phone. 3 missed calls from Rajni in the last 2 minutes, and a message. You do realize that we're flying out tonight, right? Jasmine's heart stopped. She nearly dropped her phone. She texted Rajni back. Yes, of course I know. Just finishing up and leaving straight from work. How the hell had this happened? It was Thursday they were supposed to leave, not Tuesday. She had a vague memory of a conversation with Rajni about finding a cheaper flight for Thursday. It's at 2 a.m., though, Rajni had said. I guess that's all right. And something in her tone annoyed Jasmine, so she had said, Not all of us have school holidays, you know. Rajni had booked the Thursday flight then. Or had Jasmine just imagined Rajni giving in? Sometimes she had entire conversations with Rajni in her mind. She used to do this with Mum, too. It was easier than fighting out loud. In the fantasy arguments, Jasmine always emerged the winner, with the other person apologizing and sometimes even groveling for forgiveness. They were leaving tonight, then. They were leaving tonight. She would have to call the manager and tell her something had come up. This could count for a family emergency. What's the primer called? Stella asked. It's just primer, Jasmine replied. Shit. She didn't even know where her suitcase was. Oh, dear, Stella murmured, as the pointy end of her pencil punctured the card. Oh, dear, indeed. At Melbourne Airport, an elderly Indian couple were being seen off by their extended family. Sharina watched them move like a swarm of bees to the departure gate. Do you think they're returning home? Or going back to visit? Sharina asked. Sehaj shrugged. Doesn't make a difference. They all have to go through the same gate. He was busy scrolling through his phone. Sharina glanced at his screen. Numbers and graphs. Work stuff, he'd mutter if she asked what was keeping him so busy. They look like they're going to visit. What do you think? Sharina asked, focusing on the family. Don't know, Sehaj muttered. I'm just trying to make conversation, Sharina said. Sehaj seemed to remember himself then. He put the phone aside and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Sorry, he murmured, pressing his lips to her temple. Sharina let her head sink into his chest. Finally, in this bustling international airport terminal, a small chance at intimacy before she left. The past couple of days had been filled with tense silences. She shut her eyes. Sehaj's shirt smelled like a mix of cologne and that fabric softener his mother had recommended. Her life as a married woman smelled like pressed linens. It was the first thing she had noticed when she moved into the joint family home 3 years ago. His fingers stroked her hair. She thought she might start to cry, so she twisted away from him, and then she felt a heavy weight rolling over her foot. Ow! She said, drawing her foot back. It was a suitcase. The woman dragging it didn't notice. She trotted off toward the gate in stilettos that looked like they were stabbing the ground with each step she took. I'd say they live here, and they're going back for a holiday, Sehaj said, nodding at the elderly couple. The family's too cheerful. Why would all their kids and grandkids be seeing them off then? Sharina wondered aloud. Long trip, maybe? Sehaj asked. They might have a home there where they spend a few months out of the year. These were a few good months to spend away from Melbourne. Every day, boulders of gray cloud rolled across the skies and showered the city with icy rain. Nobody in England thought it got cold in Australia. Even Sharina refused to believe it until she married Sehaj and came here. Now, whenever the news reported heat waves in July in Europe, Sharina looked out the window at the slick, wet roads and the tree branches bowing under the force of heavy wind, and she thought, how is that possible? How about them? Sehaj asked. He nodded at 2 young men. Brothers? Best friends? Best friends, Sharina said, delighted that they were playing this game again. On their honeymoon, stranded in the airport due to a snowstorm in Istanbul, another city Sharina did not expect to have winter, let alone snowstorms, they had passed the time making up stories about strangers. 3 years wasn't such a long time ago, but Sharina felt she needed to remind Sehaj of that carefree period in their lives. Do you remember finally getting on that flight from Istanbul and sitting behind the Hollywood spy couple? Sharina asked. Sehaj's eyes lit up with recognition. The ones who looked like movie stars and couldn't keep their hands off each other? They had kissed and snuggled the entire flight. Honeymooners, Sharina and Sehaj had decided, although those two put other newlyweds to shame with their public caresses and sighs. Then, just before the plane landed, they moved to 2 empty seats on opposite rows, and they disembarked separately. Sharina and Sehaj watched them step into different lines at customs, and then part ways without even acknowledging each other, the woman heading to the underground, the man staying behind at baggage claim. Definitely spies, Sehaj said. He liked his Cold War-era thrillers. Sharina checked the time. She needed to go soon. New destinations and boarding times winked on the departure screen. There were flights going to Berlin and Jakarta, Pretoria and Chicago. From where Sharina was standing, it was possible to go anywhere. This thought electrified her. It was like sitting in front of the laptop screen again, scrolling through profiles of eligible men, each one a window to a new future. Sehaj's body went tense, and her own stomach tightened. He looked like he was ready to say something. "I'd better get in there," Sharina said. "I told Jasmine I'd get us some duty-free stuff." It was a small, imperfect lie. When was the last time she and Jasmine spoke? If Jasmine needed something, she probably wouldn't tell her. "Okay, then," Sehaj said. He seemed distracted by his thoughts. They stood up, and he took her bag. The Indian family was still hovering at the departure gate, and the elderly couple weren't within view from here. "Excuse us," Sehaj said. The Indians didn't budge. "Excuse us," he said again, this time with more force. They shifted a little bit, their conversation too engrossing to follow any orders. "Come on, people. It's an airport. Get out of the way," Sehaj said. This caught their attention. Sharina took his hand, but he pulled away and elbowed through the crowd. "Sorry," she murmured, her head down. But she was annoyed at the family as well. Now her pleasant moment with Sehaj was gone. Sharina hugged her husband, hoping that this would dissolve his anger. His body was still stiff. "I'm sorry, Sage," Sharina said. How do some married couples fight all the time, she wondered. It was hard enough trying to get through this one conflict. Apologizing made her feel better. Even though she hadn't done anything wrong, she was sorry for the situation. Then Sehaj took something from his pocket. Sharina recognized the stationery, that stiff, cream-colored card, premier quality, and his mother's handwriting. Sharina took in the name and address and stared at Sehaj. "You can't come back unless you do this," Sehaj said, pressing the card into Sharina's hand. He didn't give her any time to respond before he walked off and disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 2.
Day 1. Arrival in Delhi. Be patient. India is not going to be like London. The pollution and the bustling crowds will overwhelm you immediately. You girls always joked that I talked too loudly and I turned everything into chaos. When you enter India, I want you to think about how it felt to leave this place and go somewhere as orderly as Britain, with ruler straight rows of houses and trains that run on time. I also want you to understand how hard it was for me, adjusting to all of that quiet.
Rajni's headache was returning, like fingers pressing against her skull. This newly built boutique hotel in Karol Bagh, with its patio dining, was far removed from the chaos of Delhi that they experienced on the journey from the airport. The hustling luggage handlers, the cab driver that dived into oncoming traffic to overtake his lane, the girls in tattered T-shirts that hung to their knees, dodging rickshaws and potholes with babies propped on their tiny hips. It had been a relief to finally arrive at the King's Paradise Hotel in one piece. But a glance around the lobby during check-in confirmed that the pictures on the booking website had been aspirational. The doorman's shoes left prints in the thin layer of plastered dust on the floor, and there was some loud, clanging construction going on upstairs. The owner was putting finishing touches on the place, the staff explained, as if their apologetic smiles could mask the strong smell of varnish that made Rajni's head throb. They promised, however, that the hotel cafe was 100% ready. The minute they sat down, Jasmine began making fun of the menu. She pointed at a list of indulgent summer beverage offerings. An iced vanilla mango smoothie topped with whipped cream and seasonal fruits. "Isn't that just a fancy mango lassi?" Jasmine mused. "Look at this one. An iced turmeric latte sprinkled with cinnamon and coconut shavings. That's just haldi doodh with ice and some toppings, isn't it?" "It sounds pretty good to me," Rajni said. She couldn't believe she had complained about the warmer weather in London last week when it only hit 27 degrees. It was close to 40 here, a furious heat that seemed to demand an apology. If Mum wanted them to appreciate Britain, mission accomplished. Jasmine gave a performance of smug disapproval as she continued to read the menu aloud. "King's Paradise Hotel Cafe is a true crossroads between the traditions of the East and the modern comforts of the West." She rolled her eyes. "So it's for people who want to say they've been to India without having eaten the food or experienced the culture authentically." "Could you not do that?" Rajni said. She was annoyed enough with the hotel's false advertising. "If I picked some 3-star hotel with monkeys shitting in the lobby for the sake of authenticity, I'd never hear the end of it from you and Sharina." She only added, "and Sharina," to soften the blow. They both knew Sharina never complained about anything. Jasmine ignored her and held up the menu. "Our monkeys are very well trained not to shit in the lobby. They have their own toilets made of fair trade ceramic by local artists. And they wipe their own arses with organic cotton tissues hand-woven by blind Himalayan nuns," she drawled. "Shut up," Rajni said, but it felt good to smile. All through the flight, she didn't stop replaying Anil's revelation and its aftermath, the panic that seized his face as she collapsed, the lack of remorse once she recovered. "You're being melodramatic," he'd cried, and it sounded so familiar that Rajni wondered if she'd fainted herself into a time warp where she was arguing with Mum. There had been a shouting match before Anil finally stormed out the door. Rajni and Kabir spent all of the next day fretting over his future. Anil finally returned about 20 minutes before they left for the airport, and he said, "Nothing's going to come between us, right?" For a moment, Rajni thought he was talking about their family. She nearly cried with relief. Then, as Anil began packing up his things, she understood. Rajni felt the panic rising in her stomach again. Her son would soon have a new family with his 36-year-old girlfriend. She pressed a hand to her chest and took a sharp breath. "Everything all right?" Jasmine asked. "Fine," Rajni said. "Thank goodness for this trip. Let Kabir talk some sense into their son. She had done all she could, mostly fainting and shouting, to no avail." She looked past the hotel's walled-in patio, where the foggy sky began. In the distance, a poorly tuned chorus of car horns pierced the atmosphere. The air smelled like burned rubber. Delhi. It couldn't be helped, Rajni supposed, although she wouldn't mind putting more mayhem at arm's length for a while. She had no desire to go out into the city, not after her last trip here with Mum. "I know my last trip to India was over 20 years ago, but the last-minute bookings were very expensive." In that part of the letter, Rajni could hear Mum's pointed tone. It took her years to recover her losses from that trip, and an even longer time to forgive Rajni for what happened. There was a young European couple in the pool. The deep, golden curlicues of a recent mehndi pattern showed strongly on the woman's pale hands as they cut through the water, a postcard picture of holiday tranquility. Rajni pulled copies of the trip itinerary from her bag. She had typed up Mum's letter and made duplicates for Sharina and Jasmine. Perhaps it was overkill. Jasmine's expression told her as much. But she had gone ahead and highlighted the activities according to 3 categories: spiritual, tourism, and sentimental. "Was your laminating machine broken?" Jasmine asked dryly, slapping the paper at Rajni. As a matter of fact, it was, but Rajni didn't say so. "I thought we'd look this over together." "Shouldn't we wait till Sharina wakes up from a nap? She might have some suggestions." "Mum set the itinerary," Rajni reminded Jasmine. "It's not like there's any discussion or negotiating involved." "I'm sure we can tweak it a little." Rajni stared at Jasmine. No, they could not tweak it a little. This tendency to apply her own interpretation to Mum's wishes had nearly gotten them all into massive trouble recently. Had Jasmine forgotten? No. Jasmine matched her with an even look. She knew what she was doing, insisting that she was right. "Jasmine, I think you're missing the point. Can you call me Jasmine, please?" Jasmine looked stricken all of a sudden. "With a Z? I changed it legally 2 years ago, and you're still the only person who calls me Jasmine." "I'll try to remember," Rajni replied, but she didn't think she'd try too hard. She loved the name Jasmine. Mum had let her choose it. It was the sort of privilege that came with being 11 when your younger sister was born. 2 years ago, Jasmine had gone through some crisis over turning 30 and sent out an email to close friends and family saying that she was legally changing her name. Rajni hadn't paid too much attention. Jasmine thrived on theatrical announcements, so she was surprised when Jasmine followed through with it. What difference did one letter make? Rajni wondered. But she didn't need to hear an explanation from Jasmine, with all of the accompanying eye-rolling and pouting and the you-just-don't-get-it looks. Rajni pointed to the itinerary, her finger resting on the header. The Golden Temple, Amritsar. "If the purpose of this trip is to do a pilgrimage for Mum, then we're following this itinerary," she tried again. "I get that, but I think there's room to be flexible if, say, we don't want to spend too much time in one place, or we decide we want an extra day somewhere." "It's not that kind of trip," Rajni insisted. Jasmine plucked the sunglasses off her head and adjusted them on the bridge of her nose. She turned away so only her profile was visible to Rajni. Those angular cheekbones, the small mole just at the top corner of her lip. The last time Rajni had stared so intently at her sister was at Mum's funeral, when the bruise on Jasmine's cheek was just healing. There were no traces of it now. "We'll have lots of quality time together, the 3 of us," Rajni added. Hearing the false cheer in her voice, she was grateful that she couldn't fully catch Jasmine's reaction. They all needed to sit together and talk about what happened in Mum's final hours. A calm and healing discussion, now that they had some distance from all of it. Kabir had warned Rajni that it was naive to think reconciliation would be so easy, but she reckoned it was all in the atmosphere. The banks of the gently rippling waters surrounding the Golden Temple in Amritsar were much more conducive to open-heart conversations than a pret-a-manger in London. And how often were the 3 sisters in the same place now that Sharina had moved to Australia? Rajni was determined that they could make peace and move on. "You know, pilgrimages aren't even a requirement of the Sikh religion," Jasmine said. I'm aware of that, Rajni replied calmly. Jasmine was not going to get under her skin. Of all people, Rajni knew the futility of rituals. She had been a teenager when Dad died, and Mum began performing little ceremonies to improve their family's fate. Rajni thought that luck and fate were one and the same. Dad's death had been unlucky, but Mum saw connections to a greater plan that needed adjusting. A waiter appeared at their table. He was young, with glossy, gelled hair spiked upward, and a name tag that read Tarun. He probably didn't think Rajni noticed his eyes lingering on the line of cleavage that ran into Jasmine's tight tank top. I'll have an avocado, lime, and cilantro smoothie, please, she said. Jasmine made eye contact with Tarun and smiled. Madam, I'm so very sorry, but this drink is unavailable, he said. Okay, then, Rajni said, opening the menu. I'll have the... Oh, this looks nice. The peach and strawberry daiquiri. Tarun looked embarrassed. Madam, we don't have any strawberries at the moment. That's all right, Jasmine cooed. Honestly, did she have to be such a flirt? Rajni scanned the menu. Here, this one. She pointed at the description that Jasmine had been making fun of earlier. Below it, there was a picture of the iced vanilla mango smoothie with whipped cream and seasonal fruits. I'll have one. Jasmine, you want one? No, thanks, Jasmine said. I'll just have a cup of chai. He smiled brightly at Jasmine. We have chai. So, madam, I repeat your order. 1 chai, 1 vanilla mango smoothie. He strutted off before Rajni could ask about the selection of seasonal fruit. Rajni made another attempt with the itinerary. It's an early start tomorrow, if we're going to do the morning seva at the Bangla Sahib, Rajni said. Jasmine did not respond. She was staring intently at her phone all of a sudden, her features scrunched in concentration. Moments later, she relaxed, but she continued to steal glimpses of the screen. Are you connected? Rajni asked. They still haven't confirmed my account yet. The staff at the mobile phone kiosk in the airport had assured Rajni it would take less than 10 minutes to verify her details, but here they were, nearly 2 hours later, and she still didn't have any data. I'm using the hotel's Wi-Fi, Jasmine said. So what are we doing tomorrow? We'll cook and serve langar. It was the foremost thing on Mum's itinerary, not that she could expect Jasmine to have read it. So Mum sent us to India to wash dishes, Jasmine said. She looked up from her phone. She must have taken some joy putting that task in the itinerary. Make my daughters do housework like good girls. Men volunteer in the kitchen too, Rajni reminded her. But when they go home, they get to put their feet up, don't they? Rajni thought of Kabir and Anil sitting in their twin recliners watching football while she flitted around them, sometimes still wearing her blazer and work shoes. She said, which was her standard reply when she agreed, but didn't want to. Her phone buzzed on the table. It was a message. Mrs. Rajni Shergill Chaga, welcome to India. You have signed up for 2 MB of data and free calls within India. Please call this number to confirm your identity. Finally, she said. After keying in her birth date and the special PIN code, Rajni was connected to an operator who asked her for one last confirmation of her identity. Your father's name, ma'am? Until she agreed to make this trip to India, Rajni hadn't mentioned Dad's name in years, but everybody here needed to know. The visa forms asked for his name. The customs officer required her to confirm it before letting her pass the gates, and now she couldn't register for a temporary mobile phone account without saying whose daughter she was. It didn't matter that he'd been dead since she was a teenager. "Devinder Singh Shergill," she said. The operator processed this information, and after a series of clicks and rapid typing, pronounced her connected. "When you and Sharina get your phones sorted, there's an app that you should download," Rajni said. "Find Me. It uses the GPS to keep track of each other's movements. I've used it on school trips." Supposedly it used up lots of data, but it had saved Rajni from losing other people's children, so the disadvantages were greatly outweighed by the benefits. Jasmine stared at her nails and picked at a cuticle with her teeth. "Why do we need that?" she asked. "We're going to be together all the time anyway." She made it sound like a prison sentence. "It's a big country," Rajni replied. "A big, unpredictable country. It's easy to get lost here." "Isn't that the point of coming to India?" Jasmine asked, nodding at the European couple in the pool. They were both floating on their backs now and gently flipping their toes. "To get lost? And then find ourselves again?" "Oh, you want to argue." This was what Mum would say if any of them were being contrary. It was a warning against proceeding any further with their case, whether it was extending a curfew or picking a quarrel for the sake of it, which was Jasmine's specialty. Rajni had to bite her tongue to keep from saying the same thing to Anil whenever he questioned her. Jasmine waved to somebody in the distance. "Hey, sleepyhead!" Sharina entered the foyer wearing a brilliant turquoise caftan and white espadrille sandals that crisscrossed her slender ankles. It was the other women in the cafe who turned to stare. That was the difference between her two sisters, Rajni observed. Men looked at Jasmine and hungered after her long legs. Women took note of the details that assembled petite Sharina like a doll. The shiny shoulder-length hair, the bracelet that matched the bag. And that ring. Rajni couldn't help staring as if it was the first time she'd noticed it. Had Sharina's diamond got bigger? Her white gold wedding band sparkled as well. But the diamond engagement ring looked like something you saw on the news after a successful archaeological dig. Tacky, she'd thought immediately after seeing it the first time, even though she knew just how many carats it was worth. Sharina hadn't said anything, of course. Rajni had looked up huge diamond ring on the internet and trawled through pictures until she found one that matched, and then looked up its value. If it was true that a man spent 3 months' salary on the engagement ring, then Sehaj was making very good money indeed. But then, they all knew that already. The heir to one of Australia's largest family-owned property businesses was not going to skimp on accessories for his fiancée. "All caught up on your sleep?" Jasmine asked. "I'm getting there," Sharina said. As she settled at the table, Rajni noticed dark circles under her eyes. "Nice hotel, Raj," Sharina said, looking around. "It's pretty quiet here." "I'm so glad somebody appreciates my efforts," Rajni said, giving Jasmine a pointed look. "That's a lovely dress," Jasmine said, but Rajni noticed her studying Sharina as well. There was a small slump in her shoulders that the bright caftan could not disguise. "Thanks," Sharina said. "I'm afraid it takes me a while to get over the jet lag, so if I sneak off for another nap, don't mind me." "As long as you're up at the crack of dawn tomorrow to serve at the temple," Jasmine said. "That early?" Sharina asked. She's exaggerating, Rajni said. We'll get up when we get up. Okay, said Sharina. No later than 9, though, Rajni added. So how's it all going, Sharina? You've been so quiet on Facebook. I don't really do social media anymore, Sharina said with a shrug. Being a school principal, Rajni wasn't crazy about it either, but she used it to keep up with old friends, and she found that Sharina had suddenly stopped posting pictures and status updates. Her last activity was a condolence message on her wall from an old classmate dated the day after Mum's funeral. How's work? It's good, Sharina said quickly. Very busy lately. I'm glad to have some time off. Oh, Rajni said. That explained the dark circles then. She waited for Sharina to say more, but she was just leaning toward Jasmine and staring right at her chest. Is that a new tattoo, Jaz? Sharina asked. Jasmine grinned and nodded. She pulled down the neck of her tank top to reveal a black letter Z with vines and tiny flowers woven through it. For heaven's sakes, Rajni thought. I'd been thinking about getting it ever since I made the name change official, but I didn't know where to get it. Where, as in the tattoo parlor, or where on your body? Sharina asked. Where on my body? Jasmine said. I didn't want it to be too obvious, like on my forearm or something. Then I thought about some really secret places, like my inner thigh, but I wanted it to be a little more visible than that. Ouch, inner thigh, Sharina said, wincing. I like this spot, Jasmine said. She kept her neckline low. Rajni couldn't help herself. You need to be a little careful, Jasmine, she said. She knew what she sounded like, and she didn't care. Oh, the instruments were all sterile. This was the same guy who did my first 2 tats. I mean, you need to be careful about... Rajni began to gesture at Jasmine's blouse and ended up waving at her whole outfit. Jasmine looked amused. You don't think I only packed shorts and bikini tops for this trip, do you? It's Delhi. Supposedly we're in India for religious reasons. I've got other clothes. I should hope so, Rajni said. Sharina picked up the menu. These juices look refreshing. She waved over the waiter. He came bounding back. Hello again, Tarun, Jasmine said, flashing him a warm smile. Her tattoo was on full display, and Rajni was sure she did this just to spite her. She leaned forward slightly, exposing the deep line of her cleavage. I'll have the mint, green apple, and carrot detox juice, please, Sharina said. Madam, so sorry, but unfortunately, we don't have any carrots at the moment, Tarun said. Just the green apple on its own would be fine, Sharina said. Tarun looked very troubled. I must apologize, madam, but we are out of all fruits at the moment. Which meant Rajni's mango smoothie with seasonal fruits would be made of what, exactly? What do you have, then? Rajni snapped. She handed him the menu. Go on. Point it out for me. Tarun nodded at the menu, his features squeezed, as if she'd challenged him to conjure all of the missing menu items. The look of concentration on his face made Rajni momentarily ache for Anil. It had been a while since she'd seen him so vulnerable. Something happened around the time he became a teenager, when his whole existence suddenly depended upon appearing tough and streetwise. After Rajni reluctantly conceded to letting Anil take his gap year to work, she couldn't help pointing out that his regular outfits of hoodies and baggy pants weren't going to impress any employers. If they can't accept my authentic self, then I ain't accepting their job offer, Anil replied. Accept, Rajni had snapped, and walked off as Anil scowled and muttered, That's what I said, though. Madam, I really don't know what to tell you, Tarun said. It's really all right, Tarun, Jasmine said. It's not your fault. Tarun uttered another apology and scrambled away. Really, Raj? Did you have to scold him like that? Jasmine asked. I'm sorry, but when I'm given a menu, I expect items I can actually order, not a wish list. He's doing his best, Jasmine said. We're in India. Adjust your expectations. You can't throw your weight around like some colonial returnee. Nobody puts up with that nonsense anymore. You think you can just blend in with everyone here? I'd like to see you try to walk outside wearing that outfit and all that makeup and showing off that tattoo. There. It was done. She couldn't even create one day of peace with Jasmine. I don't need another mother on my bloody case, Jasmine used to shout when she was a teenager. Mother. Jasmine always said this word like a foul word was supposed to come after it. Sharina had a talent for taking herself out of these arguments. Rajni had noticed her training her eyes on the couple in the pool as they splashed each other playfully. Now she picked up the itinerary. Why don't we talk about tomorrow? She suggested. Yes, why don't we? Jasmine said. She took the itinerary from Sharina and studied it. Rajni knew it by heart. She had studied it so many times. I was really hoping to take a side trip, but I guess that's not on the schedule. Rajni sighed. Where exactly were you planning on going, Jasmine? There's a music festival in Goa, and then I thought I'd get a city fix in Bombay after getting through all these holy places. There's a ton of cheap flights to the south. I'll get to the Vitosha mountain in Bulgaria for skiing season, and then spend a few days in Sofia. Anil and Jasmine were alike in this funny way. They talked about places they hadn't been to with such familiarity and confidence. Like when Anil said, I am going to give it all up for her. A shudder went through Rajni. What a fool, she kept on saying to Kabir. What a stupid fool our son turned out to be. They had spent all of Anil's life trying to steer him toward a steady future, giving him every opportunity at success. More opportunities than children with siblings, Rajni and Kabir told each other over the years, a salve for the pain of being unable to have any more kids. Anil had all of their resources and attention, and although Rajni didn't always understand her son, why, for example, did he insist on being from the streets when he grew up in a lovely Victorian terrace in North London? She never expected his path to diverge this far from her expectations. I'm afraid my plans have changed slightly as well, Sharina said. She pointed to the final item on the itinerary. The trek to Hemkund Sahib, where they were meant to scatter Mum's ashes in Lokpal Lake. I was going to email you about it, but I thought it would be better to tell you in person. Tell us what? Rajni asked. Sharina took in a deep breath. It's really a last-minute thing. Sehaj's family, the extended family in Punjab, they haven't met me yet. I agreed ages ago to visit their village at the end of July. Rajni stared at Sharina. Was she really telling them now that she would be skipping out on the most important part of the pilgrimage? The mountain trek would be the most strenuous part of their journey. Rajni hadn't sent her sisters multiple links to websites about preventing acute mountain sickness for Sharina to just opt out of going altogether. I'm very sorry, Sharina said. This is a crucial part of the journey, though. I've kept Mum's ashes all this time and brought them to India so we could carry out her wishes. Can't Sehaj's family see you a few days later? Rajni asked. They're a huge family. People have already made plans to travel down. If I change the dates at the last minute, it'll look bad. The last minute? Plans for this trip had been in the works since Mum's death in November. Rajni saw an opportunity to lecture Sharina on priorities. She had missed her chance when Sharina returned to Australia so quickly after the funeral. But Sharina lowered her eyes, as if expecting to be scolded. Rajni glanced at Jasmine. There wasn't much Rajni and Jasmine agreed on, but Sharina's marriage to Sehaj had united them, if only in a cursory way. They shared little observations about how Sharina had disappeared into her role. In that first year, every time Rajni sent a message to check in with Sharina, the replies were about Sehaj and his extended family, new business ventures, celebrations of other marriages. Jasmine also reported to Rajni that she noticed Sharina had taken down all pictures of herself on social media in any skirts above the knee, or at parties where cocktail glasses and beer bottles were visible. It was surprising, because although Sharina had always been obliging, she had never really struck Rajni as an aspiring, conservative Indian trophy wife. In university, Sharina had been ambitious enough to do summer internships at PR firms where she wanted to work one day, and after graduation, she landed a good job, earning a salary in her own right. Rajni knew that all sorts of women chose the arranged marriage route these days, not just the traditional ones who wanted to keep house and have babies right away. Yet Sehaj's wealth seemed to have bought a certain acquiescence from Sharina. The ring would have cost him 6 digits. Rajni had confirmed to Jasmine in a single-line email when Sharina got engaged, to which Jasmine had responded, OMG, seriously? Rajni was hoping to catch Jasmine's attention for another "can you believe this" moment. But Jasmine was busy staring at her phone again. She thumbed urgently at the screen, her lips moving as she read something quietly to herself. Rajni was tempted to pluck the phone from Jasmine's hands and toss it into the pool. Madam, your orders. Tarun arrived with a tray and 2 drinks that looked nothing like the pictures. Thank you very much, Sharina said, clearing the itinerary from the table. Rajni took a sip of her smoothie. It was a mango lassi, and it was sickeningly sweet, like drinking pure syrup. The rapid fire of a drill went off in the lobby, rattling her nerves. Anything else I can get you, madam? Tarun asked tentatively. Yes, I'd like to fast forward to the end of this trip, please, Rajni wanted to say. Being a wife and mother was complicated enough. She didn't want to be a daughter and a sister as well. I'd like these 10 days to be over as soon as possible. Tarun wouldn't be able to grant this request, but there was nothing new about that. Chapter 3.
Day 2. Gurudwara Bangla Sahib. If the doctors had let me travel to just one place, it would be to this holy shrine, to honor the memory of our 8th Guru, Guru Har Krishan. He was invited to stay here as a guest when it was the magnificent bungalow of a Rajput prince. During our Guru's time here, an epidemic of smallpox and cholera swept over Delhi. Instead of resting in the comfort and safety of the bungalow, he went out to bring food and medicine to the suffering. You will spend the morning serving others by working in the Gurudwara Bangla Sahib kitchen. think about what this place once was and what it continues to represent. A home and a place of healing. It's a symbol of selflessness, sacrifice, and service. If only I could get there, I know I'd be better.
Jasmine woke up the next morning to a ping, and she lunged for her phone, nearly knocking over the bedside lamp. She had set up a Google alert for searches of her name to keep track of what people were saying about her. So far, nobody had made the connection between the host of Disaster Tube and the security footage from the Feng Shui restaurant in Soho, showing a woman going berserk and causing more expensive property damage than she could imagine. Jasmine still maintained she was acting in self-defense, although she knew that the video didn't show the scale of the threat to her. The alert that came up this morning was similar to those that had popped up yesterday while she was sitting by the pool with her sisters. Somebody describing a clip he had seen on Disaster Tube and criticizing Jasmine's introduction of it. Somebody tell Jasmine Shergill to shut up already. God, she's annoying. Yesterday's alert had been kinder. An entertainment feature on celebrities who could be twins. There were the usual comparisons between Jasmine and Polly Mishra, although this writer did refer to Jasmine as a fun and fabulous TV host, and Polly as simply an actress. Was that a subtle snub at Polly? Jasmine hoped so. God, she's annoying. Jasmine knew better than to let comments from strangers online bother her, but she found herself clicking on that guy's profile and searching for comments that he'd posted on other videos. It took a few minutes, but eventually she found another criticism. Are we supposed to believe that this guy did it all without the help of steroids? LOL, give me a break, he'd posted under a video of a bodybuilder showcasing an impressive lifting routine using household objects. He was a serial troll then. At least he wasn't one of those guys who sent around a petition to get Jasmine and Polly Mishra to have a naked boxing match. Those sorts of things cropped up every now and then. Once outside the tube station a few weeks ago, a man approached Jasmine cautiously, saying, "I hope you don't mind me saying, but you look a lot like Polly Mishra." Jasmine had flashed him a gracious smile and said, "Yes, people say I look like her." It was the deep-set eyes and the sharp cheekbones, she'd been told. She and Polly Mishra also both wore their shoulder-length hair loose and slightly wavy, although Jasmine distinguished herself with caramel highlights. The man replied, "Oh, I'm glad you're not offended. I met her once, and when I told her she looked like Jasmine Shergill, she was very annoyed." Screw Polly Mishra, Jasmine thought. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and sprang up with more enthusiasm than intended. Her head swam to cope with the sudden rush of blood, and the room went dark momentarily. Gripping the bedside table, Jasmine was taken back to the days of her hypochondria phase. Every minor glitch in her system had been a potential symptom of impending death. Could she be blamed? Dad's death had been so careless and simple. He had slipped in the shower and hit his head, then carried on with his day. If he had gone to the doctor, a scan would have revealed the dangerous blood clot that resulted from the impact and killed him on his walk to his car after work several days later. Needless to say, Jasmine was very careful when walking on slippery surfaces. But there was only so much she could do about inheriting weak, sickly genes from Mum. After Mum's cancer diagnosis, Jasmine had made multiple mammogram appointments, which she was then forced to cancel because she was informed that she was abusing the national health system. After her shower, Jasmine got dressed and went down to the lobby. Sharina and Rajni weren't there yet, so Jasmine stepped out for a moment into the haze of Delhi. The air was dense with noise and movement, and the summer heat bored into her skin immediately. Horns blared incessantly here, and the air was thick with dust. But this was also a city where disappearing was possible, a thrilling possibility. In a frank evaluation of her career prospects after her contract wasn't renewed, Jasmine had considered packing up and moving to India because she had a chance of anonymity here, or at least starting over. But what did starting over mean? She had spent years flitting from one audition to another, landing only minor parts in commercials and extra roles in EastEnders. Her small chance at national visibility had arrived only 9 months ago, and then she had blown it over one moment of foolishness. There could be another decade of proving herself all over again. The dizzying maze of shops, traffic, and tea stands that made up Karol Bagh Market was just around the corner. The King's Paradise Hotel was tucked away at the end of a service alley. Next door, a row of crumbling shop houses sat obscured behind tangled telephone wires and crisscrossed bamboo scaffolding. A stray dog with jutting ribs crouched under a parked van to seek shade. One of the alley walls was adorned with fading pictures of Hindu goddesses, under a sign saying, "Do not disrespect." Jasmine wondered if images of these deities really did anything to deter men from pissing on the walls, as they were intended. Judging from the acrid whiff of urine in the air, probably not. A valet with gel-slicked hair approached her and asked if she needed a taxi. "In a moment," Jasmine said, looking over her shoulder. Rajni was coming out of the lift, wearing beige linen pants and a flowy silk blouse which matched the scarf wrapped loosely around her neck for covering her head later. "Where is Sharina?" Jasmine asked. She self-consciously smoothed out the wrinkles in her own cotton camise top. How did Rajni have the patience to press and iron everything, even on holiday? "She was still sleeping when I called her room," Rajni said. "Must be the jet lag again," Jasmine said. The punishing heat burned through Jasmine's clothes. They returned to the lobby and sank into the plush sofas. The air bore the potent smell of disinfectant. At the reception desk, a woman wearing a red blazer held the phone to her ear. "This is your wake-up call, sir," she said, and then she nodded and replaced the receiver. "Did you sleep well?" Rajni asked. "A few hours," Jasmine said. "You?" "I never sleep well in hotels." A television screen mounted on the wall flashed brightly. It was the morning news, but the presenter only took up a small square on the screen. Banner ads rolled across the length of the screen, and neon columns showed the latest stock market figures. It was like watching a casino machine. "I was watching one of those sing-along shows on TV last night," Jasmine said. "Mum loved those." "Mum and Dad used to watch them together," Rajni said. "Dad would hum along, and Mum would shush him for ruining the song." Jasmine smiled. "I think I remember that." It was hard to know which early memories were hers, and which were constructed by Rajni's recollections, but she thought she could hear Dad's off-key humming. She was only 5 years old when he died, and sometimes she envied Rajni for having known Dad for so many more years. Jasmine longed to say things like, "I got my laugh from my father," or "My father used to say that." A sense of legacy would help her feel less lost, especially now that Mum was gone too. "I do the same thing now when those shows come on," Rajni said. "You hum along?" I shush Kabir. No surprise there. "And does Anil watch as well?" "He did when he was little. Now he pops in his earphones and just watches whatever he wants on the iPad." That sounded like Anil, hypnotized by a world beyond his parents' living room. Since he hit adolescence, Jasmine had only seen about 3 emotions register on her nephew's face: sullen, bored, and enthralled, but only by whatever was on his phone. His intrigue factor had spiked only briefly over the weekend when she spotted him skulking around the perfume counter at the mall. Excited that he might have a girlfriend, and at the prospect of torturing Rajni with the info, Jasmine had waited for him to leave before sidling up to the counter girl to get the scoop. "He wanted something mature," she sighed, throwing a sorrowful look at the sugar and spice line for teen girls. Jasmine was disappointed too. All of that anticipation, and Anil turned out to be buying a gift for his mother, whose birthday was next month. "Should we call Sharina again or something?" Jasmine asked. "She might have gone back to sleep." "Give her 10 minutes, Rajni said. She glanced toward the hotel lifts. "Do you think it's weird that she didn't tell us about visiting Sehaj's family till yesterday?" Jasmine shrugged. "Maybe she got the dates confused. It sounds like she's been really busy." Rajni frowned. She didn't look satisfied with this response, and truthfully, neither was Jasmine, but it seemed that Sharina had become another casualty to marriage, like so many other women Jasmine knew. Appointments were never set in stone, and they often brought their partners along to dinner at the last minute. "Is it just me, or does she look different?" Rajni asked. "She's gained weight, hasn't she?" Jasmine said. She wanted to sound concerned, but she could hear the glee in her voice. "Shame on you," a voice scolded Jasmine. "I was thinking more about those dark circles under her eyes. She looks worn out." There was pleasure in Rajni's tone as well. Jasmine decided it couldn't be helped. All their lives, Sharina never had a blemish, on her face or her character. If they had to be petty to find one, or two, so be it. "I feel bad," Jasmine said anyway. "Maybe something's going on." That would certainly be interesting. After a lifetime of meeting parental expectations, Sharina was long overdue for a crisis. Develop a pill addiction, join a cult, something. It would certainly take the pressure off Jasmine to be the default family screw-up. "I gained a bit of weight in the year after I got married as well," Rajni said. "If anything, it's good to see some meat on her bones again. She was so skinny for her wedding. Near the end, she was on a steady diet of leaves and broth." Rajni had a point. Sharina had been a little obsessed with her figure. "I remember going over to Mum's to help decorate the house for the wedding a couple of days before Sehaj's relatives arrived. She'd bought all those fairy lights, which took ages to put up, and we lost track of time and ordered pizza. Sharina ate one slice and then went to the gym for 2 hours," Jasmine recalled. She had admired and secretly envied Sharina's discipline. At an audition the next day, Jasmine had to suck in her tummy to prevent the casting director from seeing the paunch created by her 6 slices. She didn't get the role. "She'd tell us if she was pregnant, wouldn't she?" Rajni asked. "Sharina's quite private about her life these days," Jasmine reminded Rajni. Sharina hadn't told them anything about searching for an arranged marriage online. She never even mentioned her courtship with Sehaj. all 6 months of it, until he came to London to meet her in person and proposed on their second date. Everything happened quickly from that point, and nobody objected because Sehaj was such a catch. Good-looking, wealthy, and from a respected family. Then she said yes and moved all the way to Australia. If that wasn't an effort to keep her distance from her family, Jasmine didn't know what was. "That's not something she'd keep from us, though," Rajni said. "Probably not, but I don't think we're necessarily the first to know about things with Sharina." Were we ever? Jasmine wondered. For as long as she could remember, Sharina had preferred to keep her thoughts and emotions closely guarded. Next to her, Jasmine always felt like she was exaggerating whenever she expressed her, admittedly wide and varied range of emotions. "I wish it weren't like that," Rajni replied. Jasmine shrugged. "It's her choice," she said, although she had been hurt when Sharina announced her engagement. Why didn't she even tell Jasmine she was seeing someone? "It's a shame if we can't communicate. I'd like to think we can talk about things with each other." Jasmine noticed that Rajni had turned to face her and was giving her a meaningful look. "Oh, don't you dare," she thought. They were not going to talk about Mum in the same space as speculating over Sharina's weight gain. In fact, Jasmine was determined to not discuss Mum's final moments with anyone, least of all Rajni. "The weight gain is probably just a post-wedding thing," Jasmine said. She made a deliberate shift toward the television screen and stared intently at it. The flashing graphics gave her an instant headache, but at least Rajni couldn't try to engage her in any more conversation. The newscaster wore a grim expression, which belied the brilliant hues of her sari, and the ticker speeding across the screen announcing the engagement of 2 Bollywood stars. When Sharina finally joined them in the lobby at 8:30 a.m., Jasmine noticed the dark circles under her eyes were gone. Her lips shone with pink gloss and a touch of rouge, which brightened up her face. She was the only one of them wearing a traditional salwar kameez, with her long hair also pulled back in a bun. The weight gain was still there, though, a roundness in her cheeks that actually made her look, Jasmine felt a twinge of jealousy, a little bit prettier. It was a short distance from the hotel to the Gurdwara Bangla Sahib, but the roads were already clogged with traffic by the time they left the hotel. The taxi could only inch along the wide boulevard under the Karol Bagh metro bridge. The driver's window was rolled down, letting in the sound of every puttering engine and trilling horn. People dodged around vehicles, taking their chances every time there was a pause in traffic. Heat shimmered atop the silver surfaces of street vendors' carts as the taxi inched along the busy road. Sharina's mouth watered when she caught a whiff of pakoras being deep-fried in bubbling oil. On the taxi's dashboard, a multicolored row of miniature plastic deities created a shrine to Hinduism. It looked like the dashboard of that taxi Sharina had taken home from after-work drinks in Melbourne one night, except it was populated with icons and symbols from all religions, plus one Pokémon bobblehead. Too much wine on an empty stomach had made Sharina chatty that night. "Do these guys join forces to protect you?" she'd asked the driver. "Yes," he said with a laugh. "More religions, more power." "What's your actual religion, then?" "I'm Muslim," he said, "from Somalia. You?" "Sikh," Sharina replied. "From Britain by way of India." She spotted a small card bearing Guru Nanak's picture, between a miniature Buddha and a little Arabic scroll on the dashboard and pointed him out. "He's one of mine," she said. "My mum always said, just think of God as your father. But that's wrong, I think." The words just kept tumbling out of her mouth. "My father died when I was just 2. The outburst was met with silence. "Sorry," she mumbled. The driver waited until he reached a traffic light before turning around, his warm, kind eyes meeting Sharina's. "It's okay," he said. "In my car, you have countless blessings." Now Sharina focused her attention on the sprawl of Delhi. Shops were stacked like uneven bricks with shouting block-lettered signs. English Language Institute, Aliyah's Beauty School, ICCS Tech Solutions. Simpler services took place under the Karol Bagh Metro Bridge. A barber arranged his tools on a low wooden stool and beckoned his first customer from a small crowd of men. A pair of toddlers, naked from the waist down, their limbs coated in soot, helped their mother sort through a pile of plastic bottles. The road ahead narrowed and widened inexplicably, its borders determined by the debris that spilled out onto the edges. Benches from chai stalls, a rusty abandoned wheelbarrow overflowing with rubbish. Rising behind them was a skyline of anemic pink and beige buildings. The potholed surfaces of the road made Sharina jostle with her sisters in the back seat. A few times she caught the driver looking at their reflections in the rearview mirror, and she realized his eyes were tracking the movements of their jiggling breasts. "Not obvious at all, mate," Jasmine muttered, but she shifted to occupy more space in the mirror. "You know what you're supposed to say to put them in their place, right?" Rajni said to Sharina. "Don't you have a sister? Don't you have a mother?" Hearing these English words, the driver focused back on the road. "See? It works." "So it's our job to summon a woman the men own in some way?" Jasmine retorted. This thought occurred to Sharina, too, but she suppressed it, knowing that this type of argument belonged in a different place. It was the sort of thing her friend Lauren from work would say. The driver's eyes locked with Sharina's. She adjusted her dupatta so it concealed her chest. An easy solution. Nothing needed to be said. Worshippers and tourists were already milling about outside the Gurdwara when they pulled up. "Water! Water! Cold, cold water!" called a man, pushing a cart full of plastic bottles ahead of him. Taut muscles bulged through the sheen of sweat on his skinny calves. A marbled walkway led the sisters away from the tangle of cars and people on the street and toward the temple. It was tiered and white, like a wedding cake, finished with golden caramel on the domes. Nearby, the water of the Sarovar rippled gently, catching flecks of sunlight. First, they had to deposit their shoes at a counter, which they swapped for metal tags. Then they returned to the Gurdwara's entrance and stepped in a shallow trough to clean their feet. They climbed the carpeted stairs and shuffled along with the crowd into the prayer hall. Ceiling fans and chandeliers dangled from the hall's roof, and the floor was covered in soft red carpet. At the center was an elaborate golden trellis, its patterns delicate like embroidery. 3 men sat cross-legged there, thumping on tablas and singing holy hymns. The Guru Granth Sahib lay open on a gilded platform, its pages framed by a thick garland of marigolds. Sharina found a small space to bow, touch her head to the floor, and then slip her small tithing into the bank. Pushing herself to her feet again, Sharina felt the discomfort of her padded body. This weight gain gave her an imbalance she was unused to. She stumbled slightly and recovered. She sneaked a look at Jasmine and Rajni to see if they had noticed, but they were pressing their own foreheads to the floor and making their donations. Hopefully she was concealing it well enough, but if anybody asked, she'd say, "Just a bit of winter weight. I need to cut back." She'd laugh and look embarrassed, so they'd know she was trying, and hopefully they would know to drop the subject. The other day she had made the mistake of opening her wedding album again, and afterward she was unable to look at herself in the mirror, saddened by her fuller cheeks and her collarbone fading behind a new layer of skin. Sharina had wanted to dive into those photographs and make her wedding day come to life again. As soon as she and Rajni and Jasmine found a place to sit, she closed her eyes and little snapshots of the ceremony rushed into her consciousness. Her hennaed feet poking out from under a full lehenga skirt that floated as she stepped closer to the altar. The walk around the holy book with Sehaj as their guests looked on approvingly. Peering out from under her heavily jeweled dupatta, she had been so pleased to see the abundance of her husband's guests. Cousins, uncles, nephews, aunties, 2 sets of grandparents. They had flown a long way to see the firstborn son of the family get married. And when she presented herself in those glorious bridal adornments, she felt as if she had earned her place. She couldn't help comparing them to her own threadbare family. A smattering of distant relatives, her widowed mother, 2 sisters, always bickering, never just listening to one another. "Do your family members get along with each other?" she'd asked Sehaj after they met on the Sikh matrimonial website and arranged a phone call. "We rarely argue," he'd replied. "What's that like?" she'd asked. He thought she was joking. He told her that he had always had a good relationship with his mother. "After my father died when I was 16, my mother and I became even closer," he said. That was when Sharina decided she wanted to keep getting to know Sehaj. She reminded herself not to get her hopes up. There were countless stories on the arranged marriage message boards about men being nothing like the pictures and personas they presented online. During the next conversation, she asked if they could do a video call, and she was both relieved and thrilled to see that Sehaj's handsome profile photo had not been altered or taken 10 years ago during a fitter phase. There was not so much as a receding hairline to distinguish the live person on her screen from the one in the picture on her successful matches list on the matrimonial site. Not wanting to seem desperate, though, Sharina waited for Sehaj to initiate the first in-person meeting. After a few months of chatting on the phone, he finally said he wanted to come to London to see her. Again, Sharina was relieved to see that Sehaj was real, and just as much a gentleman as he was on the phone. He opened doors for her, kissed her lightly on the cheek at the end of their first date, and told her he was looking forward to seeing her again. At one point, Sharina was bold enough to ask how Sehaj was still single. He was certainly the most eligible bachelor on the matrimonial site, and his membership had been active for a year before Sharina came along. "There were other girls," Sehaj shrugged. "But they balked at the idea of living with my mother. I can't compromise on that, though. She's family, and that's what I'm here for. If I don't look after her, who will?" Sharina thought it was sweet. She only met her mother-in-law for the first time at the wedding ceremony. Mother had pressed her palms to Sharina's cheeks so lovingly and said, "You are our daughter now." Sharina opened her eyes. The hall was filled with people she didn't know, and her disappointment at being thrown back into the present was profound. She looked at her hands and noticed the flesh of her ring finger bulging around her gold wedding band. It was heat that made her fingers swell, but she wiggled the ring, struggling at the knot of her knuckle. It was a relief that it came loose eventually, but she quickly pushed it back on. The men at the altar thumped the heels of their hands rapidly against the tight skins of their tablas. Each beat had an echo that bounced across the walls. The memory that had surfaced in the cab was niggling at Sharina, filling the spaces between musical notes. She wished she knew how to pray, but it was too late to learn now. It was like getting in touch with a neglected friend just to request a favor. And what could she pray for? That night had been her fault, for drinking so much, for stumbling up the driveway, for making the driver so concerned that he threw on his brakes and followed her. "You're okay. One step at a time," he said, just a pace behind her, his hands hovering at her waist, braced for a fall, but not actually touching her. She had struggled to find her keys, so he reached into her bag to help her. She remembered leaning toward him, just to rest her head on his chest for a moment, because she could fall asleep right there. The bag was squished between them. "Hey," the driver said with a nervous laugh. "Wake up." Then the door opened anyway. "Sharina," Jasmine whispered. "Are those guys looking at us?" Sharina followed her gaze and saw a group of young men sitting cross-legged and staring at them, their lips twitching into smiles. "They are, aren't they?" "They're looking at you," Sharina said, which was true, but it was also what Jasmine wanted to hear. Sharina adjusted her dupatta again, this time so it obscured her profile. "Do you think people here would mistake me for Polly Mishra?" Jasmine wondered aloud. "Or does that happen more in the UK because there are so few Indian women on television?" "You do look alike," Sharina said. "That's the problem," Jasmina said with a sigh. "There can only be one actress with our looks. She's had better luck than me, getting such a great break with The Boathouse." Sure, luck had some small role to play in Polly's success, but Sharina had watched several episodes of The Boathouse and thought Polly was brilliant in it. She knew better than to say this to Jasmine, who was sensitive about the whole rivalry. She had once read a celebrity blog site referring to Jasmine as the poor man's Polly Mishra. Jasmine was considering something now. "Do you think if I went up to those guys now and pretended to be Polly, they'd know the difference?" "Jasmine, this isn't the place to be impersonating actresses," Rajni said. "What is a place to be impersonating actresses, Rajni? I'm curious." "People come here to worship," Rajni reminded her. "Does it matter?" Jasmine asked. "Of course it matters." "We're not exactly sitting here praying. I've spent the past 10 minutes mentally revising my Christmas party invitation list." "It's July," Rajni said accusingly. The guy in the middle said something to his friend and grinned. He took out his phone and pointed it at Jasmine. The flash went off. "Now that's just rude," Jasmine said. She sprang to her feet and marched across the prayer hall. "Oh my God," Sharina said. She glanced at the bearded Granthi serenely reading from the holy book, his cadence as hypnotic as a gentle tide. Now would be a good time to take up prayer. Rajni went after Jasmine, muttering something about inappropriate behavior in the temple. One of the tabla players looked up and met eyes with Sharina. She gave him an apologetic smile. He shut his eyes, tipped his face toward the ceiling, and let out a string of melodic drum beats. She got up and followed her sisters. "Hello there," Jasmine said when they approached the men. She smiled sweetly. "I noticed you took a picture of me, and I thought you might like a close-up." The men exchanged looks, and two of them were suddenly sheepish. Sharina noticed that they were younger than she'd thought. Just boys. One had the patchy beginnings of a beard on his bony chin, and the other was wearing a Star Wars t-shirt. "So?" Jasmine pressed. She placed one hand on her hip. "Let's not be shy now." People were beginning to stare. Sharina tugged her sister's sleeve. "Jasmine, this is embarrassing." "Jasmine Shergill," one boy said. He was the one wearing the Star Wars shirt. "So it is you." His British accent took Sharina by surprise. Jasmine said nothing. The boy kept watching her, a slow grin spreading on his face. His friends were hiding their smiles behind their hands. The tabla thumped like a heartbeat. "Yes, that's me," Jasmine said. "Just because I'm on television, it doesn't give you the right." "I'm a huge fan," the boy continued. Sharina caught the boy with the patchy facial hair discreetly pulling his phone from his pocket. When he noticed her looking, he dropped his hands. "Really?" Jasmine asked. The smirk on Star Wars boy's face made Sharina nervous. "Can we get a photo with you?" he asked. Rajni poked her head between them. "She is not Polly Mishra." "They know, Rajni," Jasmine said. "He said my name." "Are you boys fans of the show? Here, let's take a quick selfie together and—" The boys began to snicker and nudge each other again. "Do it," Star Wars boy whispered to the boy with patchy facial hair. The boy let out a theatrical sigh. "Oh, Jasmine Shergill," he said. "I was dying to meet you." And then he stuck out his tongue, crossed his eyes, and flapped his hands. The other boys collapsed into laughter. What the hell was he doing? Sharina stared at the boys, forgetting for a moment where they were and how much disruption they were creating. The boys scrambled to their feet and out of the hall. Jasmine's face was ashen. "You all right?" Sharina asked, still puzzled. She reached out, but Jasmine's shoulder flinched at her touch. Jasmine turned away, pulling her phone from her bag and tapping away rapidly. "I wonder where their parents are," Rajni remarked, looking over her shoulder at the boys. "I'd like to have a word with them." "Just drop it," Jasmine said, not looking up from her phone. "They're obviously here on holidays with family. You'd think their parents brought them here to get some spiritual enlightenment, not sit around." "I said drop it," Jasmine said. Her eyes were blazing. "Oh my God," she whispered. 100,000. It meant nothing to Sharina. She looked at Rajni, who looked just as perplexed. They stood for a while in tense silence. A pair of women walked past, looking at them curiously. Sharina was conscious of the scene they were probably presenting to passers-by. 3 sisters at an impasse in a terrible family argument. "Why don't we just start our work at the Langar Hall?" Sharina suggested brightly, eager to dismantle this tableau. "I'll join you both in a few minutes," Jasmine said. Sharina and Rajni watched as she turned around and pushed her way out through the stream of people entering the prayer hall. "Should one of us follow her? Sharina asked. Rajni shook her head and sighed. It's Jasmine, she said. A sufficient explanation for Sharina. Jasmine existed in her own sphere, and trying to understand her crises was like walking late into a house party where all the other guests had already become friends. Over the past few years, Sharina's sense of solitude had grown more profound as Jasmine chased auditions and pined to be noticed. Sometimes she forgot that they used to talk to each other more, because every conversation that Sharina could recall having with Jasmine in adulthood was about Jasmine. What she was doing, where she was going, what she wanted. Jasmine never really thought about the consequences of her actions for other people. They were a long way now from when they'd been little girls, staying up so late into the night, playing and chatting, that Mum more or less gave up on setting a proper bedtime. When was the last time Sharina went breathless from giggling with Jasmine? You two knock it off and go to bed now, Rajni would call from downstairs, so much sterner and scarier than Mum. They would pretend to oblige, reducing their voices to whispers, which inevitably became louder until Rajni marched up the stairs to tell them off again. This wasn't a good start to their journey. Mum believed that whatever happened in the morning set the tone for the rest of the day. All of her rituals were completed by the time the sun rose. If Mum were here, she wouldn't be happy. The morning wasn't even over, and they were already down to 2. The Langar Hall throbbed with the same noise and energy of a Delhi street. But the scene was surprisingly organized. People sat on the floor in rows and ate with their hands from metal trays. Servers roamed up and down the lines, refilling plates with rotis and ladlefuls of dal. Of course, you already know that in the Sikh religion, we believe in serving food to anybody who comes to the temple, regardless of their creed, gender, or income. Mum had written in her letter, after explaining the significance of this temple. They don't have to worship here. They don't have to offer any services or money. This is a very good system, and one that helped our family after your father died. Sharina was aware of the temple's welfare from the meals that Mum used to bring home from the morning service, usually at times when the cupboards were bare. We're still okay, Mum would say, looking at a full plate before her. Her tone was never convincing enough. Sharina would look at the plate and see the thinness of the roti, the watery dal, and sense that there was only so much charity they could ask for. Sharina and Rajni entered a wide back kitchen, which bustled with activity. Along one wall, enormous steel pots were being stirred slowly by young turbaned men with ladles the size and shape of oars. In the corner, a cluster of older women kneaded balls of dough. The serving line was being set up, and there were young children pushing for a chance to put out the plates. Rajni wandered off to the vegetable counter, and with a few quick nods and smiles with the other women there, she was handed a knife, a chopping board, and a tub full of carrots. Sharina considered her options more carefully. There was a counter dedicated to roti making, but those women were experts. Just look at how they were flattening the dough into such perfect circles with the flick of their wrists. They were deep in conversation as well. Sharina would be intruding. She almost turned a full circle, considering her options, before she felt somebody gripping her by the shoulders. She turned around to see a small, elderly woman standing before her. Looking for something to do? Can you take my place kneading dough for a while? Young thing like you would do a faster job than these. The woman held up her hands and showed Sharina her curled arthritic fingers. Sharina felt a pang of sadness, remembering the way Mum clutched the edges of her letter, her voice shaking slightly as she read it to them. Grief came to her like a series of aftershocks. Every time she thought she had moved on, something new reminded her of Mum. Sharina thought some introductions might be needed, but as soon as they saw her approaching, the women shifted and a space opened up for her. She drove the heel of her palm into the dough and then ran her knuckles over it and repeated this motion until the dough was soft and smooth. Then she started a fresh batch, combining the water and flour in a steel bowl. The fingers on one hand became sticky, so she switched to the other. Around her, pots crashed and voices shot into the air. The other women's chatter blended with the commotion around them. It was enough distraction, she thought at first, but as her motions quickly settled into a routine, the spaces between the noises began to open wide. It had been quiet like this the moment Sharina's mother-in-law opened the door to find her resting her head against the taxi driver's chest. Mother had stood stiffly in the doorway, arms crossed over her chest, as the driver apologetically explained that he was just making sure she got home safely. "Thank you," she said to the driver, before pulling Sharina into the house and shutting the door. "Get upstairs," she ordered. The morning after, her skull still throbbing from the wine, she had joined Sehaj and his mother at the breakfast table. Sehaj gave her a terse smile, and Mother didn't even look at her. Sharina sat still, unsure of what to do. In her family, disagreements were shouted out until voices went hoarse. Here, nobody said anything. So this was what Sehaj meant when he said that his family rarely fought. Sharina opened her mouth to say how sorry she was, but nothing came out. She realized how scared she was of doing the wrong thing again. When Mother did finally speak, it was to announce that she was going back to bed. The silent treatment lasted all weekend until Mother announced she had a doctor's appointment the following Friday afternoon. "You will drive me there," she said, and Sharina was so grateful that Mother was speaking to her again that she canceled a meeting and took half a day off work. She wanted to make sure she was on time to pick Mother up and bring her home as well. In the folded printout from a website about Sikhism that Rajni had read last night, there was a quote about the simplicity of service leading to meditative thoughts. She was supposed to feel a sense of oneness with others and herself, so that her mind was free to focus on the present. The work was certainly simple. Rajni chopped carrots into a pile until it threatened to topple over the edges of the board. Then she swept it into a big bowl and carried it to the station where a vegetarian curry was bubbling in a pot the size of a small bathtub. She'd repeated this process a dozen times, but the pinch in her shoulder interrupted any meditative thoughts. Then there was the pulsing pain just behind her eyes, now a constant presence. She had been unable to sleep last night from a combination of jet lag and flashes of acute anxiety about becoming a grandmother at 43. She cast a look at the gathering of older women kneading dough next to Sharina. They were grandmothers, dupattas tucked behind ears, backs stooped toward their work. She straightened her own posture and checked the time. Kabir would be fast asleep on his stomach, with one leg thrown over the empty side of the bed. The steam from the row of pots made beads of sweat prickle on Rajni's forehead. How many hours of service did one need to contribute in order to feel closer to God? It had only been about an hour, and she already needed a break. She nodded to the women she was working with, and as she moved toward the door, she glanced over her shoulder at Sharina, quietly kneading dough, and Jasmine, who had eventually returned and was elbow-deep in soap suds at the industrial sink. Stepping out of the kitchen, Rajni expected to feel an instant release, but the langar hall was packed now. She pushed through the crowds, carefully tiptoeing past cups of tea that lined a narrow serving aisle. The fresh air and the sight of an unbroken blue sky above, when she finally descended the stairs, was gratifying. The grounds outside were a welcoming open space, with patterned tiled floors and strips of maroon carpet creating paths for worshippers between the low domed buildings. Rajni walked up to the sarovar, a large pool at the temple's entrance. The water rippled from the movements of bathing worshippers, breaking Rajni's reflection. She pulled her short hair back, and even through the movement of the water, she could see how much she looked like Mum these days. The sharp chin and dark eyebrows. Even when she smiled, she appeared stern and disapproving, or so her students said. At the edge of the pool, a woman lowered her feet to the water, a small wave sweeping up to darken the border of her salwar. An elderly man wearing only a dhoti around his waist stood in the center of the pool, bending his knees to reach down and scoop the water in his hands and pour it over his head. As it cascaded down his neck and shoulders, he tipped his head up to the sky and smiled beatifically. Plump orange fish cut their paths through the water, their tails flickering like faulty bulbs. With unexpected grace, the man folded at his hips to gather more water. Then he brought his cupped hands to his lips and drank. Rajni flinched. She didn't mean to. It was an involuntary response to the man ingesting water that others were bathing in, pissing in as well. Surely the peaceful grin spreading on that child's face was not from a spiritual release. The bathing was unnecessary, although Mum had told and retold Rajni the story of her name and its roots in holy waters many times. Bibi Rajni, a woman married off to a leper, had remained devoted to her husband, carting him around in a wheelbarrow. One afternoon, he went to take a bath in the sarovar outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar, and miraculously, his leprosy was cured. "Remember your namesake," was Mum's favorite character-building advice. The result was a childhood spent making tenuous allegorical connections. Maybe being Asian was like having a terrible disease, and she had to wash in the local pool so the girls on the bus didn't declare her street Pocky Zone. Rajni and her sisters were expected to bathe in holy water once they got to the Golden Temple. It was one of those pilgrimage duties that Mum had stipulated, preceding a quote about bathing in God's immortal nectar that did not further clarify the difference between nectar and water, nor the figurative nature of this instruction. The power of metaphor was largely lost on Mum anyway. She had wanted physical proof of the presence of God when her symptoms first appeared, as if she could already sense the dire diagnosis. Wanting to help, Rajni had printed glossy pictures of all 10 gurus and pasted them around the house, which became a shrine of its own. Kirtan songs floated through the hallways, choral and sorrowful. Incense and birdseed and fruit platter offerings became commonplace. It was all too reminiscent of the days after Dad died, when superstitions and rituals became Mum's insurance policy against further misfortune. In the hospital as well, everything was done in the spirit of making Mum more comfortable when they knew that a painful end was upon her. "Do whatever she wants," had been Rajni's mantra since returning from her last trip to India, and now it was even more pertinent because denying Mum any hope was akin to torture. Rajni even began feeling guilty for resisting Mum years back, when she tried to prescribe religious rituals and herbal remedies for her fertility problems. "I'm telling you, it worked for me. After 11 years of thinking I couldn't have any more children, out came Jasmine, and then Sharina 3 years after her," Mum insisted. Unable to deter Mum, Rajni finally resorted to the humiliating revelation that she and Kabir had stopped trying. Stopped having sex altogether, in fact. The last thing Mum said on the matter was, "Well, at least you've got a son. At least you don't have to worry like I did, with 3 daughters." At least that. Rajni looked down at the water and took a small step toward it. Her feet were still bare, and as they made contact with the small puddles that other pilgrims had left on their way out, she felt some relief. The water was cool, and it protected her soles from the sun-baked tiles. She took another step, and then another. Now her toes were touching the murky water. The ghostly bodies of fish curved and shot off. The man who had drunk the water was now taking slow strides across the length of the pool, his knees lifting high like a soldier. Rajni remained on the edges for a long time, the heat prompting her to inch closer and closer until her entire feet were submerged. She closed her eyes. Spots of light darted across the darkness, and then eventually they faded. The din of traffic, those angry, insistent horns, could be heard in the distance. A child's high-pitched squeal rang out, shattering Rajni's inner calm before she even began to summon it. She sighed and opened her eyes. She didn't want to be here, especially not now, with everything happening at home, but not ever. India did not suit her, and not least because of the memories it evoked. Physically, her body rebelled against the country. An itch from the soot-filled air was beginning in her throat. The bumpy car rides made her stomach turn, and a bout of indigestion was inevitable, no matter how staunchly she abstained from potentially contaminated food. Jasmine and Sharina didn't understand Rajni's aversion to India, because by the time they came of age, a wave of multicultural pride was sweeping over England, and all of a sudden it was trendy to have an ethnic background. While Rajni had waited by the radio with her finger poised over the deck to record her favorite Top of the Pops song, Jasmine's speakers played Hindi song remixes. At 16, Rajni had spent Saturday afternoons dancing frantically at those nightclubs which opened in the daytime for Asian kids whose parents wouldn't let them out at night, while Sharina's 25th year saw her gladly uploading her picture onto a Sikh matrimonial website. Rajni had done her best to pave the way for her little sisters to be more English, and instead they went ahead and embraced their culture, proving Mum's point that Rajni had no business having an identity crisis in the first place. There were other reasons behind Rajni's complicated history with this country, reasons she could not explain to Jasmine and Sharina. When they were planning this trip, Jasmine had wondered aloud at why they never visited India when they were growing up. Mum couldn't afford it, Rajni reminded her. Single mother with 3 kids? There was no way she could make that trip. The steep price of a holiday had always been a convenient excuse, and it stopped her sisters from asking any other questions. "I can never go back there," Mum had cried one afternoon when Rajni was 16, and despite knowing better, she couldn't help feeling that this was her fault. She still felt responsible for Mum's banishment from her family. In the rippled water, Rajni's reflection was distorted. Her chin multiplied and overlapped, and her cheeks sagged. She withdrew her feet from the water. The sight of her pruned toes filled her with sorrow as she remembered Mum's bare feet poking out from under her blanket at the hospital. Her slow and labored breaths were painful to listen to. "Why isn't she wearing any socks?" Rajni had demanded of the nurses, who scurried around the foot of the bed, eventually finding Mum's socks. Rajni dismissed them from the room, and she rolled the socks onto Mum's feet herself. Her skin was ice-cold to the touch, and Rajni had massaged her feet gently, hoping to ease those hard, heaving breaths. She had pressed her hands into Mum's bony heels and high arches until her own shoulders ached. She had waited for something divine to come from all this effort, all this wishing, and it didn't. Chapter 4.
Purity of heart, soul, and mind are all important for achieving spiritual healing. You should not be intoxicated at any point during this journey. Please try to refrain from drinking alcohol while in India. Please also dress modestly and be respectful to the culture. I happen to know of a very good tailor in Karol Bagh market, Madhuri Fashions, if you want something stylish but also suitable for this journey.
That part of Mum's letter was definitely aimed at Jasmine. She noted the word try and congratulated herself for not drinking until she was back in her hotel room after their morning of service in the temple. Jasmine opened the fridge door and surveyed the minibar. This tiny bottle of Grey Goose fit in her palm, so she was only sinning a little bit. She twisted off the cap, opened her mouth, and tipped the contents down her gullet. The current crisis definitely warranted morning boozing. "Don't Google yourself." The voice in her head was Cameron's. He had just sent her an email urgently asking her to call him. "Too late," she had replied after the incident with the teenage boys earlier. "I already saw it." She was screwed. The video had gone viral, and she had been identified. The internet was screaming with laughter over the irony of Jasmine Shergill, the host of a television show which poked fun at people being caught doing embarrassing things on video, being caught doing something so embarrassing on video. Cameron had warned Jasmine that things would happen rapidly, but she could not have anticipated this. In the few hours since it had caught fire, there were mentions of her name on blogs, trolling comments, a particularly nasty thread on the National Geographic Nature Preservation Forum, and of course, there was the video. The first thing that came up when you searched for her name used to be television host, to distinguish her from a pediatric dentist named Jasmine Shergill in Birmingham. Now it was television host Jasmine Shergill brutally murders endangered animal. Needless to say, Jasmine had compulsively typed her name into Google every few minutes today while she was supposed to be doing seva. She was aware of Rajni watching and disapproving as she tapped away on her phone. Now she sat in the hotel, watching her notoriety multiply in the search result count. Another email from Cameron popped up. "Seriously, don't Google yourself." Easy for him to warn her against it. She'd searched for his name once and found only 3 hits. One, his earnest and suited LinkedIn picture from at least a decade ago. He had hair then, gave the impression that his early career was in real estate or insurance brokering. "Oh, God," Jasmine uttered aloud into the empty room. Her Wikipedia page, previously only consisting of a short paragraph outlining her modest career achievements, had been updated. The most objective account of Jasmine's incident was headed, Arowana Fish Controversy. On February 19th, 2017, Shergill was dining in Feng Shui restaurant in South London when she became involved in an altercation with her dining partner. Feng Shui, which boasts a 10-foot aquarium, hosts its own rare albino arowana fish, valued at £35,000. The fish is known to be very sensitive to conflict, and is prone to hurting itself when it is provoked or aggravated. The argument between Shergill and her partner took place near the aquarium, despite numerous attempts from the restaurant owners to ask them to respect the fish and move the argument outside. Onlookers reported that after the restaurant owner tried to steer Shergill away from the aquarium, she slammed her hand against the glass, causing the fish great distress. It leaped out of the water and onto the floor, where Shergill kicked it repeatedly. This was the most objective version of events? It was lacking in some key details. For starters, the dining partner had been Jasmine's boyfriend, Mark. Jasmine had mistakenly thought that reservations at Feng Shui meant a proposal. She hadn't allowed herself to consider the possibility that he might be breaking up with her. "You just don't seem very happy with yourself," he'd said. "But my mum just died. I'm dealing with a lot," Jasmine protested. It was an understatement, because Jasmine couldn't put in words how she felt about Mum's death. The thought of death in general had always made Jasmine desperately want to rewind time, even when she was little. After Dad died, she found it comforting to pretend Dad was just in hiding for a while, until Mum told her to knock it off. Mum's death was still unreal to her. She was too old for fantasies of Mum's absence being temporary, which was where alcohol certainly helped. Mark shook his head. "It's been like this for a long time," he said sadly, glancing pointedly at the bottle of wine which had inched toward Jasmine's side of the table. And did the restaurant owner really attempt to steer Jasmine away? Grabbed her by the shoulders, leaving her no choice but to flail in self-defense, accidentally knocking on the aquarium. Also, she did not think that the restaurant owner was serious when he told her that the fish, a bloated, miserable old thing, was emotionally vulnerable. Those had been his words. It was only after the whole incident blew up that Jasmine learned about the endangered arowana fish, and indeed its sensitive nature. Part of the reason there was so much interest in the many videos of the incident floating around was because although arowanas were rumored to be capable of putting themselves out of misery by flipping out of their tanks, nobody had actually captured it on video before. When Jasmine and the restaurant owner started arguing, onlookers began filming, thinking they were just witnessing an entertaining tantrum. Now the death of the fish was taking on a life of its own. Jasmine sank back into the bed. She could feel the vodka working now. She had hardly eaten anything all day. After finding out that her video had gone viral, she had to return to the langar hall and wash old breakfast plates, which ruined what little appetite she had. Across the room, the dresser mirror presented an unflattering reflection, but not an unfamiliar one. If she clicked on Images, there'd be a few good headshots, but even more stills from the videos. Her brief and modest celebrity would turn into infamy now. She hadn't been on television long enough to have a solid reputation to fall back on. She was an up-and-coming entertainment figure once, and fish killer forevermore. Jasmine scrolled to the bottom of the Wikipedia page, where her few acting roles were listed. Before she landed the disaster tube hosting role, She had been a waitress on EastEnders, recurring for 3 episodes, and a receptionist in a television movie based on a real-life scandal in a London investment bank. Several other roles hadn't made it to this resume, though, and for the sake of beefing up her filmography, Jasmine considered adding them. She had been a non-speaking extra in a few things, and what about that black-and-white student film she helped to direct ages ago? Then again, Jasmine was grateful that some roles never made it to her page, like the short film for an amusement park in Taiwan, which people watched before getting on a rather racist Arabian Nights-themed ride. Never again, Jasmine had vowed, after prancing around in that belly dancer outfit and imploring roller coaster riders to save her from her impending marriage to a cruel mustached king. Then there were the countless runners-up, speaking parts that would have set her up for more opportunities if she'd got them. Second in line to be considered for barista number 2 in a romantic comedy starring Hugh Grant. Was told voice too husky to narrate commercial for major adult nappy brand. Initially, Jasmine thought the director was complimenting her when he said, "Ultra-absorbent doesn't usually sound so suggestive." Nobody looking at this page would know how Jasmine Shergill almost became famous before killing that fish and clearly deserved another chance. Jasmine needed a distraction from reading about herself on the internet, or there was a risk of polishing off all of the minibar's offerings before dinner time. She glanced at her open suitcase. In her haste to catch her flight from London at the last minute, she had thrown together a lot of clothes that really weren't suitable for Delhi. The only really appropriate bits were that long mothball-scented cotton top she'd worn today, bought by Mum from a market in West London years ago, and her one pair of jeans, which didn't have fashionable rips in them. Please dress modestly. Mum had found a way to lecture her about her skimpy clothing from beyond the grave. That was why Jasmine bristled when Rajni told her off for revealing too much skin yesterday. It was enough to hear it from Mum's letter. Even though Jasmine didn't want to admit that her mother and sister were right, she really needed a more modest wardrobe than tank tops and cut-off denim shorts for the temple tomorrow. Jasmine picked up the phone and dialed Rajni's room number according to the instructions. The response was a siren-like dial tone. She pressed 0 for the operator. "Hi, how do I call another room?" she asked when the receptionist picked up. "You dial their room number," she said in a tone that suggested Jasmine was very thick. "I tried that." "Never mind. Thanks," she said. After hanging up, she tried Sharina, and by some miracle got connected. "Hello?" Sharina said. "Hey, it's me. Want to do some shopping at the market?" "Okay. Where's Rajni?" "Didn't have luck calling her. I'll knock on her door," Jasmine said. They hung up. Jasmine did a quick check in the mirror and ran her fingers through her hair. Brushing it wouldn't help much against the gritty air once they got outside. Rajni's room was on the end of the hall on Jasmine's floor. She knocked and waited, then knocked again. Eventually, there was a voice at the door. "Yes?" "Raj, it's Jasmine. Open up." The door opened a crack through which Jasmine could see one reddish eye. "I was napping," Rajni croaked. "Sharina and I are going shopping. You coming?" No thanks. I'm going to stay in." "Come on, Rajni. You have to see some of India while you're here. You don't have to just do what Mum stated in her letter." Jasmine thought about it. In fact, this is a great way to honor her memory. Mum loved a bargain and never understood why I bought clothes from high street stores when they sold every type of knockoff at the flea markets she loved going to. It was a joke, but Rajni's reaction didn't change. "I think I'm coming down with something," she said. Jasmine sighed. She tried to sympathize. After all, during her paranoia stage, she had driven herself to A&E over a chest pain that turned out to be nothing but a reflux reaction to some salsa. But Rajni's aversion to India was so wimpy. Ever since their pilgrimage plans were confirmed, Rajni had made a regular habit of forwarding cautionary articles. "Make sure you bring hand sanitizer from home. Not sure if we can trust the local brands," read one subject line. "Have you seen this?" read another. The email contained links to a story about a bridge that had collapsed in a rural northern town. Rajni's India was a land of disasters. "We'll go ahead then," Jasmine said. "Hope you get better soon." Rajni sniffed loudly, mumbled her thanks, and shut the door. Jasmine stood there for a moment, contemplating her choices. Leave it or not? She knocked again. Rajni opened the door widely this time. Her eyes were puffy. It was clear that she'd been crying. "Oh, Raj, I'm sorry," Jasmine stuttered. "I didn't think—" Rajni shut the door in her face. Jasmine stood in the hallway, stunned. She had never seen Rajni crying, not even during Mum's funeral. Her eyes had been bloodshot, but it was clear that she had taken the time to cry in private before the ceremony. Did Rajni also blink sometimes and see Mum leaning over the edge of her bed, reaching for her jewelry case? Jasmine woke abruptly some nights because that moment played back in her dreams, the details slightly different each time. Her subconscious exchanged the pale pink color of the hospital room curtains for a cheery yellow and moved the dresser a few inches away, so Mum struggled to reach it and gave up. But even when Jasmine was aware she was dreaming, she could never wake up before Mum died. That conclusion repeated itself in an infinite loop. Jasmine knocked on the door. "Raj?" "You can talk to me," she was about to say. But could she? She didn't know how they'd begin to talk about Mum's death, and she suspected she knew how it would end. Yet another fight. Bargaining required no shortage of confidence. You had to be assured of your rightness from the start, and willing to walk away from the item because pride was more important than purchase. This was why Sharina tried not to get too attached to anything she saw at the market. She didn't want to get into an argument, like Jasmine was having right now, which was verging on violence. "You're expecting me to pay that much for these cheap chappal? Look at the workmanship. Look at these threads poking out." Jasmine waved a shoe in the shopkeeper's face. Rhinestones marched a path along overlapping plastic straps toward a shimmering plastic gem set in the center. "Cut the price in half, and we'll talk." "In half?" the shopkeeper screeched. Sharina realized immediately that she'd underestimated him. He rolled up his sleeves as if listing the shoe's attributes was just as physically demanding as making them. Jasmine did not look intimidated. As they continued to argue, the centerpiece came loose from the sandal and plopped to the dusty ground between them. "We're done," Jasmine declared triumphantly, throwing her hands up and washing them clean of the sandals. She took Sharina's hand and led her to another stall. It was like being children again, except Jasmine had always left Sharina trailing far behind. She held on tight. This was not a place where she wanted to get lost. The market bustled with activity, but it was chaotic and full of men wandering in packs, their eyes sometimes connecting with Sharina's, at which point she hastily looked away. A stray dog with a ladder of ribs showing through his dingy fur weaved between two parked motorbikes at the side of the road. The row of shops seemed to stretch for miles, and where it ended, the main road was choked in peak-hour madness. She and Jasmine had walked here, their feet traversing pavements that whittled into slivers and then vanished altogether, only to appear once more a few moments later. Honestly, they were bloody ugly shoes, weren't they? Jasmine muttered to Sharina. Why waste all that effort bargaining, then? Sharina asked. Sharpening my skills, Jasmine said. Look around. There's so much to buy. It was overwhelming. The columns of sari fabric and their dizzying brocade patterns, entire wall displays of shimmering bangles in every possible shade. In a magazine, Sharina had once seen a sari made up entirely of tiny squares of every color, every single shade and variation in existence. It was beautiful and novel, but also functional, the designer's write-up explained. Women could wear the sari on their next trip to the tailor and pick out the exact color they wanted from this wearable palette. I do need a pair of cheap sandals, though, Jasmine said. I don't mind if they're a little gaudy, although those were just hideous. I need a decoy for the temple. Sharina smiled. She remembered shoe decoys from when they were young. It was always wise to wear your least expensive shoes to the Gurdwara, lest they get lost or swiped from the cubbies outside. But they had to be presentable as well. Tattered old Converse runners did not complete the Punjabi ensemble. Italian leather, Sharina said, in a high-pitched imitation of their childhood friend, Charanjit Kaur. Custom-fitted with a one-of-a-kind insole, Jasmine replied in a matching pitch. Designed by our personal cobbler. Jasmine and Sharina both laughed. This was how they used to be, kicking each other under the covers and listening out for Rajni's footsteps. It was when Jasmine started getting them into too much trouble that they started drifting apart. The first time Sharina told Sehaj she had sisters, she expected him to ask her what they were like, but he didn't really want to know about them. He was an only child, and she envied his untethered existence. For Sharina, at least until she stopped following Jasmine around, having a sister meant being complicit in schemes and being seen as part of a pair rather than an individual. I wonder what Charanjit Kaur is up to these days, Jasmine said. What a bloody snob. Marries a rich guy and all of a sudden she's name-dropping her designer at your wedding and talking about her holiday house in the south of France. And that fuss she made after the ceremony when she couldn't find their shoes right away, like we had stolen them. Wasn't that long ago that she was a restaurant hostess? I don't think she came to the wedding for me, Sharina said. She wanted to rub shoulders with Sehaj's family. Sharina had been surprised at Charanjit's appearance at all of her wedding events. A childhood friend who disappeared once she got married, she was eager to reconnect with Sharina when she discovered whose family she was marrying into. Have you stayed in touch since then? Jasmine asked. Sharina shook her head. I know she named her daughter Chanel, Sharina said. Jasmine rolled her eyes. I saw pictures of Chanel on her Instagram account. I think Charanjit deleted me at some point, though, I haven't seen anything from her in ages. I'm sure it's all really superficial anyway. Sharina said this with a shrug, as if she had lost track of Sharanjit as well. She didn't want Jasmine knowing that although she appeared inactive on social media, she still logged in to look up people like Sharanjit, who publicized every inch of her privileged life. There were snapshots of designer bags and posed, deep-thinking pictures on the golden sands of Mediterranean beaches. The chorus of comments from Sharanjit's friends and followers was openly envious and admiring, with nobody questioning what Sharanjit's life was really like. Sharina felt petty doing so. Surely there were days when she fought with her husband or spent the afternoon simply waiting for the plumber to show up to fix the leaky tap that was driving her mad. But her pictures presented a life so unspoiled that Sharina didn't mind only believing in this version of it. You know who else recently had a baby? Jasmine said as they followed the current of the crowd. Auntie Rupi's daughter. She added me on Facebook recently. Our old neighbor, Auntie Rupi? Yep, from across the street. We stayed with her one summer, but you're probably too little to remember that. She had a cat that you desperately wanted to bring back to our house. Sharina vaguely recalled this cat, and the scent of chana masala bubbling on a stove in a kitchen that was bigger than theirs. She remembered going to Auntie Rupi's house sometimes, but didn't remember living there. Why did we stay with her? Mum and Rajni went to India together. It was just shortly after Dad died. I think they were gone for about a month. An image was beginning to surface. Tickling competitions with Jasmine and the cat flicking its tail at their ankles while they struggled to keep straight faces. Sharina was about 4 or 5, and they were over at Auntie Rupi's having lunch. Auntie Rupi let them watch cartoons while she bustled around the house with a vacuum cleaner. At one point, she crossed the living room, blocking the television for a moment while she peered through the curtains. Your mum's still away, she said. You can stay for dinner. But Mum was home all day, and the curtains of their house were always drawn, so Auntie Rupi was just saying that for their benefit. Sharina and Jasmine came home eventually to find Mum lying in bed, in the same place she'd been when they left. Rajni had told them off afterward for upsetting Mum, and said to Jasmine, I expect better behavior from you from now on. It seemed that Jasmine was remembering the same thing, because she said, Rajni was so strict with us when we were little. With you, Sharina thought. She learned it was better to avoid trouble after that incident, even if it meant also avoiding Jasmine. I suppose she was just helping Mum, Sharina said. She probably felt she needed to help raise us, since Dad wasn't around. Oh, sure. Lots of things had to change after Dad died, Jasmine said. But she used to be more fun. You wouldn't know it now, but Rajni was cool. She had this stash of glittery eyeshadows and bold lipsticks, the sort of thing Mum probably wouldn't let her wear, because I remember she always kept it hidden and didn't tell me where it was. She used to put it on me sometimes, and we'd dance around in her room. I was probably 4 years old then. It didn't sound like the Rajni that Sharina knew, and she was surprised to hear Jasmine remember her this way. What changed? Jasmine shrugged. I don't know. Dad's death, maybe? She and Mum fought a lot after that. There was also a visit from Dad's older brother before that, and that sparked a couple of arguments. They went to India the summer after Dad died. I remember she was really quiet when she came back from India with Mum, and then soon after that, She was taking charge and being Sergeant Rajni, all about following the rules, and I have been resisting her ever since. Jasmine said this with some pride, but any mention of Sharina's childhood, especially the teenage years, called to mind the sound of Sharina's sisters shouting. The arguments were so hostile and belligerent on both sides that it always felt as if the walls of their house were on the verge of collapsing. She had never fought with Rajni or Mum like that. She certainly refrained from taking every piece of bait her mother-in-law dangled before her. It was easier to say yes than to fight every battle. Life was so much more complicated if you always had to win. She recalled an Instagram post of Sharanjeet's from Christmas last year. Mulled wine, a stack of presents wrapped with glittering ribbons, and the soft glow of a fire in the background. Baby, it's cold outside, but my love knows just how to keep me warm, the caption read, followed by an unnecessary litany of hashtags. Hashtag winter, hashtag fireplace, hashtag mulled wine, hashtag Xmas countdown, hashtag love, hashtag family, hashtag pressies, hashtag Tiffany's, hashtag best husband ever, hashtag best hubby ever, hashtag spoiled, hashtag but I'm worth it. Sharina had read the caption over and over again. Painstaking selection of filters enhanced the picture so she could almost hear the firewood softly crackling. Sharina had been so absorbed in the world of Sharanjeet's life that she only vaguely registered Mother talking behind her. "Look at me when I talk to you," Mother snapped, plucking the phone from her hand. It gave Sharina a small fright, because she hadn't realized the conversation wasn't over. Later, she told Sehaj about it, who frowned and said, "I'll talk to her." "Ah, there it is. Madhuri Fashions," Jasmine said, nodding at a stall with magazine cutouts pasted on its walls above a sewing machine. An elderly man stooped over the machine, tiny gold-framed spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. For his sake, Sharina hoped that the bargaining process would be reasonable. "I'll be in there," she said, pointing to the bookshop next door. Books were crammed into every space, making them impossible to remove. When a title caught Sharina's eye, she extracted it with her fingernails. "Yes," the bookshop owner said. "A very good story." "You've read this?" she asked. It seemed unlikely. The title, Mr. Right Now, was in raised pink lettering and didn't exactly shout this man as its demographic. "I've read them all," he said. Well, that was impossible. There were too many books here for one person to have read in a lifetime. There were books in German, and some in Scandinavian languages too, left here by tourists, probably. His earnestness was admirable, though. Probably sensing that Sharina didn't believe him, he started pointing to the spines of books and giving her a brief synopsis of each. "Very bad man starts a corrupt business. Mafia bosses turn against him. He becomes very good man. This one. A family moves into a new house after the father loses his job, and they find out it is haunted. A scientist starts a research station in some faraway country and spends 30 years there trying to find out what happened to his lost love." Sharina was amazed until she realized she had no way of verifying his claim. She nodded. Okay, she said, signaling with a wave that she had given up doubting him. "Buy a book, and I will also give you a numerology reading," the man said, pointing at a little sign next to his cash box. "When is your birthday?" "May 10th, 1990. Sharina said. He repeated the date and tapped rapidly on a calculator. Your life path number is 7, he said. 7 is a good number. Oh, Sharina said. She waited for more, but he returned to the shelves and began smoothing out the stacks by jamming the spines of books even further in. What does 7 mean? She asked. She had never had a numerology reading before. They were like horoscopes, worded to suit every person in some way. But horoscopes were intriguing sometimes. The recognition of herself was thrilling. For that, you must pay, the man said. Sharina almost laughed. She reached into her purse and wondered if the man knew how lucky she was that Jasmine wasn't here. Once he took the money from her, he ducked back behind the counter again and opened up a slim silver laptop. Sharina's eyes followed its path of cables across the floor, where they tangled and disappeared behind a cotton sheet nailed to a ceiling beam, serving as a curtain. The man waited, staring intently at his screen, and then went to that back room. He appeared moments later with a printout. This is all the information about number 7, he said. Great. So she had just paid for a Google search. His face did not betray any acknowledgement that he had ripped her off. The ink was still damp on the paper. He took care to hand it to her on 2 flat hands like a platter. Some words jumped out immediately at Sharina. Sympathy. Responsibility. Then a sentence. The number 7 represents a person who will do anything to keep her family together. She keeps the peace and maintains harmony in situations of conflict. This was why Sharina only read horoscopes once in a while in Cosmo or in the newspaper. If she subscribed regularly, their relevance became diluted. She saved them up and enjoyed the surprise of reading a description that matched her situation profoundly. The day before leaving Melbourne for Delhi, she had searched for her horoscope online. Just one, she told herself, because it defeated the purpose to select the best of 10 predictions. You are at a crossroads, but the power to make a decision is completely within your control. Consider the needs of your loved ones during this delicate time. Words written so clearly that she could almost hear them. Next door, Jasmine was patiently standing with her arms stretched out, while a silver-haired woman looped a measuring tape around her chest. I'm getting a blouse made, she said when she saw Sharina. They'll be able to sew it that quickly? Sharina asked. They were only in Delhi for another day. Yeah, I think that's why Mum recommended this shop. She did like it when things could be done quickly. Hang on. She looked down. The woman was pressing the measuring tape to her collar, far above the neckline of the blouse in the picture. I want it to look like that blouse, Jasmine said, nodding at a picture on the wall. She sliced her hand across her chest to show exactly where the neckline should be. And sleeveless, please. It's too hot for anything else. The woman looked at her husband, who rose from a stool behind the counter. Madam, we can do this neckline only. What do you mean? This is a decent neckline. You walk around in Delhi with anything lower, there will be trouble. You must also have sleeves. Yes, trouble, Jasmine muttered to Sharina. Mass erections, a citywide catastrophe. Sharina didn't think a decent neckline was such a bad idea, though. Her own blouse buttoned up at the neck and hung loosely around her waist. She had given away a lot of her sleeveless clothes to the Salvation Army a few months after moving to Australia, when it became clear that Mother didn't approve of them. The 4 seasons in a day weather in Melbourne was so unpredictable anyway that Sharina didn't have much use for anything that revealed her arms. The measuring tape dangled from the crook of the woman's elbow. "You want the order, or you want to cancel?" she asked impatiently. "If I told you I wasn't going to wear this blouse in India, would you make it the way I want it? I'm going back to London." The woman shook her head with certainty, while her husband retreated behind a small cabinet. He produced a clear plastic folder. It bulged with pieces of paper sticking out. Sharina patted the numerology paper in her pocket, relieved it was still there. It seemed that in the chaos of this market, there was no designated place for anything, and her print-out fortune could very easily disappear into a stack of paper. "You see what I have done?" the man said. His cheeks shone with pride as he presented the open folder to Jasmine. Sharina wasn't sure which he was prouder of, his work or his cataloging of it. On each left-hand page, there was a glossy picture cut out from a magazine, usually a Western woman. On each right-hand page, there was his corresponding version, a tailored copy of the dress or skirt or blouse, with adjustments made for decency. Necklines were raised from chest to throat. Skirt hems dropped below the knees. Waists were so generous that the dresses hung loose and forlorn like potato sacks. "Decent," the wife said, nodding her approval at the folder. "If we made these clothes exactly to the specifications on the models, people would complain." "I won't complain," Jasmine said. "Honestly, I'd just like an exact copy of that blouse over there." The woman screwed her eyes at Jasmine. "You'll wear it with what? Jeans?" "Yes." "Then the hemline needs to be longer, needs to cover this area." She made a vague gesture at her lower half. "You know, I could go to any other stall around here. I chose you because you came highly recommended by my—" Jasmine's voice trailed off. "My mum," she said to Sharina. "She knew these people would try to make me a blouse with the fitting of a bedsheet." "You think so?" Sharina asked. "I'm sure of it," Jasmine said. "It's her final attempt." She had a rueful smile on her face, but Sharina caught something else, too, a brief shadow over her expression. "This is probably one of the ways she wanted me to start taking more responsibility." Jasmine put air quotes around Mum's words. Sharina didn't know exactly what Mum had said, but it clearly bothered Jasmine. "Can't you just make it exactly the same?" Jasmine pleaded. "We won't tell anybody, if that's what you're worried about." They shook their heads. "You can return my deposit, then," Jasmine said. The man and his wife exchanged a quick look. "Deposit is non-refundable," they both said in unison. Sharina stepped out of the stall just as the arguing began. She surveyed the shops once again, disappointed that she'd returned to the hotel empty-handed. There was just nothing she wanted enough to fight for. Behind her, Jasmine was accusing the shopkeepers of swindling her. Sharina wandered back to the first shop with the hideous shoes. She supposed she needed a pair of decoy sandals herself. 200 rupees? She asked, quoting Jasmine's final price from their earlier bargaining. He shook his head and quoted a price that was triple the amount. After all, she was an entirely new customer. She remembered her friend Lauren encouraging her to fight back. "You have to stand up for yourself," Lauren said. It was after the taxi driver incident, when it was decided that Sharina should not go out for after-work drinks anymore. "Betty, it's for your own good," Mother had said. After that weekend of silent treatment from Mother, Sharina gulped down the words like a tonic. On Monday, when she returned to work, Sharina had told Lauren the whole story. She just wanted to share her shame with somebody. "Oh my God, we were so drunk on Friday. Can you believe what I did?" But Lauren looked more worried than amused when Sharina got to the part about Mother ignoring her. "She's talking to me now, though," Sharina assured Lauren. "Did she admit she was overreacting?" Lauren asked. "And did your husband grow a pair of balls and tell his mother to butt out of his life?" Sharina was surprised. Lauren seemed to be the only person in the office who understood when another coworker made a joke about Sharina and Sehaj still living with parents. "It's cultural, isn't it?" Lauren had said, shooting the guy a dirty look. "Come out for drinks this week," Lauren continued. "She can't stop you from having a good time." "I have other plans," Sharina said apologetically. Then the following week and the week after that, she came up with new excuses. One day, Lauren cornered her in the break room and asked in a low voice if everything was all right at home. "Everything's fine," Sharina said, but Lauren was not convinced. "Tell your mother-in-law that you're an adult," Lauren said. "You're missing out on opportunities to socialize, and that's something we do at the pub. This is Australia. Tell her that." But Sharina didn't mind going home for the evening, sitting with Sehaj, who told her she just had to humor his mother. "She's traditional. You're not going to change her ways," he said. Sharina sensed that his conversation with Mother about minding her personal space hadn't gone very far. She tried not to let it bother her, reminding herself that she liked being a wife and a daughter. While Jasmine was busy fighting every battle, she was walking away with a pair of shoes. What did it matter that she paid 3 times more than she wanted? Chapter 5.
Evenings. Share your meals together. I cannot remember the last time I saw the 3 of you at the same table. Don't take for granted that there will always be time to do this in the future. Make conversation with each other. Don't turn everything into a disagreement.
The curries arrived first, brimming and still bubbling in small steel bowls. The waiter carefully arranged them around the table, announcing the name of each dish. Fish kadai, lamb tikka, bangan bertha. Rajni tried to ignore the ring of oil orbiting around each dish. When Mom commanded them to have a meal together, she probably pictured a cozy table in some local eatery, not one of the restaurants shortlisted from the Zagat's guide. But Rajni was determined to avoid food poisoning on this journey, and the presence of online reviews from Western tourists assured her that this was the right choice. "Do you think we ordered too much?" she asked as the waiter returned to the kitchen. There were still the pilaf rice and naan to come, and she was already eyeing some items on the dessert menu. Make conversation with each other. Sharina opened her mouth for a moment and then closed it. Seconds later, her face twisted to suppress a yawn. "Excuse me," she whispered. Jasmine was glued to her phone again. She tapped furiously, squinting at the screen. Rajni felt too tired to reprimand her again. In the taxi on the way here, she had peered over Jasmine's shoulder to try to see what was captivating her so much. But Jasmine had noticed right away and hunched over the screen to block Rajni's view. "I think it's enough food," Sharina said. She picked up the serving spoon and scooped 2 generous servings of the lamb kadai onto her plate. Rajni glanced at Jasmine, careful to be discreet about it in case Sharina noticed. "Do you see how much she's eating?" Jasmine carried on staring at her phone. At the next table, a woman with long manicured nails was being very particular about her order. "I can't have any dairy, not even a drop," she announced. "It's just a disaster we'd all rather avoid." "Oh, me too. These things start to kick in with age, don't they?" her partner replied. "I used to eat all manner of street food as well, but last week, that kebab nearly ended my life." Rajni felt her appetite waning. Why did people have to talk so competitively about the different causes of their indigestion? In moments, the inevitable paleo and gluten-free would enter the conversation. "In my day, we just ate everything and didn't have so many opinions about it," Mum had said to Rajni when she witnessed their neighbor whacking a cookie containing nuts out of her son's hands. "I think he's allergic to nuts, Mum," Rajni had said. "If he had grown up in my village in India, he'd be so grateful for a cookie, he'd forget about being allergic," Mum had retorted. Rajni had stayed silent, recognizing yet another version of Mum's "England has spoiled you" rhetoric. After the cancer diagnosis, she followed the same line of questioning. "Nobody used to have cancer, and now it's everywhere," Mum said. Mum truly thought that living in England had changed the composition of her body. Jasmine sighed and chucked her phone into her purse. "It's over," she said. "What's over?" Sharina asked. She speared a hunk of lamb with her fork and put it in her mouth. "Oh, this is delicious." "My career. It's done." "Should we wait for the naan?" Rajni asked. "Don't you care?" Jasmine asked. She looked hurt. "I just said my career is over." Had it really started? No, that was not a nice question to ask, although Rajni could see it printed on Sharina's face as well. Jasmine had been whining about the shoddy state of her career since it began. "It's a tough industry," Rajni said by way of consolation. Jasmine let out a heavy sigh. "I guess I might as well tell you," she said. "You'll find out anyway." She took her phone out of her purse and tapped once on it. A black and white video appeared. It was surveillance footage from a restaurant, probably one of the videos that Jasmine presented on her show. Rajni watched with little interest. The waiter was returning now with a platter of steaming pilaf rice and a huge bowl of crispy golden naan. They had definitely ordered too much. Sharina gasped. "Oh, that's horrible," she said. "What's wrong with people?" She shook her head. Rajni turned her attention to the screen to find a woman kicking something. Was that a large fish? It was difficult to tell. Then she remembered the boys from the temple this afternoon, the boy who stuck out his tongue and pretended to choke. She leaned closer and squinted at the screen. "Goodness, Jasmine, is that you?" Jasmine nodded miserably. "This was the first video that came out. Some animal rights activists managed to get some high-definition footage last night, and it's everywhere now. I didn't mean to knock on the glass. Obviously, I was upset. The video doesn't show the whole situation." The whole situation probably involved more alcohol than Jasmine would admit to having had. Rajni wondered if Anil was aware of the video. She peered at her own screen. No calls or messages from him. He probably hadn't seen it then. "Do your producers know?" Sherina asked. Jasmine nodded. I was at the end of my contract with the show anyway. They've chosen not to renew me. At some point, you had to be realistic. This was what Mum had said to Rajni once, when Jasmine came up in conversation. You had to accept that you weren't going to be a famous star. Don't tell her that, please, Rajni said to Mum. She knew it would crush Jasmine, even though she had to admit she didn't think Jasmine would ever become a star. Not that Jasmine wasn't talented, she just wasn't wanted. Now, Polly Mishra, there was an actress whom people wanted. Rajni, Kabir, and Anil had binge-watched an entire season of The Boathouse one winter weekend while sleet gathered on their windowsill. They had intentions to pace themselves, but the cliffhanger at the end of the first episode was so good that they allowed one more. And then another. And then it was dinner time and they ordered a pizza delivery so they could continue watching. Rajni longed for the cozy and peaceful indulgence of that afternoon now. As the air became chillier, they had huddled together, excitedly sharing their predictions about the following episodes. Rajni couldn't recall another time when she and Anil shared the same interests. They're saying it's because of this incident, Jasmine was telling Sherina. But I think they want to go with a more mainstream host. She put mainstream in air quotes. Somebody white would appeal to a wider audience. Sherina nodded along sympathetically. Rajni didn't think that those disaster tube clips of people injuring their crotches in various ways needed a wider audience. It was self-defense, Jasmine continued. He could have bitten me. What if he was poisonous? I don't think arowanas are poisonous, Sherina said. They're just really sensitive. There was this article in National Geographic about animals which are capable of intense and complex emotions. Those fish actually experience distress. Jasmine groaned. Now you make me feel even worse. Sorry. It's not just the issue of the video going viral either. I have to pay the restaurant back for the damage. How much do you owe them? Rajni asked. £25,000, Jasmine said. What? They're pretty expensive, Sherina said. One of Sehaj's clients has an arowana. He bought it from a fish farm in Singapore for $250,000 US. Are they very exotic looking? Rajni asked, reaching for the basket of naan. Or do they bring good luck? Evidently not, Jasmine retorted. They just flop about the house, feeling complex emotions, and then when somebody knocks on the door, they commit suicide. Rajni hesitated. It was the wrong thing to say, and Jasmine knew it. She was biting her lip now, as if she wished she could take back the words. Their eyes met, and they both glanced at Sherina. She had stopped chewing and was reaching slowly for a glass of water. They were all thinking about the same thing. Rajni felt a rush of irritation with Mum for ordering them to converse with each other. Now look what you've done, she thought. In the middle of the night, Rajni woke to the sound of tentative scratching. Somebody was in her room. She bolted out of bed and hastily wrapped the bedsheet around her body. "Excuse me," she squeaked, not sure if this was an effective way to deter a sex pest. She glanced at her suitcase, quickly taking stock of what valuables she had. Her passport was in the safe, thankfully, but the canister of ashes was in plain view. Then she realized it was only valuable to herself. What would a thief want with an old woman's remains? Taking a small step toward the door, She thought she heard the scratching behind her. Louder now. There was a ripping sound. She spun around in time to see the curtains come crashing down from the window. "Fucking fuck," she said, jumping on the spot with her fists balled up tightly. The sheet fell away from her body and pulled around her ankles. It took a moment for the relief to seep in, and for her to process what had happened. The curtain, fastened to the rod at the top of the window by a Velcro strip, had slowly become unstuck throughout the night. Rajni picked it up and carried it to the desk in the corner of the room. How cheap were all these furnishings? She half expected the hotel to actually be made of paper. She'd lean on a wall and the whole place would crumple. No chance of getting back to sleep now. Rajni picked up the phone from her dresser and sent Kabir a chat message. It was around 9 o'clock in England, and he'd be slumped in front of the TV after work. "How are you?" "Good," he replied. "How was first day of pilgrimage?" Rajni shrugged at the phone. What was there to tell him? She didn't manage to get through the first day of honoring Mum without thinking of those final, ugly moments. She had been tempted to skip that dinner with her sisters because she knew how draining it would be to engage with them, and she was proven right. She should have chosen room service instead, probably delivered by young, terrified Tarun from the cafe, but eating alone was no better. It would make her think of all the things that she and Mum had left unsaid. She wasn't sure she could get through the rest of the trip without unwelcome reminders of her last trip to India with Mum. "Don't know how to describe," she wrote. As soon as she sent the message, she realized that she sounded like a person in awe, as if all that carrot chopping in the temple kitchen had filled her spiritual voids. She was about to clarify when Kabir sent another message. "Managed to have a chat with Anil today." Rajni pressed the call symbol on her chat screen. Kabir's voice stretched into 1,000,000 syllables. "Hello?" He sounded like a dying robot. "Kabir," Rajni said. "Kabir?" "Hello?" She held the phone away from her ear and waited for the connection to adjust. She had called Sharina in Australia once using this service as well, and halfway through the call, the echo had been so strong that she became annoyed with her own voice for interrupting her. There was silence on the line. "Kabir," Rajni said. "Can you hear me?" A static-filled pause, and then his voice came through in one piece. "Yes." "So what did Anil say?" Kabir's sigh sounded like a roar. Long-distance phone calls were not for subtlety, Rajni realized when she called Sharina to tell her about Mum's diagnosis. You had to be quick and direct to avoid the message being jumbled by a poor connection. "I didn't have much time to talk with him. He just came by to get more of his things. He's staying at Davina's flat until they find a more permanent place to move in together. I'm not sure what we're expecting him to say or do, Rajni." "You said you'd handle it," Rajni pointed out. "This situation, though, it's irreversible." "Kabir, you can't tell me that you're taking care of matters and then backtrack like this," Rajni said. "I meant that I would try to convince Anil to continue his education, not abandon his child." Rajni wasn't sure if that was a catch in his voice or the connection dropping. Either way, the word child made her want to retch. Anil was a child. He was not supposed to be having one. How sure are we that this child is his?
I asked him that, Kabir said. He's positive. He and Davina have been together for almost 3 months. She's 6 weeks along now. It's not like she got pregnant with another man and then hunted down some naive young man with a small inheritance to support her.
So she says, Rajni replied. Why should we believe her?
I suppose Anil really trusts her.
Did you ask Anil? Did you ask him if he's certain?
I didn't. I'm trying not to upset him.
Trying not to upset him? The words burst out of Rajni's mouth. She was aware that the walls were paper-thin and that she had probably woken her neighbors on both sides. Our son's about to ruin his life, and you're worried about sparing his feelings?
I don't think questioning the baby's paternity is the right way to go, Kabir said. Let's assume it's his.
Rajni remained tight-lipped. Kabir continued.
I know it's difficult to accept, Rajni, but he'll need our support. He doesn't know the first thing about raising the child. Remember what a steep learning curve it was for us? We were only a couple of years older than him, if you think about it.
We were in our 20s, and we had jobs. We were married and the same bloody age, too, Rajni corrected Kabir.
She felt lightheaded.
But, Kabir, you're saying that this is it? They're going through with this?
It will be very hard, Kabir said. But they've made the decision, and from the looks of things...
There's money,
Rajni said. She shut her eyes as she said this. She couldn't believe what she was resorting to. Money for what?
For... Oh, don't make me say it, Kabir.
It was Kabir's turn to go quiet. The background filled with a faint hum that made Rajni long for London. One long, peaceful note. What is this really about, Rajni? Kabir asked. She hated it whenever he asked that question, usually at the peak of an argument, usually an argument about Anil, because it always came to the answer that was sitting on the tip of Rajni's tongue now. What will people say? She refused to say it. She had spent the whole day with Mum on her mind. She was not going to become her.
Forget it. Let's just talk about something else, Rajni said with a sigh.
Good idea, Kabir said. What's going on with Jasmine? I've heard there's some video going viral of her torturing an endangered animal.
Kicking a fish, Rajni corrected.
Is it for real? Or just a publicity stunt for that show she's on?
It's real, Rajni said. She has to pay the restaurant back for the fish.
It occurred to her that Kabir hadn't actually seen the video. How did you find out? Anil told me. It's all over his social media. He called me the minute he saw it.
That's nice, Rajni said.
She felt her heart catching in her throat.
Because he hasn't been in touch with me.
Can you blame him? Kabir asked.
That's not fair, Rajni said. I'm worried about him.
Why do you say that as if I'm not worried about him too?
Because you're willing to let him ruin his future, Kabir. You're too soft on him. You've always been too easygoing, and look what it's led to.
Rajni, Anil has made a decision. It is irreversible.
It's not necessarily,
Rajni said.
Maybe if we paid her to get rid of the baby and just get out of Anil's life, he could start over.
You, of all people, should think about whether you want something like that on your conscience,
Kabir said. His words sucked the breath right out of her. She nearly dropped the phone. The internet connection was weakening again, and Kabir's immediate apology sounded like it was coming from underwater. At the small, crackling sound of static that took his words apart again, Rajni decided that they had a poor connection and cut off the phone. Chapter 6.
Day 3. Sunrise at India Gate. By this time, you girls are probably annoyed with me for making you get up early each day. But a sunrise is something that you shouldn't take for granted. India Gate is the best place to view the sunrise in Delhi. Just once, for me, stand still and watch a new day beginning. Think of all the new days you have left and reflect on how you will choose to spend them.
There was a folded note on the floor between the door and the bathroom. In her bleary, still waking up state, Jasmine spotted it, but could not summon the energy to get out of bed to pick it up. "What is it?" she mumbled into the empty room. Then she caught a whiff of her putrid breath. "Ah, shit," she said, sinking back to bed. She rolled to her side and patted around for her phone to check the time. Now she could guess what the note said and who had written it. She had foggy recollections, she thought they were dreams, of being woken up by knocking this morning, answering the door, and fabricating a very believable food poisoning story. The "I can't keep anything down" portion of the story was based on real events anyway. "I'll join you guys later. I know how to get there," she'd said, with what she assumed was a confident smile. She now realized that one whiff of hangover fire had probably been enough to send her sisters scuttling down the hallway. She could bet anything that the note contained some chastisement on how poorly she had managed to impersonate a sober person. An empty bottle of wine had rolled across the television console and remained precariously on its edge. Jasmine appreciated that her dwindling bank account stretched much further here than in London. It made last night's room service orders seem sensible and almost thrifty. She had spotted a bottle shop on the way back from the market last night, but it was dank and shadowy, and when she approached, a line of men lifted their eyes to meet hers, and she lost her nerve. Years ago, she'd read a news article about an Indian politician encouraging beatings of women who drank in bars. In response, women all over the country sent pieces of pink underwear to the politician's office and flooded his email inbox with images of the same. To this day, the politician's name could not withstand an internet search without hundreds of pictures of lacy pink thongs popping up on the screen. Jasmine had been thinking about this as she drank straight from the bottle and searched for images of herself last night, pleasure mixing with punishment. It probably explained why she had the oddest dreams of the arowana fish wearing pink bikini bottoms. Jasmine sat up and let her head adjust. She didn't remember finishing the whole bottle, but the fog of this hangover was evidence enough. It was a slow and arduous walk to the door, where she picked up and unfolded the note. "We're at India Gate. You can join us if you feel like it. Rajni and Sharina." Not as bad as she expected, although she could practically hear Rajni's self-importance in the straight edges and sharp points of her print. It was close to noon, so she had missed the sunrise. Surely she could make it up somehow. There were sunrises every day. She could even go to India Gate now, and it would be almost the same, wouldn't it? There was no reason Mum's letter had to be followed so exactly. Jasmine took a long shower, letting the steam clear her blocked sinuses. She stepped out, feeling instantly better. Hangover turnaround was a skill that many people underestimated. It enabled her to have a few too many once in a while and still wake up, albeit a little late for worship, and go about the rest of her day. Some people call that functional alcoholism, Mark had said to her once with a grin. That dimple-studded grin. He had gone from teasing her lightly to giving her a pointed look every time she poured another glass. She knew she had been drinking more since Mum's death, but didn't everybody grieve in their own ways? Jasmine got dressed and stepped out of the hotel, descending into the mob of people, rickshaws, stray animals, shoe shiners, students. A scooter honked behind her, and as it passed, the driver leaned toward Jasmine. So sexy, he hissed, like it was meant to insult her. Fuck off, she retorted. But the blare of engines and the shouts of street vendors drowned out her voice anyway. She wove her way through Karol Bagh Market, her head tipped up, as if just keeping it above water. Her eyes were trained on the mammoth bridge at the end of this street, where the metro ran above the city, unobstructed by the mayhem on the ground. Where were the women? Jasmine wondered. It wasn't her first time noticing that Delhi was a city of men, but walking alone made it all the more obvious. Men ran the textile shops, unspooling rivers of sari fabrics across the wide expanses of their counters. The jewelry vendors held out delicate earrings between their thick, calloused fingers. They clustered at the chai stand outside a small college building, clutching textbooks to their chests. They walked past and deliberately bumped shoulders or dipped their mouths to Jasmine's ears, sometimes singing lines from Hindi songs, sometimes muttering filth. Whenever Jasmine did spot a woman, her face reflected the hardness that Jasmine realized was in her own expression. She was already a bit worn by the time she elbowed her way up to the metro station. Traffic hollered and screeched below her, but the noises rose up and followed her toward the platform. From the bridge, she had the best view of Hanuman, the monkey god, a gigantic statue that towered over the link road and made miniatures of the buildings and trees below it. His hands came together at his chest, and his tail curled to the top of his head. Jasmine couldn't stop staring, but it was the sheer size of the statue, rather than its spiritual meaning, that captivated her. She wondered how long it took to build something of such scale, and if the builders had intended to make him loom over the city like this, the cars and bicycles skirting around below in a ring of disorder. She supposed it gave a reminder of how small she was, how insignificant. But walking along a crowded Delhi market street already gave her that message loud and clear. Inside the station, the rush of people followed a slightly more ordered pace under the bright fluorescent lights. India Gate Station was only a few stops away. A sparkly pink arrow on the sleek tiled floor indicated where the female-only carriage would line up with the platform. Jasmine followed the arrow and found herself in the presence of a large group of women. It occurred to her that this was the first time since coming to India that she had seen so many women. A pair wearing kurti tops over stylish tight jeans were deep in conversation. Snippets of chatter filled the air. I mean, it's selfish, don't you think? Not if she didn't agree first, but these companies do that kind of thing. She didn't sign a contract or what? They're saying it's void because she joined after the fact. Jasmine's gaze wandered over the other women standing alone. Many were staring at their mobile phones, their lips curling into small smiles as their messages appeared. A middle-aged lady wearing a sari dragged a shopping trolley behind her. Plastic bags poked out of the grills. When the train arrived, She hauled her goods into it, shooting a weary look at the others who piled past her. Being in the carriage was such a relief after the short walk to the station. Her memory drifted back to their first day in India, when Rajni warned her about the effect her revealing clothing would have. But why did the women have to be sequestered like this, just because the men couldn't control themselves? The train glided into the next station, and the doors slid open. Young ladies, students, Jasmine thought, piled into the carriage, and something changed in the atmosphere. Their voices trilled and they called out to each other. The other women looked up and shifted, some turning up the volume on their phones. Many of these new passengers were wearing matching T-shirts. Jasmine struggled to read the print across their chests in the crowded carriage. But from eavesdropping, it seemed they were headed to India Gate too, for some sort of event. A girl in a tight purple T-shirt and ears studded with tiny rings stepped back as the train jostled, her foot landing on Jasmine's. She tossed her head back and said, "Sorry," and then her eyes lingered. There was a flash of recognition in them. She whispered to a friend standing next to her, who shot Jasmine a glance as well. Jasmine began to feel queasy. What if they knew her from the video? She could hear the snickers of those nasty boys from the temple. She pulled her sunglasses out of her bag and popped them on. Behind these wide-tinted lenses, she was a little less recognizable. When the train arrived at its destination, the T-shirted women poured out, and the others who weren't with them dispersed, hurrying along to their lives. This loosening of the crowd allowed Jasmine to see what was written on their backs. Women's Rights March. She could see the writing on their placards as well now. No body deserves this, and end rape culture. Save our culture. The woman in the purple T-shirt turned to look at Jasmine again. The corners of her lips turned up in a small smile. "Are you Polly Mishra?" Jasmine nodded miserably before she realized that the girl had said the wrong name. "I knew it!" The girl's face brightened, and she thumped her friend on the arm. "I told you, it's really her, Polly Mishra." Her friend grinned. "Oh, shit," she said. "Who got you?" Jasmine asked. "Was it Sunayana? She's always pulling surprises like this. Last year, she got Priyanka Chopra to send a tweet about our slut shame walk." Jasmine shook her head. She wanted to tell them that they had the wrong person, that she was not Polly Mishra, but she hesitated for a moment, suspended in the fantasy of being somebody else for the day. What was Polly Mishra doing right now? Whatever it was, she was certainly having an easier time than Jasmine these days. Then the girl in the purple T-shirt let out a hoot. "Even better!" Her noise attracted the attention of the other marchers. "Ladies, listen up!" she cried, linking arms with Jasmine. "Polly Mishra is here, and she's joining us for the march." A cheer went through the crowd. Jasmine made sure to keep her sunglasses on. Bashfulness was the way to play this whole identity-stealing thing. There was too much attention on her otherwise, and somebody would out her. The tide of women carried her along to the station's exit. The girl in the purple T-shirt introduced herself as Sneha. "I'm one of the organizers," she explained. "This is Anjali," she said, nodding at the girl who was next to her. "She went to high school with the victim." "The victim?" Jasmine asked. Sneha looked at her. "Haven't you been paying attention to the news?" Sure, Jasmine thought with shame. She'd been clicking obsessively on her own name and looking for any headlines, any blog posts or tweets that kept her relevant and afloat in the online world.
No, Jasmine said, but I'm almost afraid to ask.
It had to be another gang rape, she realized. Something horrific enough to inspire this sort of turnout.
A 20-year-old was violently attacked by a man in a bazaar last week, Anjali said. She was trying on clothes in the fitting room when he barged his way in. His brother and another shopkeeper held her down.
Anjali had a delicate face and wide eyes that glistened with anger. Her voice choked on the last words. Jasmine's own eyes became hot with tears. After the bus gang rape in Delhi that made international headlines, she had followed the protests, the wave of feminism that swept across India, students marching, lighting candles, staging sit-ins. We've had enough, was the message she sensed from these teeming masses of bodies showing their support for the victim and their anger for the injustice. But the reporting afterward stoked her rage to a point where it burned out, and she became disillusioned. The rapist's lawyers had defended their clients by saying that the girl had enticed them by being out at night. A vocal counter-protest group insisted that not all men were rapists, and that rape culture was a gross generalization. And there were more rapes. Either they were reported more, or they were happening more. The difference didn't matter much to Jasmine, because they were still happening. Fear struck Jasmine's chest as she thought about her own trip to the market with Sharina yesterday.
I'm with you, Jasmine said. I'm here to give my support.
Anjali nodded and took her hand. They descended the station steps and emerged into the grimy summer atmosphere. Jasmine squinted against the sunlight and followed the women toward India Gate. Its grand arc was triumphant against the blank, white canvas of cloudless sky. Visitors moved in small masses. The retiree Westerners with tall socks and bulky cameras hanging from their necks. The fresh-faced Indian couples grinning at their phones propped up on selfie sticks. Vendors wove between them, peddling balloons and cheap battery-operated helicopters and bubble wands.
So, I guess you're in India anyway for some kind of publicity event?
Anjali asked as they pushed against the burning heat toward the gate.
I'm here on a holiday of sorts, Jasmine said.
Alone? Anjali asked.
With family,
Jasmine said.
For how long?
Anjali asked.
I'm only in Delhi till tomorrow morning. Then we're off to Amritsar, Jasmine said. We're visiting the Golden Temple.
It's divine, Anjali said with a smile.
You go to a place like that, and you wonder why the whole world can't be a sanctuary. We're obviously capable of peace, but only in designated sites.
The women began to assemble as they arrived in the square's center. It wasn't clear where or how the protest would start, but Jasmine had a feeling she'd know when it began. The tourists and other people seemed aware that something was about to happen. They dispersed with some curiosity and perhaps a little bit of fear. Jasmine intended to stay back and watch, but Anjali grabbed her hand and with surprising force pulled her into the center of the circle. A black duffel bag was resting at her feet. She pulled out a flat piece of wood that unfolded into a stand, giving her just enough height to be noticed. The stand gave her confidence. Jasmine could see her shoulders squaring, her eyes shining. Sneha handed her a loudspeaker, and it began.
What did she do?
Anjali's voice burst across the air.
She was just shopping in Janpas market for an outfit.
Jasmine surveyed the crowd. The other women were captivated. They nodded as Anjali recited statistics of sexual harassment claims and gang rape incidents. She went backward in chronological order from the present day to the 2012 bus gang rape that started these protests. "These are only the highlighted incidents," she shouted. "These are only the reported incidents. Who knows what else is happening? Who knows when it will stop?" A chant began among the women. "When will it stop?" Sneha led them, pumping her fist into the air. "When will it stop?" Jasmine found herself saying the words too, her shouts blending with the collective chants, so she could no longer hear herself, only this powerful, united voice. She looked past the crowd, expecting to see people watching them, joining in. But disappointingly, India continued around them. The traffic crawled, the vendors courted customers, the tourists skirted the edges of the protest, some taking pictures, others maintaining a safe distance. It was Sneha's turn now. She stood up on the stand and started reciting statistics. 875 women to 1,000 men in Haryana, she shouted. A girl waved a cardboard sign that said, "No more female feticide." Honor killings were still happening in rural parts of the country. 2 girls held a banner high, "There's no honor in killing." The protests seemed to be for all manner of women's rights in India, and there was so much to fight for. It felt a bit overwhelming, like India itself. Jasmine felt queasy looking at a placard displaying the bruised and bloodied faces of 2 village women who had been sentenced to a beating by a tribal court for adultery. Next to their faces were images of Hindu goddesses, their faces covered in bruises and cuts to make them look like battered women. "Respect all women the same way," was scrawled across the top. The tall girl carrying the sign held it high so it could be seen beyond the crowd. "And we have an international spokesperson here today. Polly Mishra, star of the Boathouse series in the UK, is here to tell us about how domestic violence must stop." All heads turned to Jasmine. Sneha was beckoning her to the stand. The crowd parted slightly to let her through. Her heart quickened for some reason. She never got nervous before auditions or experienced stage fright. Just a squeeze of anxiety, which she quelled with promises of a drink afterward. "Just behave yourself," she told her gut, "and there will be rewards." But she was nervous now. She realized that she hadn't spoken as herself in a very long time. The crowd was silent as Jasmine took the loudspeaker. What could she say? There was a sea of expectant faces, but they seemed to know everything already. Sneha had given them the statistics, and they lived it every day, didn't they? The teasing on the streets, the checking of their own outfits to see if they might be too arousing, the phone calls to their parents to let them know where they were, the clutching fear when they boarded a bus at night. "Your experience is more valuable than my words would be," Jasmine began. "You women do more battle just walking out your door in one day than I have to do in 1 year in London." She shook her head. The words were not coming out the right way. It sounded a little bit like she was chastising them for not living in a place that was better for women. The crowd seemed to shuffle with restlessness. Jasmine could hear the car horns and vendors' shouts in the distance. "When will it stop?" she asked. "When do we decide it's enough? Do we keep shouting while the rest of India moves on?"
Do our words mean anything to all these people continuing their daily lives? She made a great sweeping motion to include everyone. Now the crowd was interested. From where Jasmine was standing, she noticed a ripple of excitement, as visible as an electric current, traveling through the crowd. The women holding signs straightened their arms to pitch them higher. Anjali smiled and nodded. We're telling each other about the injustice, but we already know, don't we? We're living it, Jasmine said, her anger gathering momentum. Tell them. Heads began to turn. The women who started on the outer edges of the crowd were suddenly at its forefront. It was like those dreaded primary school games where everybody lined up and the one at the back was announced the leader. Tell them, somebody shouted. Tell them. This became the resounding chant of the protest as the women turned their attention on the spectators. Tourists began to nervously put their cameras away, and the clusters of people who had stopped in their tracks to watch the women were beginning to disperse. Only one group of onlookers remained rooted in place. Men, very much like the ones that Jasmine encountered on her walk to the station earlier. Scattered on the periphery of the protest, they were suddenly more visible than the rest of the crowd because of their stillness. She had not even noticed them when she and the women arrived, but of course they were not organized. There was no counter-protest planned. But now that the women were turning toward them, they were afraid, and they found each other somehow. First, it was just a pair of men who pointed at the women. A few more men joined in, jeering and calling out. They walked toward the crowd, chests puffed out, but their movements were slow and hesitant. The women outnumbered the men, and they knew it. Tell them, one woman shouted, pumping her fist into the air. Jasmine nodded and joined the chorus. The gaining momentum of this protest was exhilarating. Her voice grew hoarse, and her skin was slick with sweat, but she didn't want to stop fighting. Tell them! The girl holding the bruised goddess sign threw her arms high into the air. The images caught the attention of the men. Suddenly they were walking faster and shouting louder. Jasmine wasn't afraid until she noticed more men coming in from other directions. One of them pointed right at the sign, his cheeks red with fury. Jasmine couldn't understand the men's words because there was no unity in their response. They hadn't had time to prepare, after all. But later she realized she was wrong. Of course they had time to prepare. For years now, women's protests had been taking place at India Gate and on message boards online, at dinner tables and college campuses. The responses on these men's faces, now full of rage that topped the fiery glares of the women, had been building up for years. Hey, everyone! Jasmine shouted. She wanted to call for the crowd to calm down, but then it surged like a wave, carrying her along with it somehow. She tripped on another woman's leg and felt her blouse being grabbed, the fabric ripping loose. In the spaces between, she saw several men running up to the crowd, shouting. They were police officers. The angry mob of men didn't run away. They shouted and pointed to the women, who shouted back. To Jasmine's shock, an officer raised his hand in a threat to hit one of the shouting girls. It was Anjali, with bared teeth. As the officers began working their way through the crowd, suddenly they were on top of Jasmine, not as far from the soapbox as she thought. Wait, she said. I'm a British citizen. It was too late. The cops swooped in and led her away. Oh my God. Oh my God. Somebody was whispering those words. Jasmine's shoulder throbbed from the forceful way the policeman had pinned down her arms and clapped the handcuffs on, even though she hadn't resisted.
Her knees were trembling, and as the van jerked and lurched through the slow-flowing traffic, she felt her stomach churning. The van seemed filled beyond its capacity. Jasmine could feel the humidity of other breaths all around her. The windows of the van were caged and crisscrossed with wires, so Jasmine had no sense of where they were or how far they had gone from India Gate. Outside, it had been such a blindingly bright day, but this gauzy view threw the city into muted, frightening shadows. Oh my God! Oh my God! If Jasmine knew who was saying that, she'd try to assure her. You were exercising your right to free speech. There's nothing wrong with that. The police came racing in because they wanted to keep the conflict from getting out of hand. The men who wanted to start a riot were probably arrested as well. She didn't know if any of this was true, but she was too scared to consider the alternative. A girl let out a loud, ragged sob when the van came to a final stop. Everybody heard it. Jasmine sensed the heads turning, instinctively searching for the noise. The fear was palpable. Without being able to see or know where exactly they were terrified. They waited for a long time in the darkness of that van before the door rolled open and an officer barked at them to come out. Jasmine struggled to scoot her way to the door, then crouch and negotiate the step without being able to grasp anything for balance. Once her feet touched the ground, she could feel the tremor in her knees. An officer called out, and moments later the black gates leading to the station yawned open. The women were made to line up and then file into Tilak Marg police station, a low white brick building that sat behind concrete barricades. Police officers in khaki uniforms and berets milled outside, their rifles slung casually across their waists. Jasmine avoided eye contact with them, focusing instead on walking as steadily as possible. Oh my God! Oh my God! Who was saying that? Jasmine understood the sentiment. She felt as if somebody had pressed pause on her day while she was addressing the crowd less than an hour ago and hit play on a nightmare instead. Had any of the women expected this? In the station, things moved quickly. All the women lined up at the front desk and gave their names and details to an officer who recorded them by hand in a logbook. They were asked to surrender their possessions, purses, phones, and jewelry, in large Ziploc bags which were passed down from the front of the line. Jasmine got to the front of the line before she had to give up her phone. "Am I able to call my consulate?" she asked. Even her voice sounded foreign to her here. "I'm a British citizen." The officer looked up. He had thick eyebrows and a mustache that nearly covered his top lip. "Name?" he asked. "Jasmine Shergill," she said, her voice more level than she felt inside. She heard a ripple of murmurs from the women behind her as they realized she wasn't Polly Mishra. "Quiet!" the officer called over Jasmine's shoulder. "Your passport?" "I don't have it," she said. "It's back in my hotel. I've got a picture of it on my phone, though." Static and muffled commands burst from the transistor radio on the officer's desk. He picked up his walkie-talkie and muttered something back. "Could I just use my phone for a minute? I could get the picture from there." The officer nodded and returned to his call. Jasmine took out her phone and went straight to her contacts list. Rajni. She sent her a text in all caps. "Raj, I'm in jail. Not a joke. Send help, please. Tilak Marg Police Station. Call consulate." She pressed send and shot a look at the officer. He waved her over to one side and called up the next woman in line. Jasmine found her passport page in an email she had sent to herself when she was applying for her Indian visa. She showed it to the officer, who took a long time scrutinizing the page and recording all the details before asking for the rest of her possessions to be placed in the Ziploc bag. Then he called out to another officer who said, "Come with me." Entering the hallway, Jasmine felt the tremor in her legs again. Only when the officer told her to hurry up did she realize she was walking in tiny steps, as if afraid of what might be around the corner. Oh my God. Oh my God. The officer showed her to a small room with a flat wooden bench. There were 6 more women in this room, all of the girls who had been in line before Jasmine, and more to come. How would they possibly fit them all in here? "You want to go to the toilet, you have to call for one of the female officers to bring you," he said, perhaps noticing the way that Jasmine was shifting her feet. She didn't have to go to the toilet, though. She was trying to keep her legs from going numb with fear. "Do you know how long—" She didn't get to finish her question before the officer turned his back and walked away. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jasmine realized that the voice was hers. Once Sharina entered the air-conditioned cafe, she never wanted to leave. She was slightly embarrassed at how poorly she had taken to the heat this morning, to the sun beating down on her face and the sweat making her hair stick in curlicues to the back of her neck. She had been the one to suggest heading to the nearest shopping mall after their morning of watching the sunrise at India Gate. They didn't even make it far enough to get to the mall, stopping the driver once they spotted this cafe in a strip of upscale boutiques and restaurants of Khan Market. "I want the most iced drink they have," Rajni said, staring at the menu. "In fact, I'd pay just to have a tall cup of ice to rub on my forehead." Sharina ordered a crushed ice fruit drink and found a pair of plush armchairs by the window. Again, as she sank into the seat, she was so relieved to be sitting that she thought she might never rise again. She closed her eyes and saw patterns of light dancing around in the darkness. At India Gate, she and Rajni had walked quietly among the early bird tourists to find the best spot to catch the sun. They batted away the young boys who tried to sell them flimsy plastic toys and selfie sticks, and the ice cream vendor who rattled off a list of flavors from a lopsided cart. Behind him stood the Grand War Memorial, with the names of fallen soldiers inscribed into sandstone. There was an air of solemnity to the place, even as the city had already begun to stir. Mum had been right about the sunrise here being spectacular. The shifting hues of pink and orange, the wings of black kites swiftly crossing that canvas of changing light, the shimmering sun emerging triumphant despite the haze of the city. Sharina had thought of this item on the itinerary as Mum's simplest and easiest request, but as she watched the day begin, she couldn't help thinking about Mum's last moments. Had she written this letter knowing that she would die before the sun came up the next day? The coffee machine whirred behind the counter nearby. It was normal to feel depleted by the heat. In a way, the sun was a good thing. It gave Sharina an excuse to return to her air-conditioned hotel room, sink beneath the cool sheets, and do nothing for the rest of the day. Rajni returned and set down her iced coffee on the table. Beads of condensation speckled the plastic cup and dripped onto the table's surface, forming a perfect ring. She took a sip from her straw and sighed, shutting her eyes. She looked the perfect picture of peace until she voiced her thoughts. "I wonder what the hell Jasmine is up to." Sharina had no doubt that Jasmine had found her own way to occupy her time today. She didn't want to return to the subject of Jasmine's truancy again. All the way in the taxi, Rajni had fumed. "What is wrong with her?" she had asked, not looking for a response. "Let's just forget about it," Sharina said. For different reasons, she had been annoyed with Jasmine as well. She really should know better than to drink like that. It's disrespectful, she'd said to Rajni, but she was over it now. The heat had compressed her anger into something small and manageable. This morning, Jasmine's bloodshot eyes and the stench of stale wine on her breath had reminded Sharina of what her mother-in-law must have seen when she opened the door that night and found her slouched against the taxi driver. She was angry at Jasmine for making the same mistake over and over again. Surely one time was enough. It was for Sharina. There was a tapping sound on the glass window. Sharina turned to see a man dressed in slacks, which were frayed at the hems, and a dress shirt missing buttons. His skin was caked in soot. She met his eyes, two gray, watery pools, and turned away. Within moments, a barista hurried out to the pavement to shoo him away. Sharina watched him slowly shuffle to another shop entrance, where a security guard held his palm up in a stern rejection. If he kept on wandering like this, trying his luck, he'd surely reach a place of some charity. A Sikh temple, perhaps. "Do you think they eventually get shooed away from the Gurdwara if they keep showing up day after day?" Sharina asked. "That's not how it's supposed to be," Rajni replied, watching the man as well. "But I haven't noticed many beggars at the temple, even though the city's teeming with them." Inside and outside, the boundary between the temple and the rest of the world, and what was permissible in both spaces, had become a bit clearer to Sharina today. Yesterday, still under the fog of jet lag and fatigue, she hadn't noticed so much that people were kinder and gentler within the temple walls, more considerate under God's supervision. They fell into line and waited patiently for their food. They greeted each other with respectful nods. It was at India Gate this morning that she noticed all of these structures dissolving into the chaos of Delhi. Men roamed in hungry packs and whispered hello in a way that made it sound like a threat. She and Rajni had held their bags in front of them, aware of how vulnerable they were to being snatched. Sharina sipped her cool drink and watched well-heeled customers lining up at the counter, repeating their orders over the hissing milk steamer. There was a young couple sitting at the next table. Sharina knew they were newlyweds because the woman's forearm was nearly completely covered in glittering red bangles. Sharina wondered how she navigated Delhi's wobbling paths in those spiked heels, and then realized that she probably never walked anywhere in them. Outside the cafe, where the begging man had been standing before, now there was a clear view of the car park and its rows of big, expensive cars. The couple must have noticed Sharina staring. They stared back, and Sharina felt her face flushing with embarrassment. It wasn't her first time being caught looking at other couples. She often watched other men and women together and wondered if they were doing something that she and Sehaj should be doing. It was probably an arranged marriage thing, even though she and Sehaj had got to know each other online before setting the wedding date. There was some insecurity with wondering how to behave spontaneously. Is this what couples do? She wondered all the time, using other people as reference points. At one point, she became quite addicted to reruns of American sitcoms that featured meddling in-laws. She was relieved to make light of the petty arguments and the disparaging remarks about the daughter-in-law's cooking. In recent months, Whenever Mother commented on her weight gain with a raised eyebrow, Sharina was able to smile along to the laugh track that played in her mind. Sharina looked away and took another long sip of her drink. The shock of the ice made her head throb. "New bride," Rajni said, nodding at the woman. "I never wore mine." "Why not?" Sharina asked. "They don't really go with a blazer and a pencil skirt." The bangles were incongruous with the woman's slick denim jeans and tight black tank top, but people here would understand that she was announcing her status as a new bride, rather than over-accessorizing. People here would understand. Sharina felt relief at that thought. It would be nice, not explaining her culture. "I wore mine," she said. "All 21 days. Each time somebody on the train or in the supermarket gave her a curious look for wearing such ornate jewelry with her everyday clothes, she wished they knew she had a reason for doing so. Rajni looked surprised. "Really?" She didn't ask why, but Sharina heard it anyway. She could practically see the question mark hanging in the air. It was the same when she told her sisters that she'd arranged her own marriage through a matrimonial website. Why, they itched to ask. How would she have explained wanting a new beginning, a definition of family that was wholesome and content, without insulting them? She didn't really think she'd find what she was looking for so quickly, but once she registered and created her profile, she saw that there were abundant opportunities to become somebody new. From London to Bangkok to Nairobi to Wellington, there was the thrill of clicking on each potential husband, and the excitement of knowing that she was shaping her own fate. The thrill returned to her every time she saw her bangles. "I was sad to take them off," Sharina said. "I could have worn them for much longer." "Mum was not pleased that I didn't wear mine," Rajni said. "She was also annoyed that my mendi faded so quickly, because that's supposed to be bad luck." Sharina knew that superstition well from all the online discussions. If your mendi faded quickly, you would have a cruel mother-in-law. Modern brides joked about it and posted pictures of their stained hands on the arranged marriage forum. "Very accurate. The woman can't stand my cooking," one woman posted with a picture of her faded hands. "Lemon, Sugar, and Water" was the title of that thread, inspired by the mixture that brides sprinkled on their hands to keep their mendi color strong. "My mendi stayed dark for a really long time," Sharina said. She couldn't help feeling a bit proud. She didn't even have to use the lemon mixture. "There are millions of these little sayings about your fate as a married woman," Rajni said. "I remember all this confusion over which foot I used to step into the house first, because it would determine the course of my relationship with my husband. First, I stepped in with my right foot, and half the room cried out that I was supposed to use my left. I switched to the left foot, and the other half of the room said it was wrong." "What happens if you use the wrong foot?" Rajni shrugged. "Who knows? It's just one of those superstitions that doesn't mean anything. The happiness of a marriage isn't dictated by such arbitrary things. You would know. It's work." Since Sharina got engaged, she noticed that Rajni liked giving her marriage advice. It was one thing they finally had in common, and in Jasmine's absence, they were free to discuss their husbands without making her feel left out. Sometimes she opened her emails to find links to articles recommended by Rajni in her inbox. 10 things that married couples should say to each other and secrets to a happy marriage. Advice from 3 couples married over 50 years. Sharina always waited an appropriate amount of time so it would seem like she read them, and then replied, "This is great," or "Loved this, so true." "Believe me," Rajni continued, "when you've been married as long as I have, you'll understand. Do you remember that article I sent you about crazy things that couples can do to keep their marriage alive?"
"Yeah," Sharina said. "I think I stopped reading after wife swapping came up."
"That was one of the suggestions?" Rajni asked.
"Don't you read the articles you send me?"
"I read the first couple of tips. One of them was, don't talk to each other for 48 hours. A vow of silence so you can appreciate each other without conversation."
"How did that work for you?"
"I heard every other sound, and it drove me bananas. Kabir's breathing, his phone pinging with notifications. I think we were only 4 hours into the silence thing when I told him I'd had enough."
Sharina forced a smile.
She was all too familiar with the feeling of being encased in silence in her marriage. 4 hours? Try 4 days.
"Well, I'm relieved that you weren't suggesting that Sehaj and I become swingers," she said.
"Oh, don't be so quick to dismiss those wife-swapping parties," Rajni said. Sharina raised an eyebrow. School teacher Rajni and accountant Kabir, a pair of swingers? She almost began to laugh at the thought. Then she noticed Rajni peering over her drink, looking a bit offended.
"Sorry," Sharina said. "I knew there were parties like that in the Indian community in London. I just didn't really—"
"You didn't believe they were for real?" "Me neither," Rajni said, "until I was invited to one."
"Really? When? By whom?"
Sharina couldn't contain her surprise. At the next table, the foursome looked up sharply. She ducked out of their view. "A friend," Rajni said. "Meenakshi. Remember her from my wedding?" "Oh, you wouldn't, of course. You were so young. We're still good friends. Her younger daughter was born about 2 weeks after Anil. They used to have playdates together." Rajni looked wistful. "I thought Anil and Sahiba would make a fine couple one day."
"There's still a chance," Sharina said.
Rajni cleared her throat. Yes," she said, taking a sip of her drink. "Anyway, Meenakshi was the one who told me about these holiday houses that Punjabi families book together over the summer. It all looks very innocent, but in the evening, when the kids are all tucked away in bed, there's an agreement between the adults to exchange partners." It sounded very organized. Sharina wondered if there was a roster involved, or if everyone was just agreeable to moving from person to person like playing a game of musical chairs.
"Were you ever tempted?" Sharina asked. "To see what it was like?"
Rajni shuddered. "I couldn't imagine switching partners so casually and then going back to my husband after that. Surely the aftermath would be awkward? Not to mention seeing those other people in daylight again."
"I would think so," Sharina said.
"Meenakshi said it did wonders for her sex life, though. I listened to her stories. They were pretty wild." Rajni smiled. "I'll admit, it made me a bit curious, because things had stagnated a bit."
"That's pretty normal, though, isn't it?" Sharina asked.
She was careful to sound casual. "They say a sexless marriage is when you have it less than 5 times in a year," Rajni said. "We had it more times than that." 6? 10? Rajni wasn't going to give an exact number, of course, but Sharina could also picture her discovering the minimum number on a therapist's web page and aiming to surpass it, to break the threshold and be safe.
Sexless marriage, Sherina said. You're basically roommates, then.
She measured the incredulity in her tone. This is not something that would happen to me. It's easy to go a while without it, Rajni said. You're young newlyweds now, so it seems impossible, but life does get in the way. Plus, we'd been trying for another child for years, and it seemed like all the fun had gone out of it.
What did Kabir think of the suggestion?
He wasn't keen, Rajni said. Neither was I. Meenakshi didn't mention it again. I think she was a little embarrassed afterward. I suppose she was quite convinced that I'd say yes. But then, you wouldn't believe who brought it up then.
Who?
Sherina asked. Mum, Rajni said.
No,
Sherina said firmly. Now you're just making things up. I wish that was so. I'm serious. Mum told me to look into it.
How would Mum even know about these things?
That was my first question, too, Rajni said. It turned out that she only had a vague idea of what went on, but somebody had told her that there were parties in East London that married couples credited for spicing up their love lives.
She didn't know what they actually did?
Sherina asked. Not really, Rajni said. Sometimes I wonder if she thought it was a big prayer circle. All these couples just sitting around and wishing for the spark to reignite. Sherina laughed at the image. The smile on Rajni's face was wistful. We quarreled over it, she recalled.
You and Kabir?
Me and Mum. I was annoyed with her for suggesting that we needed help. I had told her that we weren't having much sex anymore because she wouldn't stop pestering me about having another child. Another son, I should say. Mum had this recipe for some vile concoction of fenugreek tea mixed with soaked dates and herbs. She swore by it, and even said I was more likely to conceive a boy that way. Obviously, it didn't quite work for her.
Really?
Sherina asked. Rajni raised her eyes to hers, so she quickly followed up with, How did the argument end, then? Did Mum just give up talking about it? It took her a while. I decided to focus on my career to take my mind off it all, but when I told her I was going for a principal track position, she said, Your family isn't complete yet. Don't wait too long, or there will be a big gap between Anil and his sibling. Like I wasn't aware of how weird it was to be an adult and have a younger sister in primary school. Rajni's face was flushed, as if she was still arguing with Mum. It was strange seeing her so worked up about Mum, when that was usually Jasmine's department. Sherina could only remember Jasmine's constant arguments with Mum. Everything had to be challenged, from curfews to what subjects she took in school to how much she wanted to spend at the hair salon. Sherina always situated herself at the periphery of those memories, because that was how it was. Sherina at the edge of the room, keeping her distance from conflict. Sherina finding something else to do, so she wouldn't get embroiled in a battle of wills between Jasmine and Mum, or Jasmine and Rajni. The fact of her existence always made her guilty. Mum and Dad had wanted a boy. Sherina had been their last-ditch attempt at having a son. This Sherina knew because Mum had told her. We didn't need another girl, but God decides these things. In Mum's voice, the unmistakable sadness at God's plans for her family.
So how did things get better then, with you and Kabir?
Sherina asked. Things just sort of picked back up again once we stopped trying so hard.
The doctor told us there wouldn't be any more children, and it more or less lifted the pressure. Mum never really talked to me about sex, Sharina said. It seemed that by the time Sharina became a teenager, Mum had run out of things to say. It was as if she had loaded all her advice onto the eldest and hoped it would trickle down somehow. Some things worked in this way. Sharina didn't have to question things like curfews and the proper ways to dress and talk. The examples were laid out for her in what Rajni did to please Mum and what Jasmine did to rebel. The only time Mum alluded to sex was to tell Sharina that she should have children sooner rather than later. Have sons, she'd said, perhaps knowing what Sharina's mother-in-law was like. It was the first time she was really open with me, Rajni said. I was surprised, but I also didn't want to continue the conversation much further. She started going into that whole yarn about keeping your husband interested, otherwise you'll lose him, and it put me off the conversation totally. It's not all up to us, is it? I had a job and a son to raise, and here's Mum telling me I have to be a sex goddess as well, or I'd risk my husband leaving me. It was so old-fashioned. Sharina felt a familiar urge to defend Mum's values. She had done the same whenever she and Lauren from work discussed their personal lives. My mother-in-law thinks I should grow my hair out a bit more, Sharina once told her. The response was a raised eyebrow. Do you want to grow your hair out? Lauren had asked. Of course I want to grow it out as well, Sharina had replied. Lauren did not look convinced. There were many conversations like this, Lauren's tone growing more exasperated and patronizing. Sharina decided not to tell Lauren she was quitting until she handed in her notice and word got around. Is she making you quit? Lauren asked, cornering Sharina in the break room. Her voice was full of concern, but Sharina didn't want to hear it. She didn't need to be rescued. She had written the resignation letter herself, providing no explanations because the Laurens of the world would never understand. Do you think Mum would have had an easier time if she had sons? Sharina asked. Do you think she would have been happier? The question seemed to pain Rajni. She looked out the window and didn't answer Sharina's question. Silence fell between them, and the roar of the coffee grinder filled the gap. Sharina wondered if she should offer up some detail of her own married life to complete the exchange. But what could she share? She and Sehaj hadn't touched each other in a while, but their circumstances were not complicated. Not that there was any need to talk about her married life with anybody, even her sisters, especially her sisters. Rajni looked as if she was about to say something when she suddenly jolted a bit in her seat and looked into her bag. She put her coffee down and picked up her phone. A moment passed, and then she gasped and showed Sharina her screen. Before Sharina could read the message, Rajni said, It's Jasmine. She's been arrested. Chapter 7.
Please look out for each other in Delhi. It's a busy city, and female travelers have to be more careful. Keep your eye on your belongings all the time, and don't draw too much attention to yourselves.
The police station was humming with activity when Rajni and Sharina arrived. They were shuttled through various checkpoints and patted down by female officers behind curtains to protect their modesty before being led to a waiting room. Fluorescent lamps flickered on the ceiling, even though there was still plenty of daylight outside, but there were no windows here. The air was sticky, and the floor felt grimy under Rajni's sandals. She dialed the British consulate phone number again. At this point, she could practically recite the list of pre-recorded menu options, For opening hours, press 1. For visa status, press 2. For travel advisories and warnings, press 3. There was no specific option for bailing family members out of Indian jails. She tried again to press 4 for urgent assistance, but the phone rang for a minute before disconnecting. "I'm going to kill her," Rajni muttered, tossing her phone into her bag. Sharina gave her hand a squeeze. "No, you're not," she was probably thinking, but the rage Rajni felt in her fingertips was stronger than anybody realized. She didn't know exactly what Jasmine had done to get arrested, but Rajni was certain that it was avoidable, deliberate. Of course Jasmine would sabotage this trip. From the start, this had been her mission. She wasn't interested in the pilgrimage, in honoring Mum. Why would she be? All she cared about was herself and settling scores. As these thoughts charged through Rajni's mind, she could see them hashing it out right there in the police station. "You think I want to be here?" Rajni wanted to scream. "You think I wouldn't rather be at home dealing with my own family's crisis instead of fighting with you on a tour across northern India?" A uniformed officer sat slouched at a desk near the entrance of the waiting room, the buttons of his shirt about to pop from the strain of his burgeoning belly. He flipped through files listlessly and called a few names. When nobody responded, he shut his file, picked up an empty glass mug, and disappeared into the back room. "Lovely," Rajni said to Sharina. "We're going to have to wait till chai break is finished." "It could be a while," Sharina said, nodding to the door. More people were pouring in and crowding their space. Was there any place in India that wasn't teeming with people? Rajni had a new appreciation for the spacious halls of the Gurdwara yesterday and the wide boulevard they had walked along this morning. She wondered what Jasmine's jail cell was like, and she felt an acute pang of fear for her sister, packed with strangers in a cramped and dimly lit room. Rajni's only point of reference for the image was those news documentaries that aired on TV back home about naive British holidaymakers trapped in some drug or human trafficking ring and jailed in unimaginable conditions in Cambodia or Nigeria. She did not think she'd have the stamina to be like their families, shuttling back and forth to visit their incarcerated children and attend their court hearings. With a renewed sense of urgency, Rajni took her phone out of her purse and tried the consulate again. As she sat through the menu options once more, the officer returned with a steaming cup of tea and a spring in his step. He picked up a fresh stack of folders and called out a few names. There weren't many parents here, Rajni noticed. Only one silver-haired man wearing a pressed suit and expensive-looking leather shoes stepped up to the desk. He and the officer exchanged a few grave words, and then he was given a stack of forms to complete. Rajni groaned. Forms. More forms. They would be doing endless paperwork until it was time to return to England. The phone continued to ring. "Jasmine Shergill?" the officer called. "Yes," Rajni said, leaping from her seat with surprise, like she'd just won a bingo tournament. Sharina followed her. "We're here for Jasmine Shergill. Is she all right? Where is she?" The officer was busy reading from his file. "You are the closest relative?" "I'm her sister. We're here on holiday, from England," Rajni said. The phone had rung out again. If the consulate wasn't going to answer her calls, then maybe she should just start announcing her citizenship and seeing if it had any clout. "We're British citizens," Rajni said. The officer did not look impressed, but he did make some notes in his file. Then he picked up his glass and took a long, deliberate sip. "Do you think," Rajni whispered to Sharina, "do you think he wants some..."
You know. Sharina's expression was blank. She clearly did not know what Rajni was hinting at. How much do you think he's after? Rajni tried again. You know, like money. A B-R-I-B-E. The officer cast them a sidelong glance. He can spell, Rajni, Sharina said. Right, Rajni said. Shit. Also, I don't think it works like that, Sharina whispered back. I don't think anybody asks for money in these situations. You just sort of work it out. Sure, but there's a ballpark figure, isn't there? You mean like a market rate? Sharina asked. How am I supposed to know what that would be? Clearly, they were already terrible at this. Rajni didn't even have that much money in her purse. She'd have to negotiate slyly and then run out to an ATM machine. That wasn't right, was it? In the movies, everybody just slickly slipped money into each other's palms. Or was that just for valets, so they didn't ding up your car? Can you tell me what she's been charged with? Rajni asked the officer. Please? The officer squinted at his files. It was unclear whether he'd heard her. Rajni was about to ask again when she felt somebody tapping on her shoulder. She turned to see the silver-haired man. It's better not to ask too many questions. You'll agitate them, he said gently. It's just, we have no information, and we're here on holiday, and... Rajni felt the tears building up in her chest. Mum's going to kill me, she used to think, every time Jasmine got into trouble. She could picture Mum right now, arms crossed over her chest and shaking her head, asking, Why weren't you watching her? Let me ask, the man said. As he leaned toward the officer, Rajni wondered why it made any difference when he asked the same question, but the officer seemed to bend to his authority. It was either because he was a man, or because he was the type of man who wore expensive leather shoes. They chatted in such low voices that Rajni wasn't able to catch everything that they said, but at one point the officer nearly cracked a smile. The man turned to Rajni. She noticed the crinkles at the corners of his eyes were like Kabir's. It seems that your sister was rounded up with the same group that my daughter was in. The protest at India Gate. A protest? Sharina asked. She and Rajni exchanged a look. It sounded like a mistake. What kind of protest? A women's rights march, the man said. It got violent, and the police did a sweeping arrest of protesters that she got caught up in. How violent? Rajni asked. I don't know, the man said. Then he dropped his voice to a whisper. I'm sure it was nothing serious, just a scuffle. The police use these scare tactics sometimes to deter the girls from protesting again. Do they work? You tell me, the man said. It's my third visit to a station to get Parvana out of trouble this year. Oh. Rajni didn't know what to say. She was caught between extending her sympathies for having such a troublesome daughter and wanting to commend him for remaining so calm. The officer handed over a clipboard of forms. Have a seat, the man said, gesturing at an empty spot on the bench. My name is Hari, by the way. They all shook hands and introduced themselves. She's going to be okay, right? Rajni asked. She's not going to stay here. What did she tell you over the phone? Hari asked. It wasn't a call, but a text, Rajni said. All it said was where she was being held.
Unfortunately, there isn't much they can tell us either. It's a waiting game.
Looking up from her forms, Rajni stared at the door, trying to imagine what was beyond it. A row of jail cells with iron bars, and Jasmine crammed in with the other women she was rounded up with. She'll be fine, Sharina said, as if reading Rajni's thoughts. Of all three of us, Jasmine's the most likely to survive a situation like this.
Sharina looked like she needed some comforting herself.
She looked very tired, and on the way here she had asked the driver to pull over because she needed to throw up.
The driver had pulled over, and the nausea abated.
Probably something I ate, Sharina had said weakly.
Now sweat plastered her hair to her forehead, and her eyes were bloodshot. The lack of ventilation in this room wasn't helping. The air here was stale, and it smelled of sweat. Rajni was sure she remembered this police station. The smells, the sounds, the fear. She remembered flickering lights, the beady-eyed officers, and the suffocating feeling of being in the wrong place. Of course, she knew it was unlikely that this was the same station she had walked into all those years ago. There were many other stations in Delhi, but the panic that was rising in her throat, that sense of feeling trapped and desperate to get home, of wanting but being unable to leave, made her feel like a teenager again. To distract herself, Rajni concentrated on filling in the forms as quickly as possible. Next to her, Hari took his glasses off. He pinched the bridge of his nose and shut his eyes. "Are you all right?" she asked him, her pen still going rapidly. "I just don't know when this will stop," he said. "My daughter, she's a college student. She gets so fired up that she puts herself in all kinds of danger."
"My sister is like that too, except she's old enough to know better," Rajni said.
"How old is she?"
32, Rajni said. She put her pen down and looked at Hari. "She is well past the age where I should be called upon to bail her out of trouble."
"So it doesn't stop then?"
Hari asked, a smile curling at the edges of his lips. "You tell me," Rajni said. "I have a son entering university this year."
Yes, in some alternate reality, Anil was going to do exactly what she wanted.
Rajni could only deal with one catastrophe at a time, so for the purposes of this conversation, she was not going to be a grandmother in a few months. "I can't believe you've done this more than once," she said to Hari.
"Last time, I vowed that I wouldn't. I told Parvana she'd have to find her own way out. But when she called to tell me where she was..."
He sighed.
"There are all-women police stations, you know. I knew this wasn't one of them. I couldn't just leave her here, no matter how angry I was."
Rajni looked around. The clicking of computer keys, the ringing of phones, the creaking fan mounted on the wall like a hunter's prize, slowly turning as if surveying the room and finding it very disappointing. "No, I couldn't either," she admitted. "I could punch Jasmine, though." Sharina looked up sharply. Rajni immediately felt guilty for saying this. She had hit Jasmine in the hospital that day, just before Mum died. She flexed her fingers and thought about how the feeling in her knuckles went numb after she'd hit Jasmine, and she had wondered if it was a physical or emotional reaction.
"Have you tried calling your consulate?"
Hari asked. "Didn't get an answer," Rajni said. Must be lots of Britons causing trouble in India today, then, he said. We're a rowdy lot, Rajni quipped. Not my impression at all, Hari said, except when the football is on. Thank you for doing this, Rajni said. You really don't need to be comforting me when your daughter's in the same situation. Hari shrugged. It's not a situation that you share with many people. When Bhavana was younger and got into trouble in school, my wife refused to talk to the other parents in the principal's office. She insisted that we weren't like them. Rajni nodded. I know that feeling. She remembered seeing the bruise on Jasmine's cheek at Mum's funeral and thinking with outrage, who did that to my little sister? Before remembering that it was her. A fresh worry struck Rajni now. So if this isn't an all-women's station... There aren't men in the cells, Hari said. But the officers... Do you know what could have happened to you? Mum had shouted at Rajni. How naive she was to think that she could walk into a police station in the middle of the night, a teenage girl with teased hair and heavy makeup, and assume she would be safe. Her other option was to keep walking on the street, though, and that was far more dangerous. What hurt most was Mum's fury. Rajni was trembling when she finally came home, and Mum had no words of comfort for her, only anger. That was the only reason Rajni had shouted back. It happened in a blink, and everything changed. You can think about all the possibilities, Hari said gently. But they'll just drive you mad with worry. As of now, we know she's getting out in a few hours, and we can only hope they won't change their minds. Let's just focus on that. Rajni stared at him, unable to stop worrying. Breathe, he said. I'm stepping out for a cigarette break, and then I'll try to talk to the officers again. Rajni swallowed and nodded. She shut her eyes and tried to picture a soothing landscape. She had taken an anxiety seminar once and found the mindfulness and meditation chants only useful for as long as it took her to start making lists of how many minutes she was going to be mindful every day, because it wasn't that difficult, and it could change her brain chemistry. Then she piled on a new exercise routine and general tips on being a better person, and soon she was overwhelmed by all her self-improvement plans and not being mindful at all, which led to more anxiety. She opened her eyes and noticed that Sharina's eyes were closed. She was taking in deep breaths, but it didn't seem meditative. Are you okay? She asked. Sharina kept her eyes shut and nodded. Just my stomach again, she said. There was a sheen of sweat on her face, and her cheeks were flushed. Rajni looked up at the slow, wall-mounted fan as it turned its head toward them. You might need some air, she said. She felt bad for taking Sharina along with her now, but she had been afraid to go to the police station alone. I'll be fine, Sharina said. She opened her eyes. The smile she gave Rajni was strained. Once again, Rajni found herself wondering what was going on with Sharina. Food poisoning and jet lag aside, she seemed troubled since she arrived in India. I don't have to worry about you too, do I? Rajni wondered. She didn't have the capacity to take on another sister's problems. Not right now, anyway. She told herself she'd get to it later. Rajni looked around. Without Hari, she felt even more vulnerable. The station was full of men, visitors, officers.
The few women among them were on the sidelines like Rajni and Sharina. The officer at the front desk had only listened when Hari spoke. "Should I cancel our train tickets for tomorrow? The hotel booking in Amritsar?" Rajni asked. "Should we just call off the whole thing and go back to England once Jasmeen's released? Why are we here? What the hell are we doing?" She realized she sounded a bit hysterical. The police officer behind the desk shot her a look and then began rummaging through his files. Sharina looked nervous. "Breathe." Rajni closed her eyes and immediately saw Mum. It was impossible not to think of her now, in this place. Mum was sitting on her hospital bed, her face screwed in concentration as another wave of pain coursed through her body. Rajni tried to shake away the image. She was supposed to focus on calming thoughts. But Mum stubbornly remained. Her face looked younger, and she had fewer white hairs. Rajni tried to cast her mind's eye to the window. Maybe there was a view of some soothing greenery. But Mum moved with her. Even when Rajni pictured an empty white room, there was the younger version of Mum. She was packing their suitcases for a trip to India, to bring some sense into her eldest daughter. No nightclubs, no cigarettes, no bad influences. Just 3 weeks of learning about her culture and spending time with family. Mum was determined that Rajni would return to London a good girl. "Raj?" Sharina said, nudging her in the ribs. Her eyes flew open. As if Rajni had conjured Jasmeen, there she was, framed by the doorway behind the officer's desk. The officer who had looked up at Rajni was standing next to Jasmeen. She didn't see them waving at her. She was led to the front desk and given some forms to sign. Rajni watched as Jasmeen gave them a quick glance before scrawling her signature. Her gaze roamed the room until it rested on Rajni, on her feet. Just before Jasmeen walked out to greet them, Rajni felt the numbness returning to her knuckles, and she fought to press her arms to her sides. She could easily punch her sister again. "What the hell were you thinking?" Mum had shouted at Rajni all those years ago, and Rajni, still terrified, had said something she would never be able to take back. Chapter 8.
Day 4, Delhi to Amritsar. This journey will take you from India's capital city to Punjab, our ancestral state. Look out the windows and take in the landscape. Listen to the conversations around you. Watch people rejoicing as they rush to meet their relatives on the platforms of those smaller stops along the way. There's no greater show of love and faith than traveling a long distance for somebody.
The journey from Delhi to Amritsar was supposed to start and end with food. This was how Mum had always described the train rides to the village, and although Jasmeen had never taken the trip herself, her memory had absorbed Mum's stories, so they became her own foggy recollections. She had images of an endless supply of pakoras and samosas, the paper cups of steaming hot tea, and the flat squares of Indian sweets. They were pulling out of the station now. She looked out the window as the train picked up pace. Beyond the tracks, the sun burned fiercely, its image wavering behind the train's fumes. Mothers ushered their children ahead of them on a slow walk along the tracks. Mountains of garbage glittered behind clusters of boxy houses that appeared like Lego structures, extensions jammed together, jutting out. The train's pace picked up as the landscape widened before them. Once they had moved beyond the outskirts of Delhi, the greenery became more consistent, the houses farther apart. Jasmine stared at one boxy home, painted bright orange and with a satellite dish sitting on the rooftop like a trophy, and she had a longing to be inert, lazing the day away instead of hurtling toward their history. What a relief it was to be leaving Delhi. Just the movement of the train made Jasmine grateful that she was out of that jail cell, even though her time spent there had been mercifully short. Last night she had hardly slept. She kept replaying the moment of her arrest over in her mind, still shocked at what had transpired. In the early hours of the morning, she went into the bathroom with the intention of taking a shower, but the sight of the small space made her remember the cell crammed with bodies, and she returned to bed. Her stomach growled. She hadn't eaten breakfast. They had had to check out of the hotel too early to make their way to the train station, and although she had been tempted to stop at a roadside stall to get some fresh pani puris, a death glare from Rajni had silenced her. Jasmine sneaked a look at her now. She was staring straight ahead and hadn't said anything to her since her release. Not a word. "Don't you want to know if I'm okay?" Jasmine was tempted to ask. She had felt very sorry for herself sitting in that jail cell, though she counted herself among the fortunate ones who hadn't been hauled off for questioning. The police eventually realized that the cell was overcrowded, even with those women taken away, and they began releasing the ones who hadn't been directly involved in the organizing. Jasmine was certain she would be there for ages, but they let her go early. Her passport might have had something to do with it. Also the fact that some of the women in the cell still thought she was Polly Mishra and kept referring to her as such, to the intrigue of passing officers. The women who learned Jasmine's real identity simply ignored her, their thoughts probably too occupied with their current crisis. Rajni's terse silence had followed them back to the hotel, where Jasmine attempted to explain herself. "I didn't—" She got that much out before Rajni raised her hand like a wall. "I don't want to hear it," she said. "Let's just get the rest of this trip over with, and then we can go back to our lives." Her anger vibrated through her like an electric current, and her fists were clenched at her sides. The stretches of lush green land were becoming longer. Untamed stalks of grass rustled in the morning breeze, and on the dusty horizon, Jasmine could see the sun hovering over a small hill of trees. The windows rattled as another train passed in the opposite direction. Cattle-class passengers clung to the railings in the open entrances. Jasmine wondered what became of the other girls who had been arrested with her. Who could she ask? What could she do about it anyway? Her empty stomach made a mournful moan. "Do you know if she booked our tickets with a meal service?" Jasmine whispered to Sharina, careful that Rajni didn't hear. "I expect so," Sharina said. "It's an 8-hour journey." In the seat in front of Sharina, a toddler was standing and peering at them through sweeping black lashes. "What a cutie," Jasmine said with a smile. The toddler grinned back. Jasmine waved with both her hands. The toddler clapped and disappeared behind her seat, only to pop up again, this time trying to get Sharina's attention. "Hello, darling," Rajni said from her seat near the window, but the toddler paid her no mind. "Didi," she said to Sharina, addressing her as sister. Outstretching her arms, she tried to touch Sharina. She appeared to be attracted to the bright pink tunic, which brought out a glow in Sharina's cheeks. "She likes you," Jasmine remarked. Sharina looked up from her book only briefly, before returning to it. Not a terrible strategy, Jasmine decided. As cute as the little girl was, there was a limit to how much amusement she could reasonably provide for 8 hours. She pulled a few funny faces, and then ignored the little girl, who found another passenger to amuse her soon enough. The smell of deep-fried pakoras drifted down the aisle and made Jasmine's mouth water. She craned her neck, expecting to see a food cart being pushed down the aisle, but the smell was coming from the seats ahead of them. Several generations of one family were traveling in the same carriage as them, and they had begun unpacking their snacks. A flask of tea was passed around. Somebody split open a samosa, and the steam unfurled in the air, carrying the smell of spiced potatoes to Jasmine's nostrils. She had a strong memory then of being young and sitting on a kitchen stool while Mum bustled about. Mustard seeds popped and crackled in sizzling oil in the frying pan, and the stovetop kettle whistled. Mum's expression was far from the serene look of Indian housewives in the drama series. Her eyes were pained, and her skin taut with worry. Jasmine had just asked her to take her and Sharina shopping. "We need new socks," she'd said, snapping the loose elastic on her socks to prove her point. "Your socks are fine," Mum had said, refusing to look at them. Jasmine took a closer look at the family occupying all those rows ahead of them. The men were loud, and their presence most obvious, standing in the aisles and hollering out to each other. The women talked while juggling their children, their conversation often interrupted by the laughs and calls of their husbands and brothers. The meal service, when it finally arrived, was a disappointing contrast to the abundant home-cooked fare of the extended family. 2 soggy potato fritters and a Tetra Pak of lassi, but Jasmine devoured it. Yesterday, fear had canceled her appetite. She believed that she might languish in an Indian jail cell forever. Sharina hadn't touched her meal. She looked a bit repulsed by it. The toddler was slowly rising again, this time with a floppy-eared stuffed bunny as an offering. "Are you going to eat yours?" Jasmine asked. Sharina shook her head and pushed the tray to Jasmine. She tore through the meal gratefully. One of the men in the family was telling a joke. Jasmine didn't catch the whole thing, but the punchline only elicited a few weak laughs. "Oh, come on," he thundered. "Don't you all get it?" "We get it. It's just a lame joke," a woman replied. There was more laughter at this, and a few claps. The man grinned. "Darling, when we were engaged, you always laughed at my jokes." A few members of the family began to hoot. "Calm down, we're in a public place," shouted another man, who didn't seem to think that shouting in public was inappropriate. "It's a different thing, nah, being engaged and being married," countered another woman. "After marriage, you hear the same jokes over and over again. They stop being funny." "It's a good thing we're headed to the village, then," called the first man. "I can always exchange you for another wife." The women's scoffing and eye-rolling responses showed their disapproval, but they said nothing and returned to their circle for conversation. "Dee-dee?" the little girl pleaded. She waved her bunny. Sharina folded the page of her book into a corner and shut it. With one hand, she tugged the bunny's ears. The toddler giggled and yanked back her toy. Jasmine looked over at Rajni, who was staring out the window. Open fields and paddies came into view. The train crossed over a lake that ran like a bright vein through the yellow-green grassland. Jasmine wished she had had the chance to come to India during her childhood. Imagine summers spent journeying with extended family members, sharing histories over pakoras, while the train brought them to their origins. The carriage shuddered against the steel surface of the bridge, and the family's laughter exploded, amplifying the sisters' own silence. The little girl giggled as her mother pulled her back into her seat. "You'll fall, darling," she said.
Don't bother other people. Through the gap between the seats, she flashed an apologetic smile at Sharina. Jasmine couldn't take the quiet anymore. This was not how they did things. Rajani's eyes were shut, and she was taking deep, long breaths. As she let out a breath, it looked as if she was a deflating balloon. Jasmine reached out and grabbed her hard in the arm. Ouch! What the hell, Jasmine? I have a few things to say to you. Sharina, sandwiched between them, pressed her back against the chair. I'm busy at the moment, Rajni said. Doing what? You're sitting on a train, literally doing nothing. I can see you. I'm practicing mindful breathing, Rajni said. Or I was until you rudely interrupted me. Now I have to start again. If you can't multitask breathing with conversation, you're doing something wrong, Jasmine informed Rajni. I'm not getting into another argument with you about mindfulness, the benefits of which are evidenced in multiple studies. Ouch! Stop pinching me! Sharina, exchange seats with me, Jasmine ordered. Rajni and I have some things to sort out. No, stay where you are, Rajni said, pinning Sharina's wrist to the armrest as if she might fly off otherwise. Jasmine, if you want to talk, I'm sorry. I'm just not ready yet. She shut her eyes and went back to breathing in and out. Jasmine could tell from the way her face was squeezed that her mind was certainly not clear of angry thoughts. She waited until Rajni let out a long exhalation. It wasn't my fault, Jasmine said. Rajni rolled her eyes. Sure it wasn't. The protest just happened. I was walking around Karol Bagh, and I got on the metro to join you two at India Gate. You were supposed to be at India Gate with us from the beginning. Sure, but that's a different argument altogether, Jasmine said, and not one she was keen on having. Nobody needed to tell her that she overdid the drinking occasionally. She was aware of it, and wasn't that the first step? She was planning on taking more control over her impulses. Eventually, when she had the time, space, and wherewithal. A trip across India involved too many variables without adding a sobriety challenge to the mix. If we came here to find ourselves, Jasmine began, not quite knowing where her argument would end up. She wanted Rajni to know that being arrested had frightened her. Although she was acting nonchalant about the whole thing now, she hadn't been able to sleep last night, and the thought of that cell still made her stomach turn. But that didn't mean she had been wrong to go to the Women's March in the first place. We came here to remember Mum and to do service, Rajni said. Isn't protesting a service? Fighting for women's rights? Did you know that there are women in the villages whose husbands share them with their brothers because female infanticide has resulted in an alarmingly low ratio of women to men? This got Sharina's attention. She looked up at Jasmine, alarmed. It's true, Jasmine continued. It's something like 6 men to 1 woman in some of the poorer states here. It's disgraceful. Annoyance twitched across Rajni's features. Trouble just seems to find you, doesn't it? Since the day we started this trip, you've been sabotaging it. I have not. You have. You've been contrary from the beginning. Even Sharina agrees with me. Jasmine stared at Sharina. Is this true? She demanded. Sharina squirmed in her seat. Is it? Jasmine asked. I think you could have avoided drinking that much if you knew it was going to make it difficult for you to wake up the next day. That's all. I made a passing remark to Rajni on our way to the temple. I didn't say contrary, Sharina said defensively. Well, nobody says contrary unless they're over 70.
Jasmine said. To Rajni's credit, she let the comment slide. But I don't understand why you think I'm sabotaging the trip. Sharina's the one who's not even coming along to the last half of it. Somehow that's acceptable? While we're making an arduous trek up a mountain and sleeping on straw mats, she's going to be eating sweets and receiving newlywed gifts from her in-laws' extended family in the village. She'll probably even have Wi-Fi access. That's not very fair, Sharina. I'm sorry you feel that way, Sharina said. Jasmine groaned. For once, it would be nice if Sharina didn't diffuse every argument. It was so unsatisfying. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the toddler's head popping up again. She grinned at Rajni and squealed. Yes, darling? Yes? Rajni cooed, beaming. What's that you've got there? The girl was dangling something else over the seat. It was a bright yellow Tupperware container plastered in Peppa Pig stickers. Can I have this? Rajni asked. The girl smiled and trained her eyes on Sharina. She shook the container at her. Sharina didn't acknowledge the girl. She looked down at her book, fiercely concentrating, until the girl lost interest and disappeared into her seat again. It was strange. The sight of the girl seemed to really bother Sharina. Jasmine sneaked a look and saw that Sharina hadn't gone past the first page of her book. Then Sharina turned to Jasmine. I never said you were trying to sabotage the trip, but when we went to your hotel room yesterday and you were drunk, I was very disappointed. Her lips were a thin line. Jasmine stared at Sharina, speechless. This voice coming from Sharina, it didn't even sound like her. Even Rajni looked surprised. What's so difficult about stopping after a glass or two, It's what people do. Normal people have limits. They know how to behave. Sharina, Rajni began. Don't drag me into your arguments when you want somebody to take your side, Sharina continued. I won't be a part of that. Okay, Rajni said. And I won't be lectured about family obligations, Sharina said. Not by my two older sisters who got into a fist fight at our mother's deathbed. Does it ever occur to you that the last thing she witnessed before dying was the two of you bickering, as always? Maybe she died that night because she had nothing else to hang around for, if you couldn't even put aside your differences for one day. Nothing changed, even after Mum died. That's why I left so quickly after the funeral. Jasmine was stunned. She looked at Rajni, whose expression matched hers. If this was what Sharina really thought, how long had she been holding on to her anger? Had the train carriage gone quieter since their heated exchange began? It seemed that the family at the front had stopped talking. The air was taut with anticipation. Jasmine shrank in her seat, worried that somebody might have had their mobile phone camera out. The last thing she needed was another YouTube upload. Jasmine Shergill in row with sisters on a train in India. The toddler popped up again, but her mother quickly dragged her down, whispering urgently to her, Leave them alone. Immediately, the little girl began to cry. Didi, she sobbed. Didi! Jasmine was surprised by the tears that sprang into her own eyes. When the train finally pulled into the station, Sharina was ready to get up and go. They had spent the remaining 8 or so hours of the journey only exchanging cursory words, choosing to entertain themselves. For Sharina, this meant reading her book, although her mind didn't absorb much, and she ended up drifting off to sleep. She had fragmented dreams about Mum sitting up in her bed, alert to the scuffle between her 2 older daughters outside her room. In the dreams, Mum got out of bed and pleaded with them to stop. As a warning, she shook her jewelry case at them, but they ignored her. Sharina had never told anybody before that she blamed Rajni and Jasmine for the way Mum's final moments played out. Even Sehaj didn't know what actually happened. He was just aware that Sharina was more eager than ever to start a family with him after she returned from London. When the test showed up negative a few weeks later, the disappointment felt unlike anything Sharina had experienced before, heavy and hollow at the same time. She was still grieving over Mum, so the hot tears that flooded down her cheeks didn't surprise Sehaj. He reminded her that it could take a few tries, that they were still young and had plenty of time. But Sharina felt let down and wished she could talk to somebody who knew this feeling. Ironically, Rajni was the only person who would understand, but Sharina was still too upset about what happened at the hospital to confide in her sister. Rajni stood up now and counted all of their suitcases. "We have 6 pieces in total," she said. "Do we have all 6 pieces?" Sharina took some delight in ignoring her. Rajni frowned and picked up her bags. They shuffled down the aisle, past the family who had gone sluggish and sleepy after their feast, but were now on their feet with renewed energy. Porters stepped into their path, offering to carry bags, asking where they were going. It occurred to Sharina that she had no idea where their hotel was. Rajni had that information on her itinerary. Sharina waved the porter away and kept her head down as she moved along with the crowd from the sun-soaked platform to the sheltered station. Beggars slept here. Not on the edges, but in the middle of the floor, so she had to step around them. Sharina met the pleading gaze of one woman sitting up on a folded piece of cardboard, a threadbare sari wrapped around her bony frame. Sharina took care not to tread on her fingers, which extended from her open palm, a silent request for money. Like the other passengers leaving the station, Sharina quickly learned the art of stepping gingerly around a person while also not looking at them. They engaged the first rickshaw driver who called out to them. He took their bags and piled them in the back, turning and wedging them like pieces in a puzzle. Sharina hurried to get in first. She was conscious again of how awkward she looked when she had to hoist herself up. Getting up the steep stairs into the train carriage had been more challenging than she'd anticipated. She didn't want Rajni and Jasmine seeing her struggling. Rajni was more concerned about the bags anyway. She kept frowning and counting them. 6 pieces, she said again, nodding. The auto rickshaws engine rumbled beneath them, and the smell of burning rubber filled Sharina's nostrils. Jasmine began to cough. Rajni grabbed the railing at the side of the car, but the driver turned back and told her not to. She withdrew her hand just in time for a truck to clip past, narrowly missing the rickshaw. The air was supposed to be fresher up north, but from the rickshaw, Amritsar and Delhi felt one and the same. The sweltering heat had already hit its peak for the day, but the residual humidity clung to Sharina's skin. On the road, the only difference Sharina noticed between the two cities was the spaces between the squat buildings here, where the green fields behind the main road were visible. They merged onto a major road, the rickshaw flanked on either side by large trucks and buses. All the clamor of the city overwhelmed Sharina's senses. She shielded her eyes from the dust and grit that flew into the open space and peppered her hair and skin. At one traffic light, she pulled her hand away momentarily to see a man teetering on top of a tall ladder fixing a telephone wire. The ladder, made of bamboo, bent like a weak sapling against the wind. Sharina covered her eyes again. The roads became narrower and turned into small lanes. Every time the rickshaw turned, Sharina feared a dangerous teetering and tipping, and she wondered what would happen if they got into an accident here. If their bags popped free from the ropes that constrained them, their belongings mixing with the grime and dog droppings on the ground. Would anybody help them? It was unlikely. Traffic wouldn't stop for them. It would continue running, flattening everything they had. Sharina thought briefly about the contents of her bag and realized she wouldn't miss anything. Let it all tumble away. It would make her travels easier. Her passport case was in her pocket, of course. She patted it frequently, made sure it didn't fall out from all the jostling of the ride. More important than the passport at the moment was the card inside the case that Sehaj had given her at the airport. They veered into a lane clogged with vehicles and shops jammed together. A young man on a rusty bicycle shot in front of them, making the rickshaw driver curse loudly. Their hotel, the Holy City Palace, was at the end of this lane. Its sign stuck out like a friendly, waving hand. They pulled up and got out, a frowning Rajni counting the bags for a third time. 2 gilded mirrors on either wall of the hotel lobby made endless multiples of Sharina, Rajni, and Jasmine. Behind the reception desk, there was a magnificent backlit portrait of the Golden Temple at night, its reflection melting across the calm, holy waters. An elderly turbaned man stood behind the computer, nodding as they entered. Rajni handed him the booking sheet. He asked them to take a seat. Sharina couldn't believe she was willing to sit again after having spent the whole day sitting down, but she was relieved to rest once more. Rajni picked up a newspaper and became absorbed in an article. Jasmine came and sat next to her, picking up a magazine from the table. "Ooh, that's a nice dress," she said, pointing to a lime-colored gown that clung to the model's hips. "Imagine asking to get one of those tailored." "Especially around here," Sharina said. Most of the women she'd seen so far were dressed in salwar kameez out of respect for the holy city. "Madam," said the front desk man. He gazed at all 3 of them, not sure who was in charge. Rajni responded to his summons. If they had husbands with them, it would be easier, Sharina thought. On the train, the conductors had come around asking all the sirs for their families' tickets. She felt a pinch of longing for Sehaj. At the airport, he had carried her bags out of the car and placed his hand gently on the small of her back. The gesture made her feel protected. "They want our passports," Rajni called from the reception desk. "Open up to the stamp page, please," said the man. "The stamp page?" Jasmine asked. "The place where your entry into India was stamped," he replied. "We need to see it." "Oh," Jasmine said. She flipped open her passport. "Honestly, I can't even remember them stamping it." "They must have," Sharina said. She had already located hers, an inked box announcing her entry date. "If no entry stamp, we have a problem," the man said. "National security." His gaze shifted from Rajni to Sharina to Jasmine. "Amritsar is very close to Pakistan. We don't want people coming in illegally from that side, causing trouble here." Sharina thought his eyes were lingering on hers for a second too long. She wanted to tell him she wasn't here to cause trouble. If anything, she had made this trip to eliminate more trouble for herself. But she wondered if she looked jittery or suspicious. "Found it," Jasmine said, springing up from the sofa. "It's very faded," she explained to the man at the desk, who turned his look of suspicion onto her. Relief washed over Sharina. The heat of his stare was gone. She realized how tense she was, that any question, any suspicion or doubts about her intentions here made her feel as if she was being interrogated. In truth, it was nobody's business. Sehaj had said the same thing to her when she told him she didn't think she could maintain this lie while spending so much time with her sisters in such close quarters. "They're nosy," she had told him. "They'll know something's up." To her relief and disappointment, they hadn't noticed what was going on with her. The desk manager typed furiously into his computer. "This could take some time," he said. "We'll show you to your rooms and return your passports later." Rajni frowned. "We can probably wait," she said. "It could take an hour," the desk manager said. "An hour?" she asked. "Why do you need so much time?" He sighed. "Madam, do I have to explain India's security issues with Pakistan? Do I need to tell you about partition? Amritsar has been a border city ever since Punjab was split into India and Pakistan," he said with pride, as if he had overseen the splitting himself. "You don't need to give us a history lesson. Our parents told us all about partition when we were growing up," Rajni said. Did they? They must have been Dad's stories, and Sharina must have been too young to understand them. Everything she knew about partition she had seen on Hindi films that featured a lover on each side of the border, separated by cruel politics, their families unsympathetic to their plight as violence ravaged their communities. Those movies always made her cry. "Then you'll understand why I need to scrutinize these documents very carefully," said the desk manager. "This is our policy for all guests. We can't take any chances." "But we've got British passports. We clearly didn't scramble across the border." "Let it go," Jasmine said, leaning over the back of her chair. "What's the big deal if they hold on to our passports for a bit? We'll get them back." Rajni looked uneasy. She eyed the man. His expression did not change. "India's national security first, madam. We are on the front lines here." The way he talked, it was as if it was 1947 and the war was raging at his doorstep. "Fine," Rajni said. A porter loaded their bags into a trolley and pushed it toward the service elevator, pointing Sharina, Rajni, and Jasmine to a smaller lift. An instrumental Kenny G ballad floated over the speakers, completely incongruous with the lush palatial decor in the lobby and the receptionist staff's militancy. The sisters' rooms were next to each other, and almost as if the hotel was aware of their birth order. 301, Rajni. 302, Jasmine. 303, Sharina. As soon as she entered her room, Sharina collapsed into her bed. This fatigue was a nightmare, and even worse that she had to dismiss it as a side effect of traveling. She took her phone and checked the time. Sehaj would be finishing dinner now, maybe watching some television. They hadn't actually spoken to each other since she arrived in India. Just messages, the banal, perfunctory types to let each other know they were still alive. Today she needed to hear his voice. She entered the Wi-Fi password and found Sehaj's number on her overseas calling app. He picked up on the third ring. "Sharina?" he asked. The concern in his voice nearly melted her. "Are you okay?" Of course he loves you. It was a thought that surprised Sharina. She didn't realize that she doubted him until she heard him speak. "I'm fine." All of a sudden her voice was thick with tears. "I can't hear you, sweetheart," he said tenderly. "Speak up." "I'm fine," she said loudly. It sounded more convincing with more volume. "We just got to Amritsar." "How is it?"
I haven't seen much yet. We were just on a hair-raising rickshaw ride and then checked into our rooms. She smiled, remembering the taxi driver picking them up from Istanbul airport and chattering away in Turkish, pointing to various landmarks as he wove through traffic and entered the old city where their hotel was. The sun had glinted off the Bosphorus River, and everything seemed possible. She was giddy with the mysterious romance of the city, and she even thought she understood the driver after a while, the cadence of his language and the odd Hindi word, Subha, Kitab, catching in her mind. The memory softened Sherina, and she could sense Sehaj was thinking about their honeymoon too. She wanted to tell him how she was really feeling. "I'm scared," she said. His voice overlapped with hers. "Work's been really crazy." "Oh," she said. The tears came up again. She listened as he told her about an unreasonable client and the late hours he was spending at the office going through some contracts with a fine-toothed comb. The business was expanding to Europe, where tax regulations in certain countries were a nightmare to deal with from overseas. Her mind wandered as Sehaj spoke. Notes from the Kenny G elevator tune drifted in the back of her mind. "And I'm having to fix everybody's mistakes for them. Not that I want to wish my days away, but I'm really looking forward to the next long weekend." "That's months away," Sherina murmured. "Yeah, I know," Sehaj said with a sigh. And then he said nothing. Ask me again if I'm okay, Sherina thought. Ask about the train journey. She wanted to tell him about the little girl on the train and how purposefully she had ignored her, even when she cried out and called Sherina sister. "Sehaj, I'm scared," she finally said again. This time he heard. The distinct silence on the other end wasn't caused by a delay. His voice had been crystal clear. "Sherina," he began. "Don't," she said. "Don't say it." "I'm not saying you have to do it." She wanted to throw the phone across the room. It was so unfair, being told the decision was hers to make, when it wasn't, not completely. She wouldn't be allowed to have regrets or doubts if she was the one who had come up with the plan. "What if I don't go through with it?" Sherina asked. "I really can't come back?" Another pause. "It's something we need to discuss, then," Sehaj said finally. "We? You and me? Just the two of us?" "And my mother." Sherina groaned. "How does she factor into this decision, Sehaj?" "You married my family," Sehaj said. "We talked about this. We make our decisions together. We sacrifice things for each other. This is what families do." Sherina couldn't fault Sehaj for reminding her how families were supposed to behave. In the early days of getting to know each other, she had been so impressed with Sehaj's family. They had big gatherings and took holidays together. They did what families did. "But she doesn't have to be involved in every decision we make," she insisted. "She's my mother." "I'm your wife," Sherina reminded him. "Sherina." With his lips too close to the receiver, Sehaj's sigh sounded like a roar. "You're making this more complicated than it needs to be." "I'm allowed to say no, then?" she asked, emboldened by Sehaj's softened tone. He didn't want to fight. He just wanted the problem to go away. They had hardly the space to argue in his house, with his mother always in the shadows. But this long-distance phone call was allowing more privacy. "This isn't a trivial thing. like choosing curtains or... She paused at the sound of shuffling in the background. "Hang on," Sehaj said. His voice became distant and then muffled because, of course, as if they'd conjured her just by speaking about her, his mother was now in the room. How did she manage to always do that? Moments later, Sehaj came back to the phone. "Sorry about that," he said, but his voice was already different. Sharina felt the shift. There was something businesslike in his tone. All the tenderness was gone. The distance gave Sharina courage. In the silence and the emptiness of her hotel room, she shut her eyes. "Is she still there?" Either Sehaj registered her steely tone and was taken aback, or the slight delay meant it took him a second or two to hear her. Either way, Sharina felt emboldened. She opened her eyes. "She just came up to get something," Sehaj said. "She came up, did she? All by herself? She must be well then," Sharina said. She heard a warning voice. "Stop. Stop it. You're going too far." But she ignored it. Again, the delay seemed to stretch. Sharina thought about the day she had handed in her resignation, saying that she had to stay home to take care of her mother-in-law, who needed help climbing the stairs at home after her hip surgery. "There's nobody else there," Sharina explained. "It could be a long recovery." The reluctance must have been apparent in her voice, because her supervisor took her out for coffee that afternoon. "You have such potential," she said. "Can't you take some time off? Can't you and husband work out an arrangement? There are chairlifts if she can't move." Chairlifts became the single image in Sharina's mind every time she thought about the difference between Eastern and Western values. Indian daughters-in-law took care of their families. They made necessary sacrifices. They knew what it took to preserve the peace in their home. Westerners installed chairlifts. "Sharina," Sehaj said. And then he said nothing. There was more shuffling, more movement and voices. She recognized the sound of the door opening and shutting. He was leaving the room. "Sweetheart," he said. The tenderness was restored in his voice. He had left his mother and found some privacy. "I know you're upset, baby," he said soothingly. "I know." It was all she wanted, or at least this was what she thought. An offer of understanding. She thought about the little girl on the train, holding her hand out to play. She hadn't stopped thinking about her, and she could still hear the girl calling her sister. So disappointed when Sharina refused to play along. Throughout the journey, during all the bickering between Rajni and Jasmine, nobody noticed that Sharina hadn't flipped the page of her novel once. She had read the same line over and over again until the words lost their meaning. Rajni needed the newspaper. She had left it in the lobby because the man at the reception desk was watching their every move. But an advertisement had caught her eye, and the porter had whisked them away to their rooms before she could take down the information. Discreetly, of course. She didn't need Jasmine and Sharina knowing that she was considering hiring a private investigator. How would she explain that to them? She stepped out of the room and entered the lift with the stealth of a thief, looking left and right. The lobby was empty. The desk manager caught her eye and nodded. "Just another few minutes," he said, thinking she had come for the passport. She was pleased for the excuse. "I'll just wait here if you don't mind," she said haughtily. Once his gaze returned to the screen, she took a seat on the plush lounge chair and pulled up the newspaper. There it was, the ad in the corner.
Pre-matrimonial investigations. Better prenup than postnup. Getting married? Want to know your future spouse's history? We can do a thorough financial and moral checkup. Our experienced and highly skilled investigators are discreet and detail-oriented. They will not let you down. With a network of dedicated pre-matrimonial specialists spanning across India and the diaspora, we are now specializing in interstate and overseas marriages. And offering competitive rates. Call us now for a free consultation. Next to the asterisk, there was a list in tiny print of territories where their detectives could reach. London, UK, was third after Toronto, Canada, and California, USA. Rajni glanced at the reception desk and pressed the newspaper to the table with her palm. Then she slowly ripped the ad out, careful not to make a sound. She had a feeling that even a small transgression like this could make the hotel owner revoke their right to stay in this holiest of cities. Stuffing the torn piece of paper in her pocket, Rajni headed back to the lift. "Ma'am?" the man called as she passed him. She felt her heart leap in her throat, and then realized how silly she was being. Ripping a newspaper was hardly vandalism, although after the visit to the police station yesterday, she didn't want to take any chances. Just the thought of getting into trouble made her break out in a sweat. "Yes," she replied, trying to sound casual. "Your passport," he said. "I can take the others if you want," Rajni said, feeling overly generous because now she felt bad about defacing his newspaper. The man paused to consider this, and then handed all three to Rajni. She returned to her room and read the ad again, considering what the detectives might do. What did she want them to uncover? She wasn't certain, but she knew that it was worth having a look around. Judging from the way she and Kabir left their last conversation, she was certain that he wasn't thinking the worst of Davina, that she could be a con artist. It would be ideal, Rajni thought as she dialed the number, her confidence building, if Davina was already married. Rajni didn't want to devastate Anil. She certainly didn't want the investigators to uncover something dangerous that might have an adverse effect on her son, like a serious STI or a violent criminal history. Worse yet, if Davina's husband was in jail for violent criminal behavior and was out on bail and could come after Anil. But she also welcomed the thought of handing over a dossier to her foolish, naive son and saying, "Ha! Welcome to Bharat Investigators," blared a pre-recorded message that gave Rajni a jolt. She held the phone half an arm's length away from her ear to listen to the menu options. "Press 0 to speak to one of our qualified professionals." She pressed 0 and waited again, this time through a staticky old Hindi song that she vaguely recognized. It was a classic about love. It was only when the song came to the chorus that she realized where it was from. And there was that familiar squeezing in her stomach, that guilt. She remembered hearing it again at her wedding while greeting guests, her hand clasped in Kabir's, and immediately making eye contact with Mum from across the room. They had both recognized it. Mum was standing near the DJ. She approached him calmly, whispered a few words, and the track was switched to something more up-to-date. "Hello. Welcome to Bharat Investigators. How may I help you?" The young male voice was a pleasant surprise. For some reason, she had pictured a matronly auntie type sitting at a cluttered desk serviced by a single fan that blew dust around the room. The detectives' worldwide networks would be no more sophisticated than a community of wives and sisters-in-law who were migrants in other Indian enclaves and multicultural cities. and the work would be a side hobby, no different from anything they were already doing, but now it earned them a bit of pocket money.
"Hello," Rajni said. "I'm considering engaging an investigator to do a background check on a woman."
"No problem, ma'am. Can I know how to address you, please?"
"My name is—" Here she hesitated. If the investigator had networks in London, how likely was he to blab to a friend who might tell another friend about her family's secrets? There was no harm in giving a false name. "Mira," she said.
"Ma'am, your real name, please," the man responded.
"How did you—"
"Almost every woman who calls uses the name Mira," he said. She knew she should have picked a less common Indian name, or at least one that sounded authentic, like Rajni. It was like telling the detective that her name was Jane Doe and expecting not to raise any suspicions.
"I'm Rajni,"
she said a bit sheepishly.
"Sorry."
"No problem." The man was breezy. "We just need to be honest with each other in order to do this right, okay?"
"And your name?" she asked.
"Nikhil Ahuja," he said. "We're a pair of brothers running this company."
He prattled on for a while about the company's history, started in 2003 when a new generation of young Indians abroad began demanding pre-matrimonial checks after hearing horror stories of friends being deceived. Those marriages were the result of a boom in Indian matrimonial websites, which made Rajni think of Sharina. Did she ever consider getting somebody to look into Sehaj's background, she wondered? But of course, why would she? There was nothing suspicious about Sehaj. It was as if Sharina had typed perfect Indian male companion into a machine and 3D printed the ideal husband.
"And we recently expanded to territories in Southeast Asia, such as Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand,"
Nikhil said. "All right," Rajni said. She was feeling a bit overwhelmed by Nikhil's enthusiasm. "And you handle, cases where people want to just check somebody out because they have suspicions?" In Rajni's private opinion, a 36-year-old woman getting pregnant by a young man half her age deserved a stronger description than suspicious. But for brevity's sake, she felt it was important to downplay it.
"Certainly,"
Nikhil declared. There was that enthusiasm again. It made Rajni just the slightest bit queasy.
"I'll give you an example of a case we worked on recently. Very successful. In fact, it was even publicized. A young doctor in Singapore agreed to an arranged marriage to a woman in the Sikh community. Both boy and girl liked each other, decided to get engaged. However, the girl's mother had some suspicions about the boy. Not really any evidence, but he was a doctor. You know, high income and handsome. Why was he still available? Her family told her not to be silly. She was being overly cautious, they said. Then, the unthinkable happened."
Nikhil had a flair for the dramatic, Rajni noted.
"It turned out that the mother was trying to draw everybody's attention away from the daughter who had a boyfriend in New Zealand, where she studied. Some pictures were beginning to surface. The boyfriend felt betrayed that after 5 years together, she was just leaving him for an arranged marriage. He had called the house several times to speak to the parents during the engagement. The doctor's parents were aware of it. The New Zealander had managed to contact them somehow as well. Facebook, I think. And the mother-in-law was already considering rescinding the marriage offer."
"So the marriage wasn't going to go through, and the girl's mother was preemptively spreading the rumor that it was the boy's fault?" Rajni asked.
"Yes," Nikhil said. "Turns out the girl was the one doing shameful things."
Shameful things. But really,
All she did was have a boyfriend outside the community, didn't she? Rajni was uncomfortable with Nikhil's moralizing. When he posed his next question, she found herself stumbling and considered hanging up, because surely he knew what she was hiding. "So, can you let me know the nature of your case?" he asked. Yes. See, my son, he's about to marry this woman," Rajni said. It was not strictly the truth, but if she told Nikhil that Anil had got Davina pregnant, he might not be very sympathetic. Worse yet, he would wonder what kind of mother she was, a question that had been turning in her mind ever since she awoke from her fainting spell back in London. "Okay," Nikhil said. "And you have doubts? Some feelings that it is not right?" "Yes," Rajni said. That was putting it mildly. "She's a bit older than him." "Okay," Nikhil said. "How much older?" Rajni had done the math as soon as Anil told her, but she couldn't bring herself to say it aloud. "She's in her 30s. My son he's in his 20s. Did it make a difference if she added a few years to his age? She decided not. "How did they meet?" Nikhil asked. "I'm not sure," Rajni said. Nikhil said. "It never came up, or he refused to tell you?" She wasn't sure if it ever came up. "Look, the thing I'm suspicious about is that he seems very influenced by her. He had career plans that he's suddenly putting on hold because of this woman." "Could she be pregnant?" Nikhil asked. Damn it. "Yes," Rajni said. "She could be." "Could be, or she is?" She is," Rajni said. "They're getting together in a bit of a rush because of this whole thing, but I'm wondering if she's roped him into it." "It's a bit difficult for us to determine the circumstances around a woman's pregnancy," Nikhil said after a pause. "He's certain it's his baby?" Anil still had that annoying teenager habit of filling every minor pause with and like. Rajni could not imagine him being certain of anything. "He is," Rajni said. "But I think he's being fooled." There was a pause again. Rajni heard Nikhil repeating the facts under his breath and a keyboard clicking away. "I'd like to know other things about her as well," Rajni said. "Her background. Any skeletons in the closet?" "Of course," Nikhil said. "A woman like that, she's bound to have a few stories, or people who can tell us a few things." Once again, Rajni felt uneasy, but she suppressed it. That's not fair. She tried not to think of Mum and the family who abandoned her after rumors started circulating about Rajni. Nikhil gave her a basic game plan. He would discuss the case with his partners in the UK and do a comprehensive background check on Davina. These things were perfectly legal, he assured Rajni with a nervous laugh that indicated there were less legal methods to follow. "If nothing comes up in the background check, no major debt, no current spouse, etc., then I will assign somebody to follow her for a week. Details often emerge from this part of the investigation." "All right," Rajni said. "Mrs. Rajni, I have one more question," Nikhil asked. Here was where he was going to ask if she had been 100% honest with him. "Is there anything else I should know?" "Yes," she squeaked. "Will you pay your deposit by Visa, bank transfer, or PayPal?" Nikhil asked, his voice smooth as honey. The tone in Cameron's email sounded genuinely excited. Have some rolls that are perfect for you." The word perfect had a line through it because Cameron had been so excited he forgot how to underline. "Jasmine," he answered the phone. "How are things? How's India?" How was India? She could not sum up her experience in an easy sentence. "It's incredible," she said. "Just like the advertisements." And the consular guidelines, which I'll take more seriously from now on, she thought. "I backpacked through Uttar Pradesh myself, you know," Cameron said with a hint of pride. 20 years ago. "Did you?" Jasmine asked, not because it was her first time hearing it, it wasn't, but because Cameron seemed to think that this was part of their connection somehow. He understood the Indian experience because he had stayed in a filthy flea motel on a mountain and got a parasite from a dodgy paneer tikka. "Oh, yes," Cameron said. "Really went off the beaten path. Incredible country. Such lovely people. So warm and welcoming to travelers." Men who backpacked or did cycling tours around India often said this of their experience. Such a great place to travel. They had made their way around solo, reliant on the kindness of strangers who invited them into their homes to share a meal. Traveling as a woman in India was an entirely different thing. Even with her sisters at her side, Jasmine felt vulnerable. "So, tell me about these roles," she said. Cameron drew in a breath. "2 possibilities, very strong ones. The first is for a new television series called The Disgraced." "I like the title," Jasmine said. She had an instant image in her mind of a strong female character, not unlike the one Polly played in The Boathouse. Her backlit profile against the dark and mysterious waters of the Thames. "What's the premise?" Cameron cleared his throat. "A promising young British Asian woman looking for a match online becomes slowly radicalized by her lover, who is a fundamentalist and a skilled recruiter for a global terror network." "Very interesting," Jasmine said. There was some promise there. She didn't want to get too excited, and she hoped that the script would portray the woman as a universal, identifiable sort of character, not one of those, "my fundamentalism has always been in me, like some kind of genetic mutation which has now been activated," people. "I thought you'd be intrigued by that. I have to tell you, before we go any further, you won't be considered for the main role." "Oh," Jasmine said, feeling a flutter of disappointment. "What's the role, then?" "It's a smaller role," Cameron said. "Like a sister?" In a moment of sheer horror, Jasmine thought he might offer her the role of this woman's mother. "Like a wife," Cameron said. "Oh," Jasmine said, "that's not so bad. The wife of another character, then." "Yes," Cameron said. "Go on, then. Tell me about her," Jasmine said. Somebody was knocking on the door. As Jasmine walked over and pressed the phone between her tipped head and a raised shoulder, she heard Cameron's response, but did not think she heard it correctly. "Wife of terrorist number 7, Cameron said, as Jasmine threw open the door. "What?" she shrieked. The porter was at the door, holding a large silver tray. "Ma'am, you ordered room service," he protested. "You want me to be the wife of a terrorist?" The porter looked very alarmed. "Sorry," Jasmine said to him, opening the door wider to let him bring the food inside. It was a more elaborate meal than she thought she had paid for, and her mouth watered at the smell of the paneer masala and steamed rice. Still, she was not done with Cameron yet. Focus. "Let me take a wild guess, Cameron. This character doesn't have any lines, does she?" "No," Cameron admitted. The porter was setting her meal very carefully on the table and laying out the cutlery. And she probably wears a hijab the whole time? A burqa? She's basically a pair of simpering brown eyes. I think you'll need to discuss costumes later, but... Oh, come on, Cameron, Jasmine said with exasperation. I know what terrorist number 5's role is. An angry brown man screaming things in incomprehensible Arabic and waving a giant rifle around, threatening the Western world, when what he's actually saying is closer to, can I have fries with that? 7, Cameron corrected her. He's terrorist number 7. So he's that low in the rankings? I can't even be terrorist number 1's wife? Once again, the porter looked dismayed. He glanced nervously at the door as if he might be taken hostage. Jasmine tried to give him a reassuring smile and held her hand up to say, I'll get your tip, as she crossed the room, but he backed away and, she was certain she wasn't imagining this, edged closer to the butter knife. Would you consider that? A higher-ranking terrorist? Is it a speaking role? Jasmine wasn't sure if this was a serious conversation anymore. She might have a few lines, I suppose, Cameron said. Jasmine could picture him sitting at his desk in London, wiping the sweat off his brow and using one hand to type an email to the producers. The porter was lingering at the door. Hang on, Jasmine said to Cameron, reaching for her purse. She gave the porter a few rupee notes, which he touched to his head in a gesture of gratitude before backing out the door. So it's a no, then? Cameron asked when Jasmine returned to the conversation. You realize that your options are narrowing, right? I don't think terrorist number 6's wife is going to be my big comeback role, Cameron, Jasmine retorted. I'm sorry, but we're just going to have to work harder on this. 7, Cameron corrected her. Jasmine wanted to reach through the phone and club him on the head. You mentioned a couple of roles, Jasmine said. What are my other options? Cameron hesitated. With a sinking feeling, Jasmine realized that Mrs. Bin Laden was the good news. There's a movie which is being shot in India, Cameron said. A sort of train journey story. Really? Jasmine asked. Her interest piqued. Maybe Cameron had been trying to warm her up. Tell me more. A family goes on a trip across northern India to reconnect with their missing son, Cameron said. It's a road trip story with a bit of a twist. Jasmine smiled. She could imagine the press junkets now. I was on a similar journey, both spiritual and physical, with my sisters, and I can tell you there were lots of unexpected twists and turns. Ha ha. It's a cross-genre sort of thing, Cameron said. Quite unusual. Fitting for a niche audience, but maybe not limited to them, if done right. What's the role? Shruti, Cameron said. The family's eldest daughter. Unmarried, a bit of a concern for the parents. Unbeknownst to her, they're taking her to the village to meet a suitable man. Right, Jasmine said. She could work with that. Sounds like a good role, then. She's not in the story for very long, Cameron said. That hesitation had returned to his voice. But her character makes a real impact, you know? We think about the consequences of everybody's actions long after. What happens to her? Jasmine asked, already slightly involved and therefore grieving for Shruti. She catches a virus. Okay, Jasmine said.
A tragic heroine? Cameron cleared his throat. I suppose you could say that. Cameron, Jasmine began. It's a very physical role, Cameron said. What, she's leaping off buildings and rooftops in her condition? She's undead. What? She has a virus which makes her, you know, dead, but not quite. She's a zombie? You're offering me a role in a Punjabi zombie film? Yes, Cameron said miserably. How far into the film does she die? Jasmine asked. About 10 minutes. What the hell, Cameron? It's a very physical death, Cameron said brightly. You know how zombies are, lots of spasms and buckling. You get to display a range of emotions, which could come in handy for something else. For another bloody Hindustani monster road trip film? I'm not the one who writes these scripts, Cameron protested. Don't shoot the messenger. Who can I shoot then? Jasmine asked. Who wrote this movie? Cameron gave her a name that she hadn't heard of. Jasmine sighed. It's disappointing, Cameron, she said. We've talked about this, Jasmine. The lack of roles and your current reputation. I know, she replied. I'm disappointed in the scripting as well. The unmarried daughter is disposed of within 10 minutes in what is, I'm guessing, a 3-hour Bollywood spectacle with zombies, like some extended version of the Thriller video. They can't even keep Shruti alive to dance a little bit? Cameron clearly had no words. He said, as if he was considering sexism and all its complexities, when it was just as likely that he was using one hand to type into the Google search engine, "How to calm down angry brown actress." Those are my 2 options, then? Jasmine asked. For the moment, Cameron said. I'm sorry, Jasmine. You know that I'm advocating for you in every way that I can, but... I know, Jasmine said. The pleading tone in Cameron's voice made her feel guilty. She thought of Rajni sitting in the police station, surrounded by men and wringing her hands, and she felt a pang of regret for putting her through all of that. Listen, I'll think about it, all right? You will? Cameron asked brightly. Give me a day or 2, Jasmine asked. Send me the info. Ever since the Arowana incident, she was aware that she couldn't afford to be choosy, but these choices truly depressed her. Her thoughts flashed back to the makeup counter. Was it worth doing that gig until another breakthrough happened? She was going to go into arrears in her rent. The only thing that would tide her over for a little while was the bit of money Mum had left them from the sale of the house. After hanging up, Jasmine ate her dinner of paneer masala and basmati rice, scraping her spoon across the bottom of the bowl, and then using her fingers to wipe up the last traces. She hadn't noticed how hungry she was until she started eating, but when she was done, she realized how quickly she had eaten. Immediately, the sensation of fullness turned into queasiness. The room was filled with the smell of spices now. She called room service to ask them to take her tray. Right away, madam, the porter said, probably terrified that she'd orchestrate a militant ambush on his family if he didn't obey her. The thought made her realize that she didn't have her passport back yet. After the police station yesterday, she felt naked without her identification. She'd been uneasy when the man behind the reception desk took her passport as well. I'll need that back, she had to refrain from saying, because it sounded too much like something her haughty older sister would say. Could I come down to get my passport back, please? She asked.
Madam, we just returned all 3 of them to Mrs. Chadha, the desk manager said. Thank you. She sighed and hung up. She supposed she'd better go over to Rajni's room to talk to her anyway, try to clear the air. She wanted to be better at this pilgrimage thing. She did. But it was also occurring to her that she was going to need a lot more strength and patience to get through this leg of the journey. Amritsar was a holy city. Alcohol was difficult to find here, and she wasn't keen to wander the outer edges of the city in search of a cold bottle of beer. She knocked on Rajni's door. It's me, she called. Just wanted to get my passport back. The door opened. Can I come in? Jasmine asked. Rajni left the door ajar and turned her back to Jasmine, busying herself with unpacking. Her suitcases were neatly lined along the wall and open, her clothes categorized in those packing cells that she had bought for Jasmine and Sharina years ago after seeing them in a sale. Your bras don't go missing, she'd said with amazement, as if this was the worst possible consequence of traveling. Because of all her meticulous organizing and contingency plans, it probably was. The passports were sitting on the bedside table. Raj, I'm really sorry, Jasmine said as she entered the room and shut the door behind her. Rajni dismissed her apology with a wave as if to say, too little, too late. Listen, I feel terrible. I know I made a joke of it on the train, but I was actually really scared. I didn't know what they might do to me in there. She hesitated, because it was hard to talk about what could have happened. Rajni, I've never felt fear like that before. My skin crawled with it. Every time a guard walked by the cell, I held my breath until he passed because I was terrified he'd come in and do something to me. I realized I had no idea what the law permits police officers to do here, and they already decided we were rioters. The men at the India Gate, they looked like they were ready to pounce on us and rip us to shreds. Then the police had us in little cages and could do the same. Jasmine stopped when she realized her voice was shaking. Think about how worried I was, Rajni said, extracting her toiletries kit from a tight space between 2 neatly pressed pairs of trousers. Me and Sharina. Why can't you think about other people before you plunge yourself into stupid things? Rajni, we've been over this. I wasn't courting trouble out there. It just happened. You and Anil, Rajni said, shaking her head. You don't think about other people. What does Anil have to do with this? Jasmine asked. Rajni pursed her lips. Nothing, she said quickly. Her gaze flitted away from Jasmine's. He's just selfish sometimes, that's all. He's just a teenager, Jasmine said. He's going to grow out of it. What's your excuse then? Rajni countered. I'm not Jasmine began, but she noticed the muscles tensing in Rajni's jaw. There was no point arguing. This tennis match of name-calling was how their problems at the hospital escalated. Rajni had said Jasmine was selfish then as well. I was really, really glad to see you, Jasmine tried again, and more grateful than you'll ever know. Rajni's gaze softened. Good, she said quietly. She paused her unpacking and rose to her feet. Her knees snapped and she winced. Ouch, Jasmine said. It didn't hurt, Rajni said. I just hate that sound. I get it too sometimes, especially if I've been sitting all day. It gets worse, more frequent. I spent all this time trying to outsmart these little signs of my body wearing down. Stretch, eat more flax seeds, get 8 hours of sleep. But what can you really do? She sounded like Mum, lamenting that her years of balanced eating and recommended daily walks had taken her nowhere. After Mum's diagnosis, she started saying, "At least prayer is helpful," Jasmine recalled. "I don't know where she got that idea from," Rajni said. "Have you ever tried it?" Jasmine asked. "What? Praying?" Jasmine nodded. "No," Rajni said. "Not even after, when Mum told us about the jewelry pouch? You didn't... I don't know." She struggled to find the words. "Check with God?" "Did you?" "No," Jasmine said quickly. She felt silly admitting now that after storming out of Mum's room and thinking, "I need a drink," she had found the hospital chapel instead, and decided it was as good as any place to get some answers. Tears sprang into her eyes as she remembered sitting in that quiet room, shivering as an icy wind blew through a crack in the stained glass window. "God, I can't believe how much I wish you were here," she whispered to Rajni. Rajni took Jasmine by the shoulders and guided her to sit down on the bed. "I know," she said. "I just feel so untethered now that she's gone. Both our parents are dead. We're orphans. Did you realize that?" "I know," Rajni said again. "And we're next." "What?" "I mean, we were children. We were that generation that was supposed to outlive the adults. Now that they've died, another entire group is going to outlive us. We're the next to die." "That won't happen for a long time," Rajni said, stroking Jasmine's back. "It's decades away." "It's easy for you to say because you've got a legacy. You have a life established. Your career, your home, your family. I'm still stuck where I was 10 years ago. Virtually nothing's changed." A sob escaped Jasmine's throat. She saw her future in an endless list of insignificant roles. That woman who flashed across the screen in a rabid frenzy and perished from a zombie virus before the audience even knew her name. "Shh," Rajni said, holding her. "It's okay." "It's not okay," Jasmine said. "Even Mum thought my life wasn't headed anywhere." "She was just concerned about you," Rajni said. Jasmine shook her head. "After the doctors told her the cancer was terminal, and she only had a few months, she said, 'How can I die knowing that you're not settled?' I thought she was referring to marriage, but it was other things too. She said I had no commitments. 'You need to settle, Jasmine,' she kept saying. It just made me feel worse about my career and everything." "When was that?" "A couple of weeks before she wrote that letter." Jasmine shut her eyes, remembering the way her voice and Mum's had escalated. She had dropped in at the hospital to see Mum on her way home from an audition for a small speaking role on a 2-part BBC drama series. "It went pretty well," Jasmine said hopefully. "I'll know in the next couple of days." "How many of these things are you going to do, Jasmine?" Mum asked impatiently, surprising her. Although Mum had never been an enthusiastic encourager of Jasmine's fledgling acting career, this outburst gave her the impression that Mum had been waiting a long time to tell her off. The ensuing lecture about settling down and being more responsible made Jasmine feel even worse, and when the producers didn't call her back by the end of the week, she cheered herself up by polishing off a bottle of wine on her own before Mark came over for dinner that Saturday. A few weeks later, when Mum talked to all 3 of them about the pilgrimage, Jasmine had been the first to grasp her hand. "Don't leave," she was saying. even though she had known for a while that the end was near. Mum's fingers were icy. Her blood circulation had already become poorer, but the shock of those familiar hands feeling so foreign had made Jasmine recoil. It took her a while to grasp Mum's request, because she was still frightened by the thought of Mum's body rapidly deteriorating. "We need to call a truce, then," Rajni sighed. "You and me. No more of this. You saw how upset Sharina was on the train. We need to stop arguing." Jasmine gulped back a sob and nodded gratefully. She had known from the start of the trip that a conversation with her sisters about Mum's death was inevitable. For the first time, the thought of it didn't seem so awful. Chapter 9.
Day 5. The Golden Temple, Amritsar. At this stage of the journey, I trust that the three of you are feeling